Test, test, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
I heard 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Beautiful.
Very good. You're very crisp too. Thank you. I will put my speaker on mute for a moment, my microphone.
Test 1, 2, 3.
This is Joel Kearns. I hear you.
All will Hello, all will be starting shortly, so if you could start making your way towards your seats, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. If we haven't already, can find our seats. Check. Yep. Thank you, everyone. Got a few more. We'll get going. Good morning. I hope everyone's feeling awake. Giving you a bit of time to chat, get to know everyone, wake up a little bit. And I don't think you can stay asleep with this view out here. For anyone who got stuck over there having a conversation, make sure you get out to this side and see all the touristy sites of Sydney in one go. It's beautiful. We thank Deloitte very much here. I got Jason down the front here. We'll have Geraldine around later. So thank you to them very much for letting us host this here today. We'll get started with the formalities. Now they know you're awake. And if you're not, there's a coffee cart outside. They'll be serving fresh from the bean till 3 p.m. today. I think there's some other soft drinks and so on around as well if you need them, if you're not a coffee person. Bathrooms, if you need them, just out the door, get in the hall, and then down your left towards like the elevator aisle there, you'll find some water stations and so on there too, but we also have some water just on that side of the room. In the case of a fire, which I've been told there's never been one so far, let's keep going. If it's not on our floor, apparently we don't do anything. We stand by for a little bit. We hear the beeps coming through. There'll be the fire wardens out in the second hall out there, the bright red vests. We look out for them and just follow their directions. If there is one, I do warn you, it's 45 flights down, 5 flights of stairs down. So maybe do some stretching some point during the day, just in case. Now that's all out the way. I'd really like to welcome you to the New Horizons Summit 2025, our 4th one. And we're just so excited to have kept this going year after year. I'll get the organising team to stand up in a second, but myself and Greg back there, staring pensively out the window, have been organising this summit for 4 years straight now, trying to push Australia and the rest of the world further ahead in the space industry, laying out a vision for getting off Earth and establishing lunar and deeper space habitation, getting panel after panel to talk about our path out there, what they need, what they're doing, and who they want to work with. So by the end of the day, you should know where your part is in this supply chain. On that, we've done our very best to not just curate the speakers, which you'll hear some great talks from today, but the people in the audience. We've tried our best for every person that ends up on stage that there should be 3 to 5 of you in the audience that can go, I can do that. I can work with them. I've got part of either they can put something into what I've got or I've got something to put into theirs for the next stage. So if that's you in the audience, make sure you go up and talk to these speakers afterwards and be part of the story that's going on today. What you would expect to see, we've got a few keynotes coming up here, which are going to stunningly set the stage for what we'll listen to for the rest of the day. We have our usual panel style presentations from here. You hear 10 minutes from each speaker, and then a good Q&A. We'll bring the seats up on stage. You can ask questions in the audience, and you hear some great conversations between the panelists as well. At the end of the day as well, we've got something a bit special where we've brought in a handful of embassies. We get the introductions from them later with Dr. Stephen Freeland, who talk about their roles and what they're looking to do in with their countries, but also in collaboration with Australia, and where each of you can be part in these international collaborations. With that gone through, I'd like to bring up Professor Dean Sanders, OAM, if I can give him a round of applause as he comes up.
Good morning. Oh, sorry, I was looking for a handheld mic. I'm a wanderer. I sort of, and I want to pick this up now and sort of walk over there. Luke mentioned looking at those windows. But I've got a couple of official tasks to do here today, including, of course, welcoming you into this particular place and acknowledging where we are and connecting us in the country. I'll do that. But there's also a couple of unofficial tasks that I think are important in the context of an audience like this. Sorry, I'm always going to just lean out that way. It's a natural instinct to sort of keep looking at that windows, as I'm sure it is for all of you too, thinking about this particular place. The unofficial tasks, of course, are to sort of engage us in a conversation that's going to emerge for you through the day about our relationships to each other, about our responsibility for the space system, about our responsibility for space and sky country, as we call it. Yes, my name is Dean Sanders. I am a economic counsel for Deloitte, and I work in the space. My day job is actually in space regulation and thinking about the way we think about our responsibilities in those global systems, thinking those sorts of issues. But my real job, the permanent job that I have, is my most favoured job, is as a cultural elder for my community and a person with cultural responsibility for this particular place. My country is a little bit up the road there. About an hour and a half up the road in Warramai country. So this is not my country, which means I have to acknowledge country where I am. But it's worthwhile talking about what that means, because I know you've all looked at those windows this morning. Everybody did, didn't they? You can't walk up here without having a quick sneak peek out those windows. And when we look out those windows, we see, as Luke said, what we think are tourist attractions, what we see as the built environment, we see as Sydney as we understand it. To us, though, that's country. And I hope that when you looked out there, and the challenge for all of you as you work through the day, is that I reckon if you squint just a little bit, the buildings disappear. Because that's the power of country. Country itself is the living thing out there. And it's not even a significant challenge, because the buildings just do disappear. Especially on the fog. They've disappeared on us today. You'll see the country come alive. Country, because the green, the space, the power of that country can't be controlled, can't be held back no matter what's built on top of it. That's true for sky country. Sky country, of course, is the way we have our relationship with space. So the challenge for all of you, and I know Luke framed this as, how does Australia face into this? Australia, I think, has a couple of jobs in that particular area. One is, of course, our capacities, our intellect, our energy, the innovations and tool sets that all of you have. But we also, as a nation, have something deeper than that, something that has always held responsibility for sky country, and that is our cultural responsibilities. Our people have been telling stories about that sky, those stars, for 100,000 years, the longest of any human civilization in the world. We have science. It's not just story. It's science, it's mapping, it's knowledge. All those things sit in that relationship. That's yours to inherit. That's yours to. That's a unique proposition for Australia, a unique proposition about how we think about that in the world. And as you work together today and talk with each other, our cultures were about collaboration. Our cultures were about connection and relationships. We knew that only things can be succeeded if we actually connect with each other. If you understand. So it's just where we are today, as you wander through the day, just to know how you're sitting today. This, as you know, is Sydney Harbour, is what it's called today. This is Gadigal land. That's Warrane down there. That's water. That waterway is Warrane. Over on that North Head, you'll see that big place over there. There's big North Head over there. That's Big Pelican, Camaragal country. There's Big Pelican story, Big Pelican sort of spirit story, as he went off up into the sky, up into the stars. This country behind you, and the beauty of this particular space, this room you're in, of course, is you get to see extraordinary country, because you not only get to see that eastward facing country, you get to see that westward facing country right through the Blue Mountains. As that fog and clouds lift, you may see them through the day. And those Blue Mountains that are sitting out there past Darug country is important, because there's a big story about an old lady who's laying down in those mountains over there, being responsible, caring for country, caring for this particular place, looking after all of you, making sure that you're all safe. But I also want to just emphasise, just for 1 second, is that when you look out there, you see a harbour, which we think is permanent. It's just, there's something about the human spirit thinks that's existed forever. That's very young, that harbour. In our culture, it's very young. It's only about 11,000 years old, that harbour. The people of the Gadigal were living 10 kilometres further out on the coast. That's what this country was in their time, as part of their story. It's important to understand that sort of sense of time, because for us, everything changes. The world changes. Our planetary relationships change. So it's important to understand that when we think about time, it's not next Tuesday. It could be the next 10,000 years as we see those sorts of changes. But I want to acknowledge that country. So in my language, it's Nadiginya and Gadigal Badagaba. This is Gadigal country. I want to acknowledge that country. It has cared for this space, looked after this space, and will look after you in the right sorts of ways. You know, when you want to again, you want to acknowledge the elders of this country. The elders have cared for this country. They still are there in the mountains. The ancestors are still here. They're still part of this story. You can feel it. It's extraordinary that 45 floors above the ground, you can feel country when it's actually very difficult. As you walk through those streets today, probably a bit of rain, probably a bit of trains, it's actually hard to feel country. But you should. I want you to, through the day, to feel country, because that's real country, that's sky country. They are in permanent relationship. As when you look out the window now, it looks like they're actually connected. They're joined through that fog line. They're joined through that cloud line. They're joined literally between sky and country. When you went to Ganyilla, it always was Aboriginal land, this country. When you went to Ganyilla, but it always will be Aboriginal land, which is not a title claim. It's a relationship claim. It's an invitation for you to come into this particular space, to be part of that space, to feel that responsibility that I want to encourage all of you to have. I want to acknowledge the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us on these conversations, Indigenous people around the world, wherever you are, because we are all connected. We are all in relationship. You all have knowledge and story and wisdom to share. That's what this event's about. So Naramanambu, thank you for spending some time with me on that. I hope you have a fantastic event. And I'm going to pass to Jason to introduce our space and our particular role in this particular ecosystem. Manambu, kapo.
All right, thanks, Dean, and good morning and welcome to the Deloitte offices for the New Horizons Summit. My name is Jason Bender and it's my privilege to lead our Asia Pacific space practice. I'm really looking forward today to hearing from the unique mix of speakers, from international companies and diplomatic representatives to experts in mining, energy, robotics and space. We hope to connect, to develop strategic relationships and explore how we can work together to accelerate global space missions. So to begin, I'd like to share a little bit about Deloitte and also why we believe Australia should participate in the off-world economy. Now, one of the things when I tell people I'm from Deloitte, they always say, don't you do tax? And yes, we do more tax for the largest aerospace companies in the world than any other organisation. But Deloitte Space is the world's first professional services practice dedicated to the entire space value chain. We serve government agencies, aerospace leaders, ASX and Fortune 500 companies, emerging space enterprises and startups. We're more than just advisors, we're operators. In March this year, we became a space company when we launched Deloitte One, the first in a series of satellites focused on advancing cyber resilience and space situational awareness. This hands-on experience gives us practical insights to make our strategic and technical advice grounded in reality. And our team brings a wide diversity, deep expertise in economics and policy, strategy and growth, geospatial intelligence, mission assurance, operational risk, cybersecurity, digital twins and simulation, finance and public-private partnerships, matched with a clear view of the evolving tech and economic landscape. And we operate as a truly global practice with over 500 professionals active in more than 20 countries and a track record of over 200 successful projects. This means we can approach challenges through both an Australian lens and in the context of international best practice, drawing on lessons from our allies and global partners. And we serve essentially three types of clients: those whose mission is space, civil and defence agencies, national science and weather; those whose business is space, companies developing rockets, spacecraft, satellite, rovers and launch facilities; and those that use space as an enabler, organisations across every sector seeking new capabilities or new revenue streams through space. Now, for many of you here, the opportunity isn't just technology, it's in finding the right partners to go further, faster. Our global network lets us help organisations identify and connect with the right international partners, whether that's a robotics innovator in Japan, a comms provider in Europe, or a launch service provider in the US. For traditional organisations in mining, energy and manufacturing, we help uncover adjacencies that open the doors to space. That could mean applying autonomous mining expertise to lunar surface operations, or adapting precision manufacturing for satellite components, or using environmental monitoring systems for planetary science. And we don't just make introductions, we can stand along you in the mission planning, systems integration and operational delivery, working shoulder to shoulder alongside you and other stakeholders to achieve your shared objectives. Global collaboration isn't just a strategic advantage, It's the multiplier that turns national capabilities into mission-critical roles on the world stage. And so every space mission has one purpose, and that's to deliver its mission objective. And that might be deploying a satellite, collecting scientific data, enabling communications, or supporting human exploration. Resilient and fault-tolerant systems are critical to achieving that objective. Without them, even the most innovative mission concepts are vulnerable to cyber threats, system failures, or environmental hazards. Deloitte 1 carries Silent Shield, our defensive cyber operations payload, to safeguard missions in real time. Designed to provide near real-time predictive cyber analytics and anomaly detection, alerting mission operators on the ground to anomalous activity or issues, and this can be related to sensors, data, or signal trust. Mission resilience means anticipating threats and preventing disruption, and ensuring that even if something goes wrong, the mission can hopefully continue to operate and achieve its goal. Now, when we talk about mission planning, one of our most powerful tools is Deloitte's Optimal Reality platform. And this is based on simulation techniques that we pioneered in Formula One racing and is in production today, helping maritime, transportation and aviation sectors optimize performance, cost and safety. If you flew in here today, your flights and travel time were optimized by our system. And it creates high fidelity digital twin of a mission or a purpose, a system of system, if you like, whether that's a lunar rover deployment, a satellite constellation, or a ground station network. And we run millions of permutations every second to consider possible futures and then allow the system to make decisions that move us towards that best future. We like to think of it as trial and error without the error. And this means we can predict outcomes, identify risks in dark spots where data is limited, and optimize mission design before the first piece of hardware leaves Earth. By combining AI, physics-based simulation, and real-time data, we can create a mission situational awareness platform where teams can collaborate, adapt, and make faster, better decisions. And this capability helps ensure that every resource, every payload, and every partner is positioned for success, reducing risk, increasing resilience, and accelerating timelines from concept to operation. So enough about us. Why is this important? Like from in-orbit data centers, manufacturing and science stations in Earth orbit, to transportation and logistics, to the moon and beyond, to the development of the infrastructure required to learn from and sustain human presence. This zone of activity is going to contribute to the overall $1.8 trillion space market by 2040. In fact, it's been sized that just the lunar segment alone is projected to be a $170 billion market in the same period. Now that's the size of the whole wine industry here on Earth. And why does this matter for Australia? It's a high growth market where we have the opportunity to lead in specific high value niches. It's a platform for regional and diplomatic influence. And it's a driver of innovation with benefits across every sector of our economy. The question isn't, whether the lunar economy will emerge, it's how will Australia choose to participate. And here are just a few ways where we believe Australia can lead. Launch and ground infrastructure. Our geography offers ideal tracking and mission control locations. Communications and navigation. Our deep space network already supports Artemis today. Future lunar operations will need resilient comms and PNT, and we can help deliver those systems. Robotics and transport. Our mining sector's expertise in autonomous systems translates directly to lunar rover operations and surface logistics. And in situ resource utilisation. Our resource sector's expertise positions us to lead in regolith processing and water ice harvesting if we take those choices today. By focusing on where we're world-class and integrating into allied supply chains, we can be an indispensable partner, not just an end customer. And why? The lunar economy is not just about activity on the moon, it's about delivering benefits here at home. It means high value, future-proof jobs across engineering, robotics, cyber and mission operations. It fuels economic growth by opening new industries, expanding export markets, and strengthening our sovereign supply chains. And it brings investment into regional Australia through spaceports, ground stations and testing facilities. The innovations we develop for the moon will advance industries here on Earth, from mining and energy to healthcare, environmental monitoring, building and construction. It strengthens our strategic influence by making us a valued partner in allied space programs, and it inspires national pride, giving the next generation a reason to choose STEM careers. But success on the moon will also depend on stability, environmental, political, and commercial. As we heard from Dean, embedding custodianship principles, intergenerational responsibility, reciprocity, and inclusive decision-making ensures not just the protection of the environment, but for long-term market viability. The Yengo protocols offer a practical framework for evaluating missions for their contribution to system health, respect for diverse knowledge systems, and adaptability. Championing responsible growth is a competitive advantage. Nations and companies want partners they can trust to keep the market open, collaborative, and sustainable. So Australia has a choice to be a participant in the lunar economy or to be a steward of it. By combining our terrestrial strengths, regional relationships, and a values-led approach, we can shape a lunar economy that is prosperous, resilient, and open for decades to come. And this isn't just about the moon. It's about delivering this value and growth for Australia, high-value jobs, and strengthening our sovereign capabilities, inspiring the next generation. So over the course of today, I invite you all to collaborate, to build capability, to co-deliver missions, and bring and secure both Australia's place in this future and the benefit to bring back home. Thank you. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce someone who's helping lead humanity's next great leap, Dr. Joel Kearns, Deputy Associate Administrator for Exploration at NASA.
Hey, good day, everyone. Can you hear me?
And hear you well. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Joel Kearns from NASA's Science Mission Directorate in Washington, D.C., and I'm joining you virtually from Washington, D.C. It's a real pleasure to be here at the summit. First, I want to thank your local host, the Australian chapter of the National Space Society, and I also want to thank the City of Sydney for stepping up to be host of this year's later International Astronautical Congress, which will be an outstanding gathering of people around the world to discuss space later this year. I'm going to talk about the Artemis effort, which is part of our Moon to Mars roadmap to expand human presence in the future out into the solar system, talk a little bit about progress, science, which is my area in lunar activities, and opportunities coming up. So although some think of Artemis as being a modern version of the Apollo program, which first landed humans on the moon in the 1960s, it is quite different. Artemis is a series of not only programs, but agreements, the Artemis Accords between the nations of the world, which we expect document the behaviors and the shared goals between different participants moving further outwards into space. Unlike the Apollo program, which was mostly done in the United States alone, the United States is embracing our allies and friends around the world to be part of this Artemis effort, and is also embracing the idea of using industrial partners or using commercial services instead of traditional contracting. So in those ways, Artemis is quite different from Apollo and does not have the limited goals of Apollo. It is really a blueprint to move further and further out into the solar system. I want to say a few words about progress of Artemis 2. Just one second. There we go. The Artemis 2 has made substantial progress preparing for its launch, which should occur no later than April 2026, or perhaps as early as February 2026, although there's much work yet to do to prepare. You can see here shown coming together the large Space Launch System rocket, the upper stage for the rocket, and also the joint US and European Space Agency Orion spacecraft as they're being assembled. Just yesterday, the Orion spacecraft finished fueling of the European service module and the US propulsion system and the crew module, and is transferred over to the site at Kennedy Space Center, where the spacecraft will be made into its emergency launch escape adapter that would be used during ascent if there were any issues with the launch of the SLS. For Artemis 2, there will be 4 Star Voyagers, astronauts, flying to the vicinity of the moon for the first time since the Apollo 17 mission at the end of 1972. 3 American astronauts and 1 Canadian astronaut. They will be the ones checking out the Orion and the SLS systems in a test flight before we go to the first lunar landing mission plan, which will be Artemis 3. You can see in addition to the spacecraft being put together, there's quite a bit of crew training, how to maneuver the spacecraft, how to live within the spacecraft, how to fly it. Everything from training in mock-ups to doing simulations of recovery out in the ocean, and also operating high-fidelity simulators of the spacecraft so that the crew is well prepared to operate it for its 10-day mission that will go out beyond the orbit of the moon from Earth and then come back to Earth. There is science, my area, planned on Artemis 2. You can see that there are science objectives for the mission, including how the deep space environment affects the human body, and also observations of the moon by humans for the first time in more than 50 years. In addition to the science that will be done in the crew area, the Space Launch System rocket will be used to deploy several internationally provided CubeSats, that is small satellites, from Artemis 2 to give an opportunity for countries to access the space environment and fly payloads deployed in the initial high Earth orbit as part of this Artemis activity. But as I said, Artemis 2, which will go next year, is just the next step. A larger step coming after that is the Artemis 3, which will be the first landing of human explorers at the South Pole region of the moon. The Apollo landings only went to the equatorial regions of the moon, but we expect the South Pole to be very different. We expect the South Pole may have sources of bulk water ice, which may be exploitable someday as a local resource from the moon, say to produce breathable air or drinking water or fuel or oxidizer for propellants, so that wouldn't all have to be taken from Earth to the moon for future activities. But as we get ready for that, again, we are building all the equipment that will be needed to launch a future crew of astronauts to the moon, notionally scheduled for June 2027. You can see here the rocket coming together, and it's a much earlier state, as you can see, than the Artemis 2 rocket, although it's very much the same rocket design. You can see in the middle astronauts training on mock-ups of the lunar lander. In this case, the lunar lander is a partnership between NASA and the SpaceX company, and SpaceX right now is conducting test flights of the launch vehicle and the activities needed for the lunar lander. And you can see also that the Artemis 3 crew spacecraft, that Orion, is already being put together and tested to get ready for the Artemis 3 mission. Now, science overall for Artemis for many missions is more than simply the science going on in Artemis 2. And in the United States, we are preparing to have science operations direct the astronauts on the surface and conducting field geology to answer scientific questions, to deploy scientific instruments and technology demonstrations on the lunar surface, to deploy and work with robotic rover systems such as our volatiles investigating Polar Exploration Rover, or VIPER, which has been completed but is awaiting a future decision on when it will go to the moon, and also lunar orbit operations as exemplified from our Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which has been taking high-quality images of the surface of the moon since its launch in 2009. When I think about the contributions of Australia and Australian industry, I think about something that is that we are working on in the United States with Australia almost every day, which is the Australian rover robotic small rover that would be taken to the moon by NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services, or CLPS, delivery system of U.S. industry, who NASA partners with to bring NASA cargo, whether it's science or it's technology or engineering or operations tests, to the surface of the moon. The Australian Space Agency is partnering with NASA to advance this lunar surface foundational service, as exemplified by rover. And we expect that this will leverage Australian strengths in remote operations, logistics, autonomous systems, and other aspects to deliver very fundamental and foundational services for lunar missions with minimal human oversight on the surface. In addition, the Australian rover will carry a scientific instrument from NASA's Space Technology Mission Directorate to help make measurements of the site that the rovers visit, which we think will contribute to future science and technology on the moon. Rover is currently in an early phase with the Australian Space Agency and NASA collaborating to de-risk the technologies that will be needed for the future mission and others, and establish Australia with the credentials of a core enabler of mission-critical lunar systems. And we're extremely happy and excited to partner with the Australian Space Agency on this lunar surface technology demonstration. And we look forward to working together in the future in many different facets of science and exploration on the moon. Now, Rover will be taken to the moon by an American company, a commercial lunar payload services provider. And I'm showing you a map of all the different missions that either have taken place, which are shaded in green, or the ones that we have selected, which are or planned, which are shaded in light blue if they've been selected, the companies have been selected, and the mission equipment identified, or just the ones where the mission equipment has been identified, but we have not yet selected an American company to bring it to the moon. But for example, the rover is tentatively manifest to a mission for the South Pole on a mission called CLIPS Technology 4 that will take place sometime between 2029 and 2030. And you can see it focused in the middle of this chart, but you can see a line that says it will actually land all the way at the South Pole of the moon. As I said, we've had 4 CLIPS missions attempt to deliver cargo from NASA. One was not able to attempt to land on the moon. 2 were partially successful, landed on their side, additional forays to the moon. 1 was completely successful, the one that was provided that took cargo to an area called the Sea of Crises, or Mare Crisium, on the moon. But to think a little bit more broadly about how to participate in this overall lunar and Mars adventure, I would recommend that you visit at the NASA website several of the NASA strategy documents, which are outlined for the public. You can see them listed at the bottom of the next few charts. We have a set of objectives and strategies that refer to our Moon to Mars blueprint to establish human presence throughout the solar system. And some of our key reasons for why in NASA we explore, of course, are to do science, which is my area, to inspire people in the United States and around the world, and to improve our national posture, which is not only our standing and our ability in the world, but our ability to partner with people, our friends and allies around the world. We go to a deeper level than simply these 3 topics where we establish what are called our Moon to Mars objectives in the areas of science, infrastructure, habitation, transportation, and space operations. And I encourage you to go visit that website and look at those documents. We codify what systems we think we will need to go out to the moon and further to Mars in a product called the Architecture Definition Document, or ADD, which outlines what we think we will be doing and what we think our partners will be doing as we move into the future. We update this document once a year, usually at the very beginning of the year, and we review how we will update it at the end of the previous year. If you go to NASA's website, you can see that document and you can see what elements we think we will provide, like the SLS rocket and the Orion spacecraft, and what elements we don't know who will provide them yet, but we think they will be needed by our cadre of explorers in the future. As part of that, we identified the gaps that we think we see, and these are places identified to our international partner governments, such as Australia, so they can consider what they might propose in the future to provide as part of this architecture by working with the United States, or perhaps some other partner who's also working with us on this architecture. Again, I've provided the links for all these areas so you can look them up and see what NASA is thinking. This will be updated again the end of this year, made public the beginning of next year, and we will follow and have one of our annual government-to-government international workshops to discuss Moon to Mars very early next year. So there are opportunities here for government-to-government activity. I can tell you that I do not expect NASA to directly purchase services from Australian firms, But certainly there are business-to-business relationships that can be developed, or an Australian firm could decide to offer a valuable activity at the surface of the moon as a service that could be purchased by other governments or other industry around the world as needed. And you can get some ideas for what those activities might be by reading this architecture definition. And that completes my overview for today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joel. It's pitch myself every morning thinking this is the field we work in. It's not some movie that, popping up next on Netflix. This is a real thing that we get to be part of it. Actually be a big part of it as well. Up next, we have Arvind Ramana from the Australian Space Agency, Acting General Manager for the Space Capability Branch. If everyone can give him a warm welcome.
Good morning, everybody. It's always a pleasure to be here in the summit. And I always end up talking after NASA presenters, and it's a tough act to follow. But this time around, it's easy because Joel touched upon a lot of things that I was going to touch upon in my speech as well, which talks about how we collaborate internationally, which is great. And if you've seen the agenda, it would have been MMX mission, but I decided to go off script and going to be focusing on the Moon to Mars and beyond, and how we have been doing our Moon to Mars initiative and what we plan to do next, hopefully. Our journey in the Moon to Mars sphere started off in 2019, 2020, where we had the concept of developing roadmaps for a lot of our technology priority areas. And we quickly identified that this particular segment, which is about off-Earth exploration and opportunities for Australia in off-Earth exploration, leveraging our expertise in mining sector, resources sector, and the METS technologies, was a key area of interest to us and to international partners such as NASA as well. And we had a concept of focus segments, and we identified 6 areas of focus that are still relevant, considering that this was released 3 years ago. So those areas of expertise and opportunities for Australia, as per our work, with very close consultation with our international partners and with the industry and the community here in Australia, including research universities, etc., was remote operations, which is obvious. Australia has a great experience in operating remote assets, large and small, in our mines and various other fields such as agriculture. So was an obvious area of strength. Interoperability, we were amazed by Australia's ability to kind of put together multi-vendor solutions together and build system of systems and large exploration systems using various vendors, right? So that interoperability, or the glue layer, which is of interest for space exploration, was a key area of interest. And our wide variety of strengths in analog facilities and services, which you'll probably hear about later. Obviously, robotic platforms, and I see a great one here as well. And ISRU, which was already touched upon. We kind of bundle this all together in what we called as foundational services, which is enduring services to support large exploration missions and humanity's return to Moon, Mars, and beyond. So these focus areas or focus segments have been what the Australian Space Agency in its investments have been focusing in our Moon to Mars initiative. And this also ties in nicely with the Academy of Sciences and their future Australian science priorities, which talk about enabling human exploration at ISRU, origin of life, and solar systems formation. Obviously, all of this tie nicely with robotics exploration and our expertise in mining sector. And then last year, the Department of Industry, under which the Australian Space Agency sits under, released the robotics priority roadmap. This was not specifically to space, but then it talked about the whole of government's priorities when it comes to robotics. This is all online, so you should be able to check it out. But this put a nice cover around it, where the technology of robotics was talked in terms of as an enabler for other areas like quantum, AI, advanced manufacturing, etc., including PNT and timing. So This ties nicely with how we are looking at space as an enabler for government priorities, including other critical technology priority areas. And that ties in nicely with what space can bring back to Earth in terms of benefits to humanity. So we have been kicking a lot of nice goals through a Moon to Mars initiative. And I wanted to highlight just a few projects in this session. If you're not already aware, Moon to Mars initiative was a $150 million program. It had 3 subprograms. All of the funding has been committed currently to industry projects. There are over 70 projects that are currently being supported, 30 of which are already complete. 40 plus projects are currently active. And what we have been doing is ensuring that the delivery of these projects supports the business cases for future programs and future missions, which would be amazing. And we have been collecting metrics, we have been collecting data on how these projects have been performing. Several independent analysis have been done. And you've probably heard this already, but an average return on investment of approximately 1:7, which is $7 to every dollar we put in under this program. And obviously, we'll be collecting more data because these projects are still ongoing. So once we run through the longitudinal data of how these missions have been performing, how the sector has been faring, we would be able to provide a lot more metrics, which will be beneficial for us in our policy development. I'm just going to talk about a few projects which would be of interest. I think you'll hear from a lot of these companies in the future sessions today, but advanced navigation, probably very well known here, and their expertise in inertial navigation systems and how it ties nicely with underground and GPS-denied robotics. And it'll be interesting to note that they're also working with Intuitive Machines on a lunar landing technology, which we will be closely following up and hopefully provide a lot more reliability for future lunar landings. There'll be a great contribution to the Moon to Mars initiative in a global sense. Of course, fleet space, you would have seen a lot about fleets. I think Fleet presented last year here. So they are satellite enabled minerals and critical mineral mapping technology, which is great relevance to all sectors are here on Earth. And Ray Tracer is an example of how some of the digital systems that we have been funding and developing are faring. So they're developing digital twins and models for various applications, including agriculture, robotics, mining, and also remote operations and services when it comes to docking. We have other interesting projects as well, which are currently under development. A lot of these will see launch opportunities in the coming years. I will show a slide later, which puts everything in perspective. So quantum clocks, photonics, and laser technologies for gravity measurements, and Lunaria One, which is a company along with RMIT developing technologies for observing and fostering growth of plants in rugged conditions. You can start to see the benefits that it will bring back to Earth, and also kind of tie in nicely to various international priorities for off-Earth human exploration in a long-term basis. So these were our latest projects announced a couple of months ago, March, I think. So again, tying nicely with some of the global priorities that Joel talked about in his speech. What you see here on the screen, NTEX, it's a technology for, it's a radioisotope heater unit, which is basically a tiny little heater that helps survival of electronics in extremely cold conditions, and Element Robotics for building their lunar simulator or lunar digital twin for helping robotics systems and system of systems to kind of be simulated here on Earth before they actually get to the conditions of the moon. And these kind of projects are, while we don't have the massive launch projects under the Moon to Mars, there's a lot of good things that Gilmore is doing, for example. But again, these are specific areas that we are focusing under in the robotics and automation focus areas. Of course, Trailblazer, Lunar Rover. It was already talked about from how we are working very closely with NASA. So it's been a great learning experience. As Joel said, we have been engaged in meetings every single day with NASA for almost the last 3-4 years. It has been a great journey. It has been an experience where we learn and kind of communicate and share a lot of lessons learned together, which has been great in terms of our industry capability development, which was the whole point of the Moon to Mars initiative. Here you see the industry partners who are delivering the lunar rover for us. What you see here is still not the final rover. It doesn't look like this anymore because there has been some of the mission changes that has resulted in a slightly different design, which is still great. And we are working very closely again with our industry partners within the department and with NASA to ensure that this rover is going to be a good success. Again, it's a journey. We will learn along the way. We will develop technologies. We'll create a lot of jobs, and these are going on really well. All right. Putting things in perspective, this is how we see it. So I talked about several individual projects, but then in the next 2 years, hopefully 2 to 3 years, we will see a lot of these go on to the low Earth orbit, and we'll also see a lot of these going to the moon surface. From an off-Earth exploration perspective, we will have 3 to 4 payloads going to the moon in the within this decade. And there will be a lot of technology in the low Earth orbit that has a very clear pathway to supporting off-Earth exploration. There's also a lot of ground-based technologies, like, for example, the optical ground stations that we are supporting at University of Australia, Western Australia and ANU, which have very close links to deep space missions. So this is our vision. Currently, what the agency is up to is supporting all of these industry players in terms of obviously funding, but also working through with them in our capacity as reviewers, creating the concept of standing review boards, and trying to develop mission assurance practices so that while not all of these are going to be successful because space is hard and we are learning, but in this journey, we will develop technologies that will help us sustain our space industry in the future. Joel already talked about the work that we are doing with NASA on the Moon to Mars architecture, and I try to focus on just one slide here, which talks about NASA's technology gaps or priorities. Again, these are all available online, so don't worry about because it's too small. But there is some nice little things in here that are obviously visible. Something doesn't work, but anyway, as you can see, 0201 extreme environment avionics, 0805, which is autonomous surface mobility and navigation, 1103 entry, descent, and landing. There is also fluid transfer technologies that are of key priority, analogs, twins for digital docking and berthing, radiation monitoring and modeling, low temperature, and there's a lot of things that we already do now in the mining sector. For example, waste management and dust management, dust mitigation. So again, available online, and I can send you the slide deck if anyone's interested to have a deeper look at it. So having said all this, I talked about the projects that are in progress, and we need to continuously look for opportunities that go beyond. So this is something that we have been working on in the last few years. Just to give you some of the examples of what we're trying to do. There was a leader statement in 2022 around Australia's support to the MMX mission. And most recently, there was an MOU with ISRO, the Indian government, to talk about Australia's participation in the Gaganyaan missions. And obviously, the image that you see there is pretty famous, the return of the Vada capsule, which was the first commercial return of any space capsule in a commercial facility. And this was licensed by the Australian Space Agency, and it's been a great pride and pleasure to work with international partners such as these. So this gives like a clear picture. Jason talked about already the Australia's return and launch strengths. So we are starting to frame this picture around how our expertise in robotics, microgravity, launch and returns, abilities, ground stations, etc., can kind of put together a nice little capability support for humanity's return to Moon, Mars, and beyond. And this is my last slide. This will finish. So we do have two requests for information that are currently online, and we would highly recommend all of you here with your capabilities and technologies to get in touch with us. Because as I mentioned, This journey started off in 2020, 2019 with the creation of the roadmaps, where we had a very strong overview of what the industry capability is at that time. But industry has evolved hugely. Our technologies and our research capabilities have also been evolving hugely. There's a lot of international collaborations that are currently ongoing that while we are broadly aware, there's also a need for us to make sure that we are on top of what's happening in Australia, because that helps us create good policy work in the future. So we have two RFIs. The first one that's going to close is the RFI with JAXA. So we have an RFI on what we could, as Australia, support the MMX missions with. This can broadly be science capabilities, tracking capabilities, sample analysis capabilities, etc. So if you have any of those capabilities that your organization can provide or support with, please do reach out through that. And this started off the other RFI, which is about our international collaborations. Originally, it started off as a joint project with India, because there's a lot of collaboration that's happening between India and Australia that we thought we needed to take a good stock takeoff. India has an equivalent that has been published on their side recently as well, but then it has kind of broadened into other international partners as well. So these RFIs will help us do a reset, do a stock take, and get a better understanding what's happening in the industry. And that information helps us create better policies in the future. So that's it from me today. Thank you.
Just before we get started with session one, we've ended up in a very lucky position here to be offered some Q&A from Dr. Joel. So, and I've just pressured Arvind into joining that as well. So appreciate it a lot. We've got a couple of volunteers. They've got some microphones in the crowd. So this is a very unique opportunity. If you've got any questions for Dr. Joel or for Arvind here, go for it. Put your hand up and we'll come around.
G'day, Dr. Joel. This is Dr. Clyde. I own a small Australian company called Crest Robotics, and I'm just always looking for pathways to sort of work more with NASA and work with the International Space Agency. And I just wondered if you had any comments for small Australian startups and SMEs that are looking to engage internationally.
Well, as I said at the end of my talk, I think that there are several avenues. One is, of course, to participate as a supplier to the Australian government in some type of joint activity between NASA and the Australian Space Agency. That's probably the most traditional way. However, if you look at the list in the big architecture document of where we see technical or other types of gaps, you might be able to propose to American industry how you could cooperate with them as they either propose commercial ways to close those gaps, or they respond to some NASA request for services from US industry. And I will also say it might be possible, as I mentioned at the end, to develop a capability which could be, say, deployed on the moon and gain other corporations around the world some type of joint venture or partnership using some of these new commercial ways to get your equipment to the moon, to actually get it to the moon and demonstrate to everybody that it provides the benefit that you think it will. So I think there are a number of different avenues to try to do this. And I will tell you, as we have sponsored more and more commercial lunar payload services missions in the United States, that is where NASA buys as a service landing our equipment on the moon, we see more and more of those companies selling passage to the moon for other people than NASA. They sell it to other corporations, they sell it to other governments around the world. These are things that we in NASA are not paying for, but we definitely are paying to take our cargo to the moon on that mission. And there are more opportunities like that we notice pretty well every year as there are more and more attempts at the commercial companies landing on the surface of the moon.
And Clyde, if you can follow up with that, we've had a good number of success stories where Australian companies have managed to become suppliers to international lunar landing providers in this case, for example. Sometimes the government needs to be involved, sometimes we don't have to. Maybe that's faster. But yeah, we can take it offline, and there are mechanisms by which the agency can support this collaboration with international suppliers if required. Various MOUs and things like that that we can work on. But Moon to Mars, the CLIPS landers, a few of them have Australian suppliers working through with them in the future missions, which is great. So.
Thank you.
Hi, Bill Barrett, Asia Pacific Aerospace Consultants. Dr. Kearns and Arvind, the Artemis mission is such a large program. Obviously, there's a lot of, with large programs like that, there's a lot of pressure points that emerge. What are the key critical pressure points that you see emerging now? And are there ways that Australia and the US can cooperate better to address those as they come up?
Well, I would say first, I'm a scientist and I work on the science of the moon, so I'm really not qualified to talk about what those real key pressure points are.
Of course, there's no
for the
pressure
people
points
developing the vehicles.
We know that.
But as you can imagine, again, we're comparing what the United States is doing today to Apollo in the 1960s and 70s, which was a great success. Apollo was extremely well focused on a limited series of missions to demonstrate going to the moon, returning safely, and doing certain scientific studies for the few years that Apollo was operational. Artemis is set up to trying to be sustainable so that as we progress from the Earth to the moon and then from the moon to Mars and other destinations, that naturally in industry and other non-governmental organizations will be firmly rooted in the places that we pioneered as the governments try to facilitate moving further and further out into the solar system. So I personally think as a scientist that one of the big challenges, besides ones you might envision, for example, incorporating the latest technology in these missions, is that we need to truly pioneer these areas and learn to live there and operate there as we get ready to jump off to the next place further away. And that is a real challenge to do that sustainably and affordably.
Yep. You could say I'm a public servant and I cannot talk about pressure points, but I'm not going to do that. So we have learned along the way in the last few years around how some of the emerging topics and regulations are going to be pressure points for us in the future. Like, for example, spectrum management on the moon, the concept of interoperability, which gets discussed a lot, but how are we going to do it? Regulations of how the rovers will operate, take the right turn or the left turn, for example. What do we do after we operate the rover, and how do we dispose it off safely? So all of these topics are becoming more and more relevant as moon gets crowded, and that's something that the international community is working very closely on. Like, for example, I think Professor Stephen Freeland will talk about what UN's doing, but that will cover it broadly, so I'm not going to go there. There's also the concept of having a long-term vision. That's from an Australian perspective. We need to identify ways by which we can define these long-term visions for lunar exploration and off-Earth exploration ambitions, because the moon missions, Mars missions, and off-Earth exploration, they're not 3 to 4 year projects. They have to be decadal long projects, and we have to find a better way of defining those decadal priorities. That, I think, is a pressure point from my perspective, at least.
Good morning, Sam James. I'm with the Australian Defence Force, and Dr. Joel, I see in that map you put up of the lunar South Pole, it's going to get very busy in there, and perhaps even contested. And I'm wondering, for both of you, what are some of the research and scientific opportunities and challenges that may come from that, and some of the practical challenges and opportunities too?
Well, I would say that there's a great interest in scientific and technical studies at the South Pole of the moon, but the moon is a pretty large place. There's a lot of area there. So when we say the South Pole, we're talking about, looking at a globe, we're talking about, say, plus or minus, going from the equator to minus 84 degrees latitude. That, greater than 84 degrees latitude would what we would define as the South Pole region. From a scientific point of view, there's a desire to make studies of what may be frozen volatile gases that have existed there for many, many years, and which we can't get access to in other parts of the solar system. These not only could be water vapor that condensed into bulk water at very low temperatures inside these craters that have never gotten sunlight in many, many years. So they're extremely cold, some of the coldest places in the solar system. And that ice, as I said, could be of great interest as resources to use in the future. But it could also include volatiles such as the very primordial atmosphere, a record of that, the early atmosphere of the Earth, which we have no access to on Earth because Earth is aged and due to weather, we don't have that anymore. But it might be there from the moon. So there are going to be challenges for how do you balance scientific inquiry with potential industrial use. And there are going to be challenges of how to identify areas that robots and humans can go into and probably alter versus areas that you wish to preserve for some period of time because you're waiting on future technology to be able to go into them but not disturb them as much as we would today. And then even for the things, again, for that one example, if you want to go into the South Pole, into a permanently shuttled region to get access to a frozen volatile, the question is how technically, what do you need to do to access it and remove it without changing it to make it so that to avoid the idea that you go in and you take a sample and by the time you can look at the sample, you've so changed the temperature that it's really not the same thing, the same elements, the same structure as what was really in the South Pole of the moon. So just for that one example, those are some of the different questions that many around the world are debating and thinking about and developing technologies for.
Yeah, so Joel covered it from a science perspective, and I would have nothing more to add on this. But from an engineering program management perspective, that overlaps with the science objectives. Some of the simple issues that we're trying to solve, for example, is the lander itself, right? When it's going to land, is going to traverse on a path to approach that's closer to the moon surface. So when our sensors pick up the volatiles, are they contaminated already because the landers would have already contaminated the surface there? That's an issue that we're trying to solve. The sensor would pick up emissions from the lander itself. The lander will outgas. So there is a lot of data that the sensor is going to pick up, which could be from the moon or could be from the lander. We need to find a way to distinguish that. So those are the kind of practical issues that we're trying to identify. And from your defense background, it's always easy to work with cooperating nations to identify overlaps and interests and, for example, choosing of landing sites. But there's also a lot of nations that are not in the cooperative list, which do have lunar ambitions with a proven track record, and they're going to be wanting to land on the moon on similar sites as well. So I think later today, Professor Stephen Freeland's talk is going to probably cover what's happening at the global stage on top of United Nations, for example. So. Yeah.
I would add to that most nations in the world are signatories to the Outer Space Treaty, and we all have obligations under that treaty, even when we're sponsoring industry to do its own missions out into space. In addition to what you brought up about, again, for example, wanting to make sure that the rocket propellant that you use to land on the moon doesn't change the nature of the place, by say introducing chemicals that you don't want at that location. We know that it is important to put infrastructure in place to make it more reliable and easier to land on the surface of the moon. Landing on the moon is a very difficult thing to do. The United States knew that from Surveyor and Apollo. Very few nations up to 10 years ago even attempted it. And it's all in our best interest to have more reliable, successful landings on the moon. As part of that, I would also say that the United States wants to make sure that we and our friends and allies are never denied access to a location on a planetary body. We won't claim, I don't think, we will not claim a part of a planetary body, but we will not be denied access to it.
Always hate to be the one to have to cut off great conversations like this. But thank you so much, Dr. Joel, for the extra time. And thank you so much, Arvind. Another round of applause for both of these guys. Now, just before we get started with session one, just got a couple more things to note. I've had a few people ask about places to take calls or quick bits of work if you need to. We've got this whole area out here to use. Use it as you need. I'd only ask that you start further away if possible, so we just don't hear talking through the walls. But we'll go out there for morning tea in a second. You'll see the space. You'll be able to work out where you want to go. I'd also like to get our team who's been working on this for the last nearly a year to stand up very quickly, just so you know their faces and you can see who's been putting this together. Like everyone give a hand. You got Jake. Jake, Audrey, Colin, Greg, Paul and IT, Kira, got other volunteers around the room. Just make sure you say thank you to them throughout the day. Now, as we get moving, we've got session one coming up. I'm going to call the speakers from session one to choose some spots down the seat that are reserved for you as we come up. And I'd like to introduce Sam Fagan from HDR, also one of our very generous sponsors. Thank you, Sam. Sam is the sector lead for aerospace, data centers, and telecoms at HDR, and he'll be our moderator for session one today. Come on up, Sam.
So yeah, please come up the front. Yeah, just take a seat. Yeah. Okay, welcome everybody. So we're about to start session one, access and communications. And I would like to invite David Jervis, head of sales for Gilmore Space Technology, to the stage. Gilmore needs no further introduction, so please welcome David.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right? I don't think this mic has an extender. I'll just put it up a bit. All right, so I've got some slides I can share. I can speak loud. I've got 3 kids and a rambunctious dog, so I've got a good voice. Oh yeah, that'll work. All right, so I've got some slides. We'll just wait for them to come up. But I can talk about Gilmore Space. As you know, we launched a couple of weeks ago, ARIS Test Flight 1. A really good starting point for us, we think, to give us a good basis to platform from here. So 14 seconds of flight, learned a lot. Yeah, I've got some cool photos and some videos that I can accompany with that once they get rock and rolling. Okay, perfect. Thanks, guys. All right, so our vision is all orbits, all planets. It always has been, ever since Adam and James Gilmore created the company a long time ago in a strawberry field, up to where we are now. So I've got a clicker here. All right. Fantastic shot of ARIS at takeoff on July 30th, 8:35 a.m. We basically changed the trajectory of the company. And did I do that? Yeah, we changed the trajectory of the company and became a launching company rather than a launch development company. Really, really fantastic turning point for the company. I'm going to share a couple of videos here as well. I'll let the first one play, and then I'll talk before I play the next one. It's just going to start. Here we go. It's got some cool sound too, so I won't talk. should have sound. You can see we've got some great thrust there at takeoff, bar one engine, and then we do lose the second engine there. So ARIS in its mission life has 47 subsystems that take it through its whole mission profile. How many subsystems do you think failed on this first flight? Exactly. We're pretty sure we know what that is. We need to go through all the proper investigations at the moment. The team is up there collecting that data as we speak now. There is another video that I'll share. It's unfortunate that this doesn't have sound because it does have the team basically going through some of the checks. We've got our mission management, launch director, range safety officer, chief engineer, all need to go through their checks before we go through our final launch process. This has been rehearsed a lot. We have a launch control center. We go through scenarios of different things. Put the mission basically through its paces on what may go wrong, or etc. You can see a lot of infrastructure here. This launch tower, the fluids tower, the umbilicals, the connectors, the propellant tanks, the water deluge system down the bottom, which you will see come on soon, all the ducts for the air conditioning. This is all part of our development and all things that we had to build ourselves. So it's not just a very cool rocket that you see at the pad. It's the whole infrastructure and getting to the pad. That's an important key for launch. So this is up at Bowen. Bowen is in North Queensland, north of the Tropic of Capricorn at about 19 degrees. That's important for us when it comes to future missions, future capabilities, being at a relatively low launch site compared to a lot of other ones around the world. I think Florida is around about the 30-degree mark, and they do lunar missions from there. You really want to maximize the Coriolis effect of the globe and get that extra delta V on the rocket when you start going into higher missions. You can see here we're finally getting into our countdown now, and we've got the water deluge system testing out and going. So basically we just dampen everything down to get it prepped. And then when it comes down to the final 10 seconds, that water deluge system is running. There's also another one directly underneath the rocket as well. It's basically like a square that shoots it in. And most of what you're seeing is steam and smoke as well from the flame deflectors that come out, take it away from the propellant tanks, etc. And you'll see here clearly the verniers on the rocket working and pushing it away from the pad. That's called a PAM, a pad avoidance maneuver, a critical part of any GNC profile, and something we were able to test out successfully. So we've tested a lot of things that will really help us accelerate to where we need to go. Now, 14 seconds of flight doesn't sound like much, but the company that we're in regarding first flight times is there on the screen. And then the far right is the launch attempts that took those companies to actually get to space. So you see a lot of TBCs with us and ASA, ABL, etc. But then as far as first flights go, you see where Virgin Orbit, unfortunately, are no longer. Astra is still trying, Rocket 3, Rocket 4, etc. But SpaceX would have been a really good one to aim for. But we had 23 seconds of engine burn. We allowed ourselves 6 seconds to make sure that each engine, each 115 kilonewton hybrid engine, was able to reach its maximum thrust output before we actually release the rocket. And we achieved that in 1 second, which far exceeded expectations. So we're in pretty good company, I think. The next one, obviously, we want to send much, much further. Take Space One, for instance, the Japanese company. They had 4 seconds on their first flight. Unfortunately, it kind of tipped over, executed the onboard termination system. The next flight flew for 3 minutes. And that's the kind of step progress you want to see in an orbital launch company. Test, but test further and test more. So Bowen, I touched on it before, 19 degrees south of the equator. You can see the large area that we've got to launch a rocket into, drop stages in. It's a little bit, the reef and some of those atolls, etc., aren't quite as high as they show. But that huge area of dark there is called the Queensland Trough. That's 80,000 square kilometers of ocean. And with a pretty good GNC system, we're pretty sure we can hit something that's 80,000 square kilometers, or we'll give it a red hot go anyway. But yeah, future missions coming down straight across into that 20 degrees can really get us into much, much higher orbits. Just want to quickly touch on another capability we have, which is our satellite, our spacecraft launch on Transporter 14. It successfully launched. We detumbled its nadir pointing. We're in the process now of commissioning the payload, which is a hyperspectral imager for CSIRO, looking at the blue-green algae issue that's off the South Australia coast at the moment. Sorry. So very good basis for our team to leverage from here. I just want to touch quickly on the future. So where to from here? So we're going to do another launch later in the year, which is going to be a suborbital test. This is another capability we want to test out and really future-proof our company with multiple product lines, which will take it to the orbital rocket, the spacecraft, the suborbital vehicle, and also our spaceport is a key asset for us as well. We'll plan to do another orbital launch, maybe Q1 next year. Adam's come out in the media and said 6 to 8 months. So the team has got a rocket under them, literally. But we've also won a grant called the IGDP, and that's an industry growth development plan to create the Mugara engine. Now, the Mugara engine is a liquid rocket engine we really see as a key capability to take us to all orbits, all planets in the future. GTO, lunar missions are definitely on our radar 100%. So we're well and truly under that development at the moment, and parts are already being manufactured in our facility to do that. And we hope to accelerate, commercialize with our hybrids, really get us out there with that company that I showed you before, and then take that technology, scale it up, and become a true player when it comes to bidding for these missions that you saw with NASA, etc., Firefly, intuitive machines, etc. Thank you.
Yo. Okay, so I'd like to invite myself to the stage. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming here. And thank you for having us here. So my name is Sam Fagan. I'm one of the Aerospace and Technology Facility design leads for HDR in Australia. So today we're going to introduce you to HDR, share with you a vision for space infrastructure, some tools and techniques that we use, and some work in which we are currently engaged. So HDR is a global architecture, engineering, and planning consultancy. We're headquartered in the US in Omaha. We have over 14,000 staff spread across the world in over 200 offices, and our Australian offices are there, Brisbane, Sydney, Canberra, and Melbourne. We are entirely employee owned, so we're personally invested in all the work we do. and we get to choose who we work with and the projects that we work on. These are our core services: architectural and engineering design and commissioning. And we take projects all the way from due diligence, acquisition, feasibility assessment, and pre-planning stages, all the way through design, construction support services, and commissioning across a broad range of markets and typologies. So I'd like to switch now to a vision. Now this is creative, so don't look too closely at the details. It's there to, I guess, illustrate an idea. On one side we have kind of the scale of some of the things that we have down here in Australia. This was a little bit inspired by Southern Launch. Obviously Gilmore, as you've just seen, is a bit more advanced, as is Rocket Lab across the pond over there in North Island, New Zealand. But some of the work that HDR is engaged in over in the US, is of very significant scale. And I've just lost my place. And the best of that stuff I can't actually show because of confidentiality, of course. But I guess where I wanted to sort of show, where we could go, how big, how complex, things could be. And that it's valuable to have a master plan, even if high level, to guide efficient, cost-effective growth as you scale. And we're here to help leverage that experience that we have in the US back down here in Australia, to help Australian companies, grow their business capability and build a sustainable space industry. Because it takes a village to raise a rocket. Depending on where you're at, you need an array of services, spaces, facilities, functions, adjacencies, and interactions. And of course, it takes people to make all of this happen. So, side note, and politics aside, it's interesting to observe that the residents of a corner of Cameron County voted this year to incorporate the city of Starbase as a formal municipality with its own government and all its municipal services. So let's take a deeper look at some of these components. So these are all HDR projects, from taxis and runways, aprons, flight lines, and various types of hangars, to control centres like Headquarters Joint Operations Command for the Australian Defence Force. We're also responsible for US Stratcom, US Cyber Command, and a bunch of other cool secret squirrel stuff. Radar housings, physical security, of course. Through all the fundamental services, that you need to build and bring in, to a sustainable facility, from the power, energy, fuel and high hazard, hydraulics, data and communication. So this is one of my projects here. One of my specialties is large-scale data centers. And my colleague over here, Andrew White, is delivering another 100 megawatts of IT, on the back of this facility down in Melbourne. That's a nice little fire station over in Galveston in Texas. Of course, you need some fire and safety on a launch site. Through to advanced research, satellite manufacturing, and the kind of places where you might integrate delicate componentry into a launch vehicle, like a high bay clean room. Maintenance, of course. This project here is Kate McDonald, another one of my colleagues who is here today, was responsible for this facility. Another Australian project for helicopter training, and one of my favourites over there, NASA's Human Health and Performance Lab at Johnson Space Centre. Finally, all the spaces that you need, for people to attract and sustain a workforce. But that's a lot. How do you bring all of that together? How do you map that out, plan, a coherent constellation and kind of the roadmaps, for your facilities? Well, we develop, a number of proprietary tools, and in addition to our sort of traditional master planning approaches, and these digital platforms enable data-driven design, computational design, and predictive analytics, which can drive and report on efficiencies and metrics, can map out the complex polymetric and dynamic relationships, and rapidly iterate design options. But it's also about communication and collaboration. So these allow us to bring stakeholders into a common data environment, which evolves over time as a living master plan. And these can be applied at any scale, right? From a facility such as NASA's Human Health and Performance Lab, which pulled together under one roof many bioscience and many biomechanics divisions from across the country. And that can just scale up, you know, through to large campus or even city planning. So this is one example where HDR partnered with Mayo Clinic to develop a 10-year master plan for improving research spaces on the Rochester campus. And we developed this web application that serves as a living master plan, which is updated with the Mayo Clinic's database, which offers insights into how buildings and rooms are used, and it links funding to data and space utilization to show and help how researchers collaborate over time across the campus. And this application helps the clinic to facilitate the teams to plan and optimize their research facilities as they evolve. Ultimately, this develops into a fully detailed engineering and architectural model with all the componentry, which is basically a digital twin for operations, asset, and facilities management. So I'm just going to flick through a couple of projects quickly that we are currently involved in. So we're engaged on the Vandenberg Space Force Base in California across various work streams, the primary being an infrastructure roadmap for a 5-year cost of investment plan, as well as 10% design for 64 new road, utility line and buildings. There's also an assessment and improvement for the South Base haul route, which includes considerations for extra heavy loads. So you'll note a common theme in these next couple of projects, which is foundational. It's all about road and base logistics planning and improvement, getting those fundamentals so that you can get from manufacturing bases, residential areas to your key facilities. So another example of this is a highway and roads needs assessment in Texas, and this mapped out 8,000 roadway miles to prioritize critical primary and secondary routes, which were deemed space industry corridors. And 100 miles were deemed critical infrastructure because many of these were in rural areas where the existing roadways have just not kept pace with the space industry. Space Florida considers space transport to be just another mode of transportation akin to shipping, air transport, road and rail. And this engagement was for on-call planning and engineering services to support not only the development of space infrastructure, but the links between transport nodes. So just like running rail to an airport, making sure those links are there to interconnect the entire transport system. And then Spaceport Colorado. So this is where we completed a feasibility study, market assessment and environmental assessment, as well as a business plan to develop a new spaceport on the Front Range Airport. So this work was a pivotal step in the airport's ability to receive their spaceport license from the FAA Office of Commercial Space Transportation. And the feasibility study determined the logistics needed to operate a commercial spaceport, including the requirements for vehicle storage, launch landing, and scientific research. So that's my 10 minutes up. I'll skip through this one very quickly. I did want to spend the entire time talking about this project, but you know, first rule of Space Club, you don't talk about Space Club. So we began this project with some shared aspirations, developed security and some well-defined boundaries, detoured to a little hospitality and enjoyed some Tex-Mex at a restaurant, and then really moved into you know, large-scale garages. So unfortunately, this client sometimes calls and says, hey, let's go down to Mexico and build castles by the beach. And you say, sure, when? They say, well, Monday. So I'd love to stay around. I'm going to be here for a little while. My colleagues, Andrew and Kate, will be here, but unfortunately, I do have to run off to the airport shortly. So please, if you want to chat, catch me in the next break. And thank you very much. Just press the button. Okay. So who's next? So next up, Eric Blood from Fugro.
Good morning. Thanks, Sam, for the quick introduction. Before I start, actually, I just want to first thank the organizers today for putting this together, but mostly also thank Gilmore, or actually offer my congratulations to Gilmore. Launching rockets is a really, really, really challenging thing, and 14 seconds is pretty fantastic. So I love seeing new domestic capabilities, and it's just, yeah, that's absolutely wonderful. Today, I'll be talking about Fugro Spark, which Spark stands for the Space, Automation, AI, and Robotics Control Complex. Yes, it's an acronym. No, I did not come up with it. And we are a Mission Control Operations Center over in Perth, Australia. But before I begin talking about Spark, I want to just give you a little bit of background about me. There's a lot of wonderful talent in this room already, and I'm honored to be here with you all. Obviously, I don't sound very Australian. I'm sorry. I'm definitely American. My career started at JPL, worked on numerous Mars missions, worked on a couple of CubeSats for planetary resources, did some autonomy with Waymo, and then came back to space with some hardware for the Psyche mission. And then I was asked to move to Australia to join the AROSE Trailblazer Lunar Rover team, in which I became the rover systems engineer for the Stage 1 program. And that is how I found myself in Fugro Spark and continue to lead teams using the capabilities we built for that program to deploy those capabilities into other robotics and robotics projects, both around this world and off planet. So Spark. Spark is a missions operations facility that's been built to basically operate anything from a deep sea asset to a deep space asset and anything in between. We started looking at ways that we could actually deploy flexible operational capabilities that could be used to control either autonomous boats around Australia, around the world, control maybe lunar landers on the way to the moon, perhaps earlier this year and next year as well, to anything in between, to drones, to crewed vessels, to any number of operational vehicles. And we've been fully operational for a couple of years now, right there in downtown Perth, Australia, or sorry, CBD of Perth. And the facility isn't just a mission operations center, but all the infrastructure behind the scenes that is required to deploy and safely control any number of projects around the world and, like I said, off planet. And one thing that we recognized early on was that being a mission operations facility and being able to partner with these other groups around the world, it's not just enough to have the missions operations capability, the operators in the front room, but it's really necessary to have all the infrastructure behind the scene, all the personnel behind the scene that know how these missions operate, know the systems operate, know how we can build the redundancies into all the operations such that whenever a customer comes to us, they can have confidence that we have the right capabilities to actually operate their vehicle and operate their project up to the requirements that they have. So we have facilities, we have the actual mission operations, infrastructure behind the scenes, and then we have a lot of capabilities in-house as well, both in the realm of AI and robotics, as well as systems engineering that we deploy for hardware and software projects across many different industries. And we were honored to be part of the Trailblazer program. And one of the really cool things about Trailblazer was we were able to bring in a lot of capabilities in-house. So prior to Trailblazer, we saw ourselves mostly as an operations facility with a number of folks dedicated to having very, very reliable operations. But we recognized that that wasn't quite enough. And we really wanted to get more involved in the missions at a deeper level. And we found that during Trailblazer, we actually could bring in the capabilities for hardware development, software development, missions operations planning, and various other robotics capabilities inside the building, inside our team, such that when we work with new partners, such as Intuitive Machines with LTV, we can actually provide a much deeper service to them and get much more involved in the missions that they are actually both developing and deploying in the next 1 to 10 years, maybe more than that. So it's been really, really wonderful. because not only can we actually work with those projects and those companies around the world to provide operational support, we actually work to provide design support and help them actually deploy these different vehicles in the different areas around the world and off the world. I should note that it's not just LTV. We actually have a number of other projects that we can, unfortunately, due to confidentiality, can't talk about. We're deploying those capabilities on a number of different industries across the world. That is, honestly, very, very exciting. This year so far has been actually quite exciting. We are Intuitive Machines' Southern Hemisphere operations partner. So we did support IM2 mission, which was presented earlier today on, I think, Dr. Joel's slide. We actually were one of the commanding groups for IM2. We were part of the LTV's preliminary design review for Intuitive Machines. And then we'll be the Southern Hemisphere partner for NSNS, which is the Near Space Network Services contract with NASA. So all those things are going ahead. And then there's other, like I said, other programs that we're also will be facilitating in the near future. Lastly, sorry, this is a quick deck for me today. There's a number of events coming up. Obviously, I think most people in this room will be at IAC, and I hope to see you all there. I encourage you all to come over to Perth afterwards to both Robopalooza and the Indo-Pacific Robotics, Autonomy, AI, and Cyber Conference. That's a mouthful. But those will be the week after IAC in Perth, and I can promise you Perth in October is actually really, really wonderful. It won't be 42 degrees yet. It'll probably be like a nice, lovely 29 degrees. Don't hold me to that. But we have a couple events, and we really hope to see a lot of people here and a lot of the industry there, because I think it'll be fantastic to continue the conversations that we all started at IAC and show what capabilities the wider Perth industry and Perth, location has to offer both Australia and the world of aerospace. And with that, I think that is my quick summary. So thank you all for your attention this morning.
Okay, thank you, Eric. I would now like to call to the stage David Freeman, Principal Partner, Sales Manager, Space and Satellite from Amazon Web Services. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to the team for presenting today and for being here today, and also to all of my fellow panelists. So my name is David Freeman. I work in the AWS Aerospace and Satellite team. We are part of a global business that looks after space companies, anybody operating in the Earth to orbit and back again supply chain. About 4 years ago, we recognized this massive growth and opportunity in the sector, and we really saw a really big opportunity to bring cloud technology into the space industry and help innovate, drive more outcomes for space missions, and allow technology to support these missions at a much higher rate than before. So we brought together a bunch of space expertise, so industry people led by Clint Crozier, who was the founder of or led the setup of Space Force in the US, and a bunch of people that know cloud really well. And our mission is really to help space companies redesign their missions, think about it in ways that they may not have before, to deliver more innovation for the sector. So when I think about connectivity, connectivity to space is really hard. And anybody who's worked with ground stations, I'm not a space guy, I'm a cloud guy, but I've learned over the last 3 years that this is the really big sticking point for a lot of organizations. Traditional processes mean you need to deploy a big ground station, or you need to buy it from somebody else. There's acquisition latency for data coming through a lot of those facilities today. And then once you get that data, you've got to get it somewhere else to process it. You need infrastructure in place, data centers to do that. There's a lot of latency in doing those things as well. You might not have the technology available to process at the speed at which your business needs it to move. And then you've got to get it out to your customers or your end users. And all of these different points introduce more latency into the chain of What are you going to do with that really expensive data that you've got from space? Or how are you going to control your satellite as well? So we brought to bear a new service called AWS Ground Station to help support that and provide that really close connectivity into the AWS cloud. So our ground station service is not a lot different to others out there, other than we offer on-demand contact scheduling with no contracts, the ability to download space data very quickly, and also upload telecommand services to control your satellite as well. And this all leverages underneath it the high-speed backbone of AWS and the services that you can bring to it. So we've got about 12 ground stations around the world. They are growing. And as I mentioned, one of the really key benefits here is the high-speed backbone that connects all of these ground stations around the world. So what does that mean? Like, what do you care? If you need to get a contact in Ireland or Ireland, because that's where your orbit is, but your mission operations is running in Sydney, you can very quickly get that data back to wherever your office is located without having to buy third-party data links or other services like that, or put it over the internet, which can be unreliable. Oh, I pressed the wrong button, sorry. So why does it matter? What are we seeing customers doing? How are they using these technologies? How are they accessing these new services that we're bringing, onto the platform? Across the space industry, we're really working with everybody from, aviation, launch and propulsion. We do a lot of computational fluid dynamics with customers, designing hypersonic launch vehicles or rockets, a lot of satellite communications, a lot of remote sensing, getting that data back into the cloud, geospatial analysis, space situational awareness. And it's really, across the whole sector, we're working with customers that do interesting things. One of the key areas that we're seeing more and more is particularly in the space mission operations area. If you think about that end-to-end life cycle I was talking about before, getting your data back into the cloud, getting it back to Earth, being able to run mission planning, collision detection, all the payload processing things. And a really good example of this is Cognitive Space. So they're a customer that's built their mission operations platform entirely on AWS. And, they did that a little while ago. But as we bring out more features, more services, it would be remiss of me to not talk about generative AI. They're able to access those services very, very quickly and introduce ways to streamline their operations and drive efficiency. So that's everything from reducing the human workload, collision detection, advanced integration, digital twins. There's a whole range of things that they're now starting to do with the platform that they've built on AWS. Really interesting, another one is deorbit. So deorbit use the AWS ground station to get their data back to Earth. They get it into the cloud, they process it really quickly. But we did an experiment about 18 months ago with them where we wanted to run a first of its kind operation to do machine learning at the edge in space. And so, we ran some ML models on there as a payload, took some images, processed that data, and just send the results back to Earth. That's obviously really important with the volume of data that we're collecting today in space. It's very expensive to get it back to Earth. You've only got a limited number of contact points you can do that. If you can just send the results, there's obviously a lot of efficiencies that can come from doing that as well. And then lastly, environmental considerations, ISAI is another customer of ours is doing some great stuff with some really high quality imaging. They've started looking at oil spill mapping. So they can detect them faster, they can map them faster, they can see how they're progressing. And they've done all of this using, a lot of predictive analytics and the power of all of the services available to bring that together on AWS. Lastly, I just want a quick little plug. I mean, we obviously are a group of companies here working with, the Australian sector and what can we do to promote growth in this sector. A really important part of that we've been involved in is running space accelerator programs for a few years now. Last year, we ran one in India. This is the first time we ever took one out of the US. We ran them in the US before, obviously very hard for regional. If you don't live in the US, time zones is always a challenge. And we chose India because of the burgeoning environment up there, the good political conditions, the amount of startups. So it was the first one we ran outside the region. We had more than 150 applications. We put 24 into the program. And the whole goal of this was to help startups that did not necessarily have all the bits they needed to get off the ground to do that faster. We gave them business content. It was a 4-week program of business content, a bunch of technical hands-on experience. We gave them some credits, access to space industry leaders, mentoring, all those sorts of things. And it was a hugely successful program. These are some of the shots from the final day where we got everybody together to do their pitch. But what we learned from that is that there's actually lots of opportunity to keep doing this. And so we recently just launched the next one, which is, this is for 2025. We're mid in the recruitment phase at the moment. Somebody thought it would be a great idea to do this across all of APJ. That was me. And I'm realizing how complex that is as we're deep into it. However, it's a lot of fun. So, this program will have a cohort in Australia, Australia, New Zealand, India, and Japan. We are planning on getting 40 startups in the program. Again, same pattern: business content, technical content, mentors in each location, localized content for each region as well. So a lot of the content will be delivered in Japan in Japanese. We're very pleased and thankful for the Australian Space Agency. I launched In Space, Sky Perfect JSAT, and Space Industry Association of India to also be involved to help promote and provide startups with all the things that they need. So if you know anybody, or you are a startup that's thinking about what you could do, would like to be part of this program, feel free to come and grab me. I'd love to have a chat about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. And it's a morning of Davids. I'd like to invite David number 3, David Tran, ANZ Enterprise Business Development Manager for Seagate.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is David Tran, and I am the Enterprise Business Manager for ANZ for Seagate. Today, we're probably going to touch on some of the sexy stuff in our industry. It's data storage. I thought I'd get a laugh out of that. But infrastructure is a critical part of what we're doing today, and a part of the community that we live in. Being Saul Sam's presentation, looking at we need a village to launch a rocket. We are part of that village. We are part of that ecosystem to be able to build out some of these infrastructures. I guess what we're doing with some of our aerospace partners is that we're building some of the capabilities around space-ready storage, right? With the proliferation of, or with the advancements in rocket technology, we're seeing more and more of low Earth orbit satellites. Obviously, these satellites will be able to need storage or be able to need capabilities to record some of the findings that they find in space. So some of the things I want to talk about in terms of that challenge around infrastructure and data storage in space as well. And we'll go through some of the things that we've been looking at from an advancement with some of our ecosystem partners. So if you think about what we have in like as commercial data storage, some of the things that are designed for Earth are obviously not necessarily available or capable of being used in space. Some of the environmental extremes that we're seeing with extreme radiation and heat and some of those things, which are essentially not very good for like drives and hard drives and SSDs, right? So the complexities come as we're trying to retrofit some of the commercial components that we see today in our industry to retrofit that for space. And some of that comes with either a dollar tag or something that's quite expensive to implement. To get hardened infrastructure like integrated chipsets like ASICs or FPGAs and those sort of things to be able to integrate into some of these components, it can be quite costly. So we're looking at ways to try to minimize and try to make the best use of our infrastructure. So the other things that are also challenging as well is SSD and NAND development. That rapidly changes, and if you put that, like if you develop like an ASIC or an FPGA to be able to support that, it becomes quickly obsolete, right? So we need to be able to engineer a way to be able to do that more efficiently. The good news is that we have found a way, and it's sort of like a hybrid strategy. So rather than going to the realms of like redeveloped hardened ASICs and FPGAs and so on and so forth, it's about using radiation or hardened components within the drives, right? Alongside that, we can put additional software and protection around it to give it additional parity protection. From a Seagate perspective, and hopefully everyone knows what Seagate does, right? We've been in the industry for over 45 years. We've been powering like data storage for that long. Like we've been servicing the likes of AWS and some of our major cloud providers. So security and some of those things are not like a reactive thing. It's top of mind. It's by design. It's from the life cycle to manufacturing to everything that's involved in the whole process. And this innovation or this collaboration that we've done, this is with Ball Aerospace. And we've done some testing in labs and also outside in orbit as well. So this is something that, you know, obviously looking to advance some of the requirements that are required in space. But for deep space, we also need deep storage, not necessarily in deep space, but if you look at this particular article, this is the requirements that needed to store 5 petabytes of raw storage. This is from the Event Horizon Telescope looking into the black hole. So this is hundreds of man hours and people that are associated with collecting this data. To transport that, they basically ship that. But with our friends at AWS, we can probably maybe find a better way of doing that as well. But to put that into perspective, some of the advancements in hard drives as well has also developed over the years as well. So what we do in hard drives is the areal density. Areal density is about how much data you can store onto some of these platters on the disk. With advancements in magnetic recording, we have line of sight to 100 terabytes per disk, right? 90% of our world's data is still on hard drives. So this forms a significant value in terms of how we store the data. And what's also relevant as well is that we talk about AI, we talk about analytics and some of those things that we're seeing in these presentations. But first and foremost, from a business perspective, we are looking to retain or protect our data. So retention is resilience. Retention is about data protection, being able to reduce some of that risk that's associated with your data loss. Retention is also insights. More and more customers are not deleting data because they may draw some insights into that data, maybe not today, but perhaps another day, right? With increasing developments that we see, retention is also about readiness. If we think about what the data means, data is our new currency, right? All the work that everyone in this room has done around this space. You know, we want to be able to utilize that for the next generation. Without that data, we're not going to be able to draw any additional insights. The quicker we can circulate around or iterate around this cycle, data, insights, and back to more insights, then essentially we're going to be better off in terms of like the next evolution, the next generation. That's all I have today.
Thank you, David. As I said earlier, I'm a aerospace and data center architect, so I'm loving how this session has shaped up. So our next speaker is from another exciting Australian company, Nhat Nguyen, mission manager for Space Machines Company. My apologies. Thank you. Come to the stage, please.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Nat. I'm the mission manager from Space Machines Company. You probably have heard of our company before, but you haven't heard it from me, so yes, it is. All right, so this way. Okay, cool. So when we think about space domain, there's a close to like $1 trillion worth of assets like orbiting around the Earth, and you know, that's servicing our daily life, like GPS, communication, weather, or finance transaction, right? And if you think about in terms of like size of other industry, it's almost like the oil and gas or the pharmaceutical global industry size. And currently there is no way to service or monitor and protect these assets. And so imagine if the oil and gas industry cannot kind of maintain and service and protect their asset, like how critical would that impact the life on Earth, right? And so for us, when we think about like access about space, in space servicing and space operation and its challenges, we see there's a few risks, like from increase in congestion. There's more and more satellite going up thanks to SpaceX, Blue Origin, and Gilmore. And essentially, over that will create more debris events. And actually, there's also more and more from a contested space point of view as well. Countries are spending more and more money in securing the high ground to be able to protect their own asset and potentially affecting others as well. And currently, when a satellite fails, whether that's a result of a catastrophic failure, a debris event, or security incident, there's no recourse. And you cannot respond to it. If you find a way to respond to it, you probably can't afford it. If you can't afford it, even you probably won't have enough intelligence to kind of take really quick actions. So here at Space Machines, the idea is for solution is to have a distributed space servicing and security paradigm, where we're looking at the capability to provide a low-cost, rapid response at close proximity to a space infrastructure. And we're looking to have a multi-vehicle, like an orbit architecture that's working together, and it's actually providing the servicing for us is inspect, monitor, and protect. Now, inspect could be a routine thing, like an annual flyby checkup on the asset, kind of figuring out if there's any early issues that we can identify and notify you. Like you go to your GP. Monitor is really assisting in time of critical need. When you have a failure, maybe like you need a comm relay or something like that, we will be operating in your proximity to provide that. And finally, in terms of protect, that is really like a deterrence, right? If you have any bad actor with any intention, knowing someone's watching really will provide that ability for deter any adverse action to prevent that from happening. Now, all of this we have coined into a term called orbit side assist. You would like everyone to think of Space Machines Company as the first responder. You can think of paramedics, firefighter, police, right? All that is where we want to provide that service. Now, obviously, you call that in terms of need, but like also routine activities can be done, and that's another part of the service that we provide. Now, for this system to work, we have two pieces: the hardware as well as the software. So the hardware is the Optimus Viper, and the software side is our Solstice platform. So Optimus Viper is a 250 kilogram class satellite that currently finalizing the design. And really for us, we equipped it as a lot of sensors from, long range, short range optical cameras, infrared cameras, and, for some payload specific to a current mission, we'll be putting that on as well. And I can tell you a bit more during the Space Matrix presentation that will be coming a bit later. And the next one is the Solstice OS. Essentially, putting the data in the hands of our customers where they can access the intelligence that we provide and kind of take action immediately. That allows them to kind of be feeling real control and understanding their assets, health, and monitor that. Now, we ultimately see orbit surfacing start with providing more persistent and high fidelity in-orbit intelligence, right? Without this kind of information, responses could be incorrect or sometimes even waste of time. So be able to kind of be there constantly and provide that consistent information to your assets is what we're striving for a space machine company. And we see a clear advantage of the distributed architecture that will enable sustainable way of maintaining and protecting the space asset to rapid response, low cost at close proximity, and that's what we're kind of really going for. Now, we started the journey building our first satellite. You guys probably saw the Artemis tool that we been showing around many different conferences in 2014 and 13, and launched it in March 2024. And most notably, earlier this year, we kind of fully demonstrated our Scintilla engine. That is a key piece of system and technology that we able to really reduce the cost of the hardware significantly. And that's one of the things that allow us to continue to build out more the Optimus Vipers. Now that didn't show up the way I was supposed. Anyway, so look, we are going ahead, still forging ahead with a lot more grants from Space Matrix. That's a mission that I'm in charge of. We have a few more missions on the pipeline as well, and we're looking to crank up a lot more production of more and more Optimus Viper to really meet our distributed network and strategy architecture. So let's go to the key thing. This is a mission I'm in charge of. First, I'd like to thank the Australian Space Agency to making this happen. Space Matrix really is a very good collaboration between Australia and India to build the satellite here in Sydney. If you guys ever interested in visiting our facility in Botany, let me know. More than happy to give you a tour. And we'll be launching out of India on a small satellite launch vehicle, the SSLV, in the Sriharikota launch site. And the key point of the mission, this is a flagship mission for Space Machine Company to demonstrate our capability, but also to start that first step in building out space debris management, what it's like to operate sustainability in space, having all this conversation on the right behaviors, what can we do? And there's a lot of Australian partners as well as Indian partners as a part of this mission that we're working very closely and really building out that key supply chain linkages that make it even more sustainable for our distributed architecture to build more and more of this vehicle going forward. There's a few payloads you can aware of, like HEO, Digantara, that will be on that payload slot that we have that help us to kind of increase space situational awareness, as well as those close proximity operation imaging. Now, one of the key things that we think from doing this mission and a two-country collaboration is we are building a lot closer bridges, understanding how both the private and public sector can work together between the two countries that allow future missions to learn from this. And for me personally, I like the Space Matrix is like the first step in that space sustainability roadmap. I want to see more and more of this mission going on in the future that will address the future steps. We want to share all of our learnings from what we've done here, and hopefully you'll share the data from the experience that we'll be doing in orbit when we're there. And seeing allied capability, Australia, India. If you look at APAC on the broader basis, you also have Japan, US from a Quad perspective. We want to see that partnership driving those future missions that will allow us to kind of really bring the space sustainability and allow longer term operation just beyond Earth, but to Moon and Mars as well. So, thank you all for your time today, and we all sure have a great day today.
Thank you, Nat. If I could just ask our speakers to hold here a minute, and if the volunteers would please, here they are already. Thank you very much. We're going to have a few minutes of Q&A. All good. Please make yourselves comfortable. So we'll be calling for questions from the audience. So if you've got a question, please put your hand up, and here's a mic.
Thank you. Alan Hazelin, National Space Society of Australia. I think the last David touched on the debris, the orbital debris issue. And I think we're all aware of this burgeoning problem. So from a practical point of view, having identified the issues, what can be done about clearing up space in low Earth orbit?
Yeah, so I guess so far we identified there's a lot of debris, but the first step of space mission is actually going out there and taking up close pictures and get more intelligence about them, right? What exactly their characteristic, pose, estimation, all that, to really understand what kind of solution we can go around and allow us to be clearing up. Because there's so many types of debris out there, right? You have some large ones like rocket bodies, all the way to small ones, right? Each of them would need a unique strategy to approach. You just can't have one approach to take all of them. So that will be a range of intelligence data that we're hoping to gather from our mission and to inform future activities.
I'll just add on to that as well. After recently launching our spacecraft a couple of months ago, we partnered with From Space, which is a spin-off out of Auckland University, on a 3-meter wide deorbiting sail as well. So to actually fly on SpaceX or fly on a lot of rocket companies, you need to prove out that you are able to deorbit your spacecraft after X amount of years. So this is kind of something that wasn't regulated back in the 80s, 90s. There's a lot of Russian rocket bodies up there. There's a lot of stuff that have gone up into 800, 700 kilometer altitudes, which isn't managed very well. So nowadays, propulsion systems, deorbiting sails, etc. Yeah, there's a lot of rules around that to actually have set lifespan of spacecraft to help with that.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Joshy from Sabre Astronautics. We've got a really great mix up on the stage of component sort of providers and component consumers. I wanted to ask how individually each organization makes that distinction, a decision between vertical integration versus working with sort of partners, because they've got the cost savings for the vertical integration side, but all of you have a mix of vertical integration and really strong partnerships. So how did you all make those decisions?
I don't want to hog the mic, but since I've got it, I can start off let's start at a manufacturing point of view, because we're being the first section, we're right at the pointy end or the start of this whole supply process. So we vertically integrate as much as we can. We're about 80%. A lot of it comes down to speed and control. So we work with a lot of great Aussie companies, a lot of great international companies, but sometimes they can't get us the product quick enough, and so we look to develop our own. So it's a lot down to speed, but the cost factor is way to the right, really, when you start weighing up the need for vertical integration. I'll pass it over to Nat, because he's also in probably manufacturing, can add on to this as well.
Yeah, I think for us, like as Adam mentioned, is a matter of schedule as well, right? Like if we're trying to manufacture something ourselves, but if that's going to take longer time to qualify, accept, and all that, then we'll look to work with partners as well. So really, is like a trade studies that you would do, right? Like what meet your schedule, meet your budget, and trying to figure out who's the best to do it. And if you can do it in-house, obviously it's capability that you have and you own, and you can do it for future because you're looking to do it a lot. But you can't do it for everything, right? For us, we focus on our key subsystem like propulsion, things like that. But like when when it comes to like solar panels and things like that. Like, we see that as a partnership, right? So that's how we kind of approach. Anyone else want to take a step?
Look, Amazon as a broad business, we often will buy something in the beginning and look to where we can improve it. Think about the way we build data centers. We used to buy servers and networking equipment. Now we build all of our own. We build all of our own chips as we scale, as we get bigger. We don't build our own ground stations. We buy them from somebody else. But then we integrate them into the fabric and the data centers and the connectivity. Our role is to provide easy access to those services for customers. And how do we then tie all that together in a way that other people might not have thought of, or introduce standards? And ground station's a good one, because it's been really hard for us to continue to drive standards into the way that you connect to spacecraft, because it's almost like a bit of the Wild West. But we iterate over that over time. We get better at it over time, and we make those changes as we grow. The business gets bigger, right?
Yeah, so with Fugro, a lot of our critical operations and critical know-how we bring in-house, because for mission operations, we need to make sure that we have resiliency in terms of what's happening. In terms of other hardware and software developments, we look at strategic partnerships and see if there are other capabilities around the world that we want to partner with to actually create more than we can do in our own facility, because there's a lot of amazing talent in Australia and around the world that we can partner with to create the sum of create more than we could do by ourselves. And so we look at that, and so every single decision's more or less independent beyond the critical infrastructure that's required to support our mission operations.
From a Seagate perspective, Seagate's a manufacturer of drives for decades. We do integration, vertical integration of our systems, so enterprise data center systems as well. But from a perspective of where we draw the line between what we develop in-house and where we partner, we don't specialize in some of the data services or stack, right? So from a perspective of the business, they would try to use our ecosystem partners to be able to handle that. But from a hardware vertical integration, we make our own controllers, we do our own drives, we do our own system chassis and so on and so forth. From that stack, we manufacture it end to end.
David from AWS. So you mentioned dealing with the startup ecosystem in US and then in India and now in US. What are the complementarities? What are the differences in the culture of startups between the countries?
There's a truckload more money in the US. I haven't had a lot of, I haven't directly dealt with a lot of startups in the US, but, what I've kind of found that the culture in India is there's way more startups that are getting off the ground, particularly in the space sector, than there are in any other nation in APJ that we're working with. And I'd probably argue anywhere else in the world. There's a real culture in India of, built in India by Indians for India. They believe they can do stuff cheaper. And I think that's been my experience of working with a lot of Indian companies over the last 3 years. And it's testament to the number of applications that we got to the Space Accelerator last year, more than 150. Now, a lot of them were not, pie in the sky ideas, but there's a lot of interest in India to work with space. The government is investing in it. They're creating a pro-space environment. You've got a whole range of customers like Skyroot, Dhruva, EtherealX, Satchel, all of these all of these organizations that are really literally getting off the ground with rockets or, launching satellites. So that's been, my experience in India. Japan's a very, very traditional old space environment. I think the number of startups there is a lot smaller. They seem to be popping out of. There's a lot more Japanese experts in the market here today than me, but we see a lot more of them popping out of the larger companies, or like Honda, just doing R&D to launch a rocket for the sake of it, but no real plans to well, no publicly stated plans to get into the rocket business. So it's very different across all three of them. Australia is, I think, the hardest at the moment. I don't think that's anything new. You know, not a lot of capital. So that drives a lot of interest for people wanting to do, you know, get their startups literally off the ground in this case. But we believe in supporting it, right? That's why we're running a space accelerator. So, and so just sorry to add to that, one of the things we really want to do with that space accelerator is to bring collaboration together for those three. You know, everybody's really interested in doing business with each other, particularly in APJ and the rest of the world. But how do we foster those things? How do we help bring them? How do we at least give startups the exposure to how does India work or how does Australia work? I think that's a really critical part to helping these startups grow, because there's a lot of cultural differences across the region, and learning how everybody works can only be good for your business. So.
I think we're already at our max questions. I'm very sorry, but as we move out, feel free to chat to the whole crew as we move out to morning tea. Can we get another round of applause for the speakers? Thanks a lot. Thank you so much. And just as we go out, before we get too far, we've got the whole area out here. Move on through, get snacks, and as we come in, please make sure we take up the seats on this side of the room, so we don't have to have everyone standing the whole time over there. Thanks, everyone.
Tapping the full potential of space to transform life on Earth. Since the days when space was a distant horizon, Mitsubishi Electric has been a space technology pioneer. Communications, observation, positioning, cargo supply. We've used technology to transform. Tapping the full potential of space to transform life on Earth. Since the days when space was a distant horizon, Mitsubishi Electric has been a space technology pioneer. Communications, observation, positioning, cargo supply. We've used technology to transform everyday life.
宇宙で動くものを作るために何百何千もの設計と解析を重ねてきました。
Check this. Yep. I mean, that's
Check, check, check. You good? Check, check.
Front, left. Front, right. Front, left. Front, right.
Test 1, 2, 3. Two, three. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Okay, that will be. Um, yeah, sound. I don't like to feel.
Test 1 2 3.
Welcome back, everyone. If, as we come back in, can we really try and take up the seats on this side, even if you've already got seats over there? Please take your seats if you can. As we were out at our morning tea, you may have seen on the screen here a snapshot of some work from Mitsubishi as well, which unfortunately they couldn't join us today, but yeah, they've given us a great example of some of their works. We'll put it up again at lunchtime. And during the afternoon tea break, you'll see very similar from Honda, who we know are doing some exciting things in the space industry right now. Get to see some examples up there. Just one next bit of housekeeping as well is like we know very well from the people we've picked to be here today. You can't necessarily drop your work life to be here. You got meetings and so on, but just if we can, just keep going in and out as much as we can to a minimum. And if you do, just make sure the door closes slowly behind you to minimize interruptions. So thank you for that. Moving into session 2. So this is our infrastructure and energy session. Today, moderated by Geraldine Barca-Travano, Dr. Geraldine Barca-Travano, the Director of Space Systems from Deloitte. So welcome to the stage.
Thanks for the intro, Luke, and hi, everyone. I'm Geraldine Barca-Travano. I'm the Director of Space Systems at Deloitte Space, and I lead our capability and technology development here, and I also head our Space Systems engineering team. So you've already heard a lot about the Deloitte Space practice from my colleague Jason earlier in the morning, so I won't be covering any of that. Instead, I will talk about my journey into the space industry and the connection to this particular panel. When I was 9, I watched Gundam Wing. It is a Japanese anime where people live in a space colonies and pilot. Ooh. Okay. I thought we had to evacuate. But yeah, so Gundam Wing. People live in a space colonies, they pilot giant robots, and I was obsessed. I wanted to build those colonies. I wanted to colonize. I wanted to build space habitats, really. But that really set me on a STEM career pathway. So I ended up doing a PhD in nanorobotics, and now I'm at Deloitte. And I get the great privilege of working with the space companies that are developing incredible technologies and capabilities that eventually will get us in a sustainable manner living off Earth. So I really love my job. I love meeting with these companies, learning about the capabilities, the really cool new technologies that they are developing. And that's what this panel is all about. I think when we think about sustainable living off Earth, there are different business cases that we would need to consider, and also different, I guess, economic considerations so that we set up an established lunar economy. From a business case perspective, I think it is slightly clear in the beginning, government science missions may be the first customers, but we'll quickly see how water ice extraction will fuel life support. We will also extract unique materials that will hopefully eventually help with the building of new space habitats and new space missions as well. Habitats will evolve from ship modules to structures and 3D printed from regolith that's extracted from the lunar surface as well. And some of these structures will have to have radiation shielding and landing pads as well, so that they are able to operate remotely. And also, just as a comment, while we are talking about lunar habitats, you can see behind me that actually my preferred way of colonizations is the O'Neill cylinders at Lagrange points, but that's just on the side. But still, yeah, the moon won't just be the destination. It will be a launchpad for humanity's next great chapter in space. And that's why this panel matters today. Today, we have experts in navigation, in lunar payload delivery, in resource extraction, in autonomous maintenance, and drilling technologies. Together, we'll explore how these technologies, how these partnerships, and new strategies are needed to turn the concept of sustained lunar operations into reality. So now it's my pleasure to introduce the first speaker, Joe Vandekar from Advanced Navigations. Joe is a senior product manager with experience at Apple, but also a background in strategy. He is responsible for developing the next generation of navigation solutions that will reduce dependence on GPS, which is obviously very important in lunar environments because we do not have access to GPS systems on the moon. But yeah, so Joe, over to you.
Thank you. And yeah, stealing a little bit of the thunder, we don't have GPS in space. So how do we propose to navigate once we get up there? So as Dr. said, I am Joe Vandekar, Senior Product Manager at Advanced Navigation. For those of you unfamiliar with our company, we create cutting edge navigation systems for autonomy vehicles, from everything from low flying UAVs to underground mining vehicles, and as you'll see, to lunar landing modules. And so today, I have a background both in defense and commercial technology. And today I want to walk you through how we are starting to develop navigation solutions for these autonomous systems to go places humans can't, and why precision navigation is one of those keys to unlocking that future. So autonomous systems to work reliably need more than just good software. As we've heard today, data is a very important part of this journey into space. And so they need truly unshakably accurate data to operate. So whether this is a drone in contested airspace, a rover in a mine, or as we see a spacecraft landing on the moon, these systems can operate where humans can't and GNSS doesn't exist or just doesn't work. These autonomous systems will fail without this trust, and we propose that that trust comes from the data that the systems can give, the data that the components can give to those systems that is precise, fused, and resilient. And so that's what we're focusing on. A little bit of background on our core suite of products. So we build, and our core is the internal navigation system. And so we have a range of systems in precision from our MEM systems up through our fiber optic gyroscopes. Undersea, we have acoustic navigation systems that are in our Hydrus vehicle. And we will talk about our laser velocity system today, which we are developing for space applications, as well as adapted to terrestrial and air applications. So a resilient approach is needed for this modern era. How do we build systems that don't rely solely on GPS? On Earth, GPS is the gold standard, right? GNSS signals can give you precision that no other system can give you. However, we do see that these are increasingly failing, interrupted, or denied. Also, they don't go everywhere. They don't go underground. They don't go underwater. So we still need to be able to go to these areas. So at the core of our approach is an intelligent inertial centered architecture. You have to start with an INS, a brain of the system. And this needs to be robust, precise, and accurate, but it's still going to have its own inherent biases, drifts, and issues that it can do. So we now need to give this brain even better data to compute. And we need to develop, we're developing algorithms and architectures that can take these sensors and fuse them into a precise output. This is giving us the flexibility and resilience to take these products and these technologies and create solutions for different applications and environments. The results, we're getting ultra reliable, intelligent navigation that's ready for autonomy in contested, denied, or just uncharted environments. So what you'll see here is a brief introduction to our Lunar module. So this was developed in conjunction with Intuitive Machines and supported by ASA. We are going to be a part of Intuitive Machines' Mission 4 to land on the moon. And our LVS system that you see here is providing real-time, precise velocity data and altitude readings during descent, ensuring a soft and successful landing. So this is an environment that obviously has no GPS, there's no fallback, and there's no margin for error. What they've experienced in previous landings is that these spacecraft can come in too quickly at the wrong angle. They don't know, they're not firing their thrusters precisely enough, and you can literally lose a leg as you land, and that $1 million mission ends up on its side. So this is precision navigation in its purest form, and it's shown us just how far this technology can go. But we thought, we can't always test this in space. Some of these missions can take years to get off the ground, right? So we wanted to take this and say, where could we adapt this for extreme contested environments on Earth? And deep mining is an obvious one for us. And so we partnered with BHP in their Kallio mine in Finland. And the test bed was a 1,400 meter deep mine, again, with no GNSS, a very complex terrain and low visibility. And so we asked, can we achieve similar precision that we want to do in the lunar landing in one of the deepest places on Earth? The answer was yes, and then some. So we ran 3 6-kilometer loops through the mine, and on average, our final error after 6 kilometers was 2.83 meters. That's just 0.04% of error per distance traveled. What you can see here on the screen, the green and the red dot in the green circle, is us tracking through the mine using just the INS and this LVS system adapted. And this is compared to the map that BHP has for the Callio mine. So this is unassisted dead reckoning navigation, and it's about as good as it gets. We did a solid run from top to bottom, so over 23 kilometers, and ended with just 15.98 meters of error, which equates to 0.07% error of distance traveled. So it's proof that this tech works, not just in deep space, but deep underground, where lives and machinery rely on accuracy. We're not done yet. So we want to take it to the moon. We've taken it underground. Now we're saying, how can we get this into the air? This technology is giving precise velocity data to our sensor fusion in our very precise INS. And so we've decided that we're now developing this for low altitude platforms. You can think long range UAVs, rotorcraft, low altitude systems that have direct line of sight to the ground. And in early tests, we're seeing very similar results with just under 0.01% error per distance traveled. This is really exciting. This is still in the prototype phase, and we're working to get commercial available for ground applications and low altitude by end of this year, early next year. So precision navigation in the GNS night environments. So then we ask, as we're at this conference, is what extreme environment could this technology take you? Where do you need precision data, navigation data that we can tell your systems that we can take you there? We'll be around. We have some of our salespeople here as well, so please just pop in and say hi. Otherwise, reach out after the conference. But this is all I have. Thank you.
Okay, so our next speaker is Hiroko Asakura from iSpace. Hiroko is a former JAXA official responsible for establishing international partnerships on major space science missions like Hayabusa 2 and MMX. She is now leveraging that experience to foster global alliances for iSpace. So Hiroko, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Hiroko Asakura, and I am responsible for global business development at iSpace. So before joining iSpace, as you told me, that I worked for more than 10 years at JAXA, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. I was involved in the Asteroid Explorer Hayabusa 2 project, particularly in the international cooperation with Australia for its capsule re-entry and the recovery operation. So we completed the rehearsal in Umera Desert in 2019, and then JAXA told me to move to France to promote the partnership with Europe. So which means, as a deputy director of the JAXA Paris office, so which means I could not join the exact recovery operation in 2020. So I decided to hold some supporting event together with French and German space agency in Europe, because they are also partners of Hayabusa 2 missions. So because of that experience, I feel a very special connection with Australia, and I am truly delighted to be here with you today. In 2023 at iSpace, we conducted our first lunar transportation mission. The picture you see here was actually taken by our lunar lander from the lunar orbit. So if you look closely, can you see the dark shadow on the Earth, like a spot? You see? So that is a solar eclipse over Australia, captured from iSpace landers in lunar orbit. So actually, the picture was awarded Best Solar System Image by the Planetary Society. I wish I could tell you that we planned this shot on purpose, but our operation team told me with a smile that it was a perfect coincidence. which was lucky for us. So my colleague and I came from Tokyo to share with you our past missions, our current activities, future plans, and our long-term vision. At the same time, we are very interested to learn about initiatives here in Australia and to explore how we can work together to advance the future of lunar exploration. So our vision is expressed in the phrase, expand our planet, expand our future. This reflects our belief that resources of the moon can be utilized to create a sustainable ecosystem for humanity. Looking toward the 2040s, we envision what we call Moon Valley 2040, a community on the moon with plants, mobility systems, and a variety of facilities. The impact extends beyond the moon itself. The moon could serve as a gateway for deep space exploration or as a platform for satellite servicing that benefits life on Earth. iSpace cannot achieve this vision alone. That is why we are working closely with governments, space agencies, industry, and universities worldwide to consider what we can accomplish together. Let me now share what we are working on today. Our primary business is the development and operation of lunar landers, enabling payload transportation to the moon. In addition, we provide consultation services and mission data to our partners or customers. With Mission 1 and 2, we achieved most of our major milestones, such as reaching lunar orbit. Our current top priority is Mission 3, led by our US subsidiary. The lander will carry payloads awarded under NASA's CLIPS program as a member of Team Draper, and it will attempt a landing on the far side of the moon for the first time for CLIPS, if my understanding is correct. To ensure communication, the mission will deploy 2 relay satellites into lunar orbit. It will also carry a rover developed by our team in Luxembourg, along with payloads from partners, including the Italian Space Agency. Following that, Mission 4 will be led from Japan with a newly developed lander. This mission will deliver both lunar orbit and surface payloads. As one contracted example, we will transport a lunar resource exploration satellite developed by a Japanese university industry consortium. We are currently seeking additional payloads for Mission 4, actually. If this is of interest, I will be very happy to discuss with you opportunities in more details. By the way, looking at the timeline, we launched Mission 1 in the end of 2022, and first landing attempt was in 2023. So, and this was the year when Australia won the World Cup of Cricket. No? Congratulations on that. And we will do our Mission 3 and 4 in 2027. The next World Cup will be held that year. So wish us luck. And to strengthen our activities, not only for Mission 4, but across the entire iSpace program, we listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange growth market and secured additional financing from major Japanese banks. And this slide highlights our partnerships with international space agencies and organizations. From Mission 1 through 4, we have been entrusted with payloads and data contracts from around the world. We also collaborate with private companies through payload contracts and sponsorship. These strong connections with stakeholders worldwide are one of iSpace's greatest strengths. Here in Australia, the University of Adelaide has supported our Mission 1 and 2 through our supporter program. Australia is an important partner country for iSpace, and we look forward to deepening our collaboration in the future. So finally, let me conclude with this slide. This scenario shown here is just one example of what we envision. It includes elements such as in-situ resource utilization, ISRU, overnight survival, communication, water-based propellant, and power supply, and so on. Each of these is critical for sustainable lunar exploration. For ISRU, making use of local resources to reduce dependence on Earth. Overnight survival to enduring the 2 weeks long lunar night with extreme cold and darkness. For the communication, to ensuring a continuous link between the lunar far side, orbit, and Earth. Water-based propellant to enable the moon to serve as a fueling station for deeper space missions. For power supply, providing stable and scalable energy to support all these activities. But more importantly, as iSpace, we would like to hear your scenarios, actually. How do you see Australia contributing to lunar exploration? What kind of payloads, operations, or technology are being prepared? Australia has significant expertise in mining, resource utilization, remote operation, and more. We know that many of you are already advancing concrete projects. We would like to discuss your future plans, how they can be realized, and also the challenges that can be addressed. Our contribution extends beyond transportation. Even before payload delivery, our lunar data can be valuable. Many stakeholders have emphasized that accurate high-resolution data is essential for ISRU, construction, and surface operations. Such data can play a key role in supporting payload development. So let us continue this dialogue and work together to shape the future of lunar exploration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hiroko. Our next speaker is Kaya Mizuno from Yokogawa Electric Corporation. She is the business development manager at Yokogawa Electric Corporation. And just so that people know, Yokogawa Electric Corporation is a Japanese multinational company and a global leader in industrial automation and control systems for a wide range of industries. So Kaya, over to you.
Hello, my name is Kei Mizuno. I'm from Yokogawa Electric Corporation, and today I would like to give an introduction to our lunar water analysis module that we're currently developing for our SRU. So as introduced by Geraldine, we are an industrial automation company having a strength in control, monitoring, and also a measurement, especially in energy sector. So why such a company is going to the moon? Because water is found on the moon. With the presence of water, it is possible to locally supply drinking water, oxygen, and fuel to enable sustained activity. And then it becomes possible to lead to an establishment of the lunar base or long-term human presence on the moon. And once that happens, I think they will start developing an industry. So if there's a water, we could use it as a propellant of the rocket. So we believe that there should be a hydrogen production plant on the moon in the future. And since we are the industrial automation company, we can do the control, measuring, monitoring of those plants. So that's why we decided to go to the moon. So recent lunar surveys show that some remote sensing results have provided with evidence of presence of water in the polar regions. The figure on the left bottom side is the concentration of the hydrogen in the South Pole region. So from this, you could see there's lots of concentration of water in the South Pole region. And on the right side, in order to locate the best point for water resource, I think we need to actually measure the water content locally and more precise than doing remote sensing. So that's why we are developing a water resource analyzer that can be mounted on the rover, so the rover can move around on the surface and do the water measurement. And so it is called the Lunar Spring Water Analyzer, in short, LSW. And we are together working with our partners to developing this analyzer. So this is the conceptual image of the analyzer. This analyzer is intended to be mounted on the rovers, and it consists of 3 parts. One is the drilling module to collect the regolith of the moon. And then another one is the vaporizer to vaporize the water in the regolith. And then there comes the laser analyzer part to analyze the water content in the gas that was vaporized from the regolith. And then we are in charge of developing this laser analyzer. So the core technology of the gas analyzer uses the technology of what we call the TDLLS. It's a tunable diode laser absorption spectroscopy, which is a proven mass-produced industrial process analyzer on the ground. This technology uses semiconductor laser spectroscopy and can measure water concentration in gas quickly and with high sensitivity. This section explains the measurement principle of the TDLS laser gas analyzer. It measures the gas concentration by irradiating a laser beam in a fixed space and measuring the absorbance. The figure shows the overall configuration of this analyzer. So if you can see, the laser beam is emitted from the semiconductor laser on the left side and passing through the gas measurement gas, and then received by the optical detector on the opposite side. So TDLS operates by measuring the amount of laser light that has been absorbed or weakened by the target gas. So this graph on the left-hand side, the vertical is the signal intensity, and the horizontal is the wavelength. So once we have an absorption, you could see a dip. And then we flip the peak to make it easier to comprehend. And amount of the gas was lost, which is the height of the peak, means the gas concentration. So this is the way how we measure the water content in the gas. This analyzer is elemental prototype to develop a device for measuring water content in the lunar regolith. A regolith simulated sand sample is placed in the area we call shown as I think K, and it's heated up and vaporized, and the vapor flows into the section called H on the right-hand side graph. And this chamber is vacuumed by a pump in advance to simulate the lunar surface condition. And then we have our laser gas measuring the water content. So this analyzer, we use our existing product, which is called TDLS 8000. It has a good track record of operating on the ground. So it can measure the trace water content in the gas quickly and with high sensitivity. So this shows the result of the water measurement using the test equipment. The first, the water was directly injected into the equipment using a micro syringe. The amount of water injected was 0.01% and 0.02 weight% and 0.03 weight% based on the assumption that the sample regolith is about 2 grams. So, and then the wavelength was around 1.8 micrometer. So during this test, we have confirmed that the absorbance increases as we add more water. And next, what we did is we used a silicate sand sample that simulates the regolith containing the sodium tartrate. And it was placed in the vaporizer and heated up to 100 degrees Celsius. And then we measured the gas that, and then using our gas analyzer. And we have confirmed that the absorbance increases as we have more sodium tartrate in it. So it's as similar as the way you did with the water. And then in this test, we have confirmed that the sensitivity of 0.01% weight% was achieved, but our target was 0.1 weight%, so it really exceeded that value. So the next challenge, what we need to do is to, of course, minimize the size of the equipment, because this is the one in the market. It weighs more than 25 kilograms, and it's huge and it's heavy. So we need to make it down to a smaller size. So we are targeted to make it down to 2.5 kilograms. So which is really hard because we need to change some parts inside to make it tolerant to like radiation kind of stuff. So this is a summary of today's presentation, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Kaye. Our next speaker is Andrew Scott, the lead principal for Think and Act Differently at BHP. Andrew leads robotics and automation initiatives with a focus on deploying and optimizing autonomous haulage systems. So, Andrew, over to you.
So first off, I'm not here representing BHP at the moment, so this is not approved material. So please consider that. Before I guess go forward, I do want to acknowledge the traditional owners, present, past, and emerging, and really do encourage every one of you in this room to reach out and understand the cultures of the land in which we're meeting today. So, and the other piece, the link with space, is they do take bodies in the atmosphere and beyond really seriously. So keep that in mind as we're looking to extract resources and so forth. So one of the things I wanted to sort of talk to you about, and I'm probably an anomaly here. You're hearing a lot about space tech and a lot about rockets, and well done, Gilmore, for your achievements, and well done to everybody. I'm actually from the mining sector. So I collected my first stream sediment sample at 6 years old. My father was a geologist, so I'm born and bred into the industry. I've been trying to get out of it. I've been trying to get into other industries. I was the first person to sign the Space Act agreement between a mining company and NASA back in 2008, and had the privilege of bringing a whole bunch of scientists and literal rocket scientists and engineers into the mining environment, showed them underground, showed them open pit in operations. And we actually got to, and this was a group of scientists out of JPL, and we got to actually deploy some of their robots and put them over the edge of a pit, took them underground, and with a whole range of different sensors. So one of the things I wanted to sort of highlight is I see a strong link between mining and the space sector for a whole variety of reasons. One is we know how to break rock, we know how to process rock. In order to utilize resources on other bodies, we're going to have to do that. So we can actually help in that area. But the other thing is you can help us think and truly act differently because you're going to have to design things in such a way that is not is quite different to how we do things here on Earth. You're not going to have a person up there doing everything. We're going to have to send a lot of things ahead of time. We're going to have to prepare the environment ahead of time before we get anybody there. So anyway, I wanted to sort of premise that that sort of introduction. So this was a slide I put up last year. How many in this room were here last year at the conference? So I'm not sure if you remember me talking back then, but this was the slide I put up last year. So I wanted to sort of start off with this and see if we can push the conversation even further. Problem we've got with the current industry, and Joe actually mentioned the work that they were doing around deep mining and the work at Callio, and that's really trying to something that we've been trying to do to I guess push forward the idea of how we can actually mine at depth and mine in areas that are quite challenging, high temperature, high stress, and also highly corrosive. So we've got environments here in Australia where you've got temperatures in excess of 100 degrees Celsius. You've got hypersaline water with interesting bugs in it that eats away at aluminium and other metals, and high stress. And there is actually a technical limit at the moment on how deep we can mine. So we're trying to push the envelope of how we mine at depth. Now, if we do mine at depth, if we put any equipment at those depths, we're going to have to maintain them. And so we can't engineer systems that are going to require someone to go into those environments. So this is what the basis of this diagram is, and sort of emphasis. And if we look around at all of the equipment manufacturers and all of the service and system providers, we're still designing systems for humans to not only operate them, but also to maintain them. And so this is a fundamental shift that we've got to change. So in terms of what I'm going to talk about, and there's lots of different definitions and examples of autonomous systems maturity. I'm wanting to sort of really push our thinking to the level 5, the full autonomous and adaptability. And this is where we need to go. Obviously, there are steps along that journey that we need to take and that we can take. But in terms of some of the examples and some of the concepts that we've been talking about, for lunar operations and even Mars operations, and what we've currently demonstrated with some of the rovers that we've got on Mars that have lasted the length of time that they've lasted, well beyond the design capability, design characteristics, they need to be adaptable. And so I think we've demonstrated that we need to think about that from a terrestrial application. So just in terms of design principles, and I've highlighted 2 that we need to sort of build in from a maintenance perspective, and that is the redundancy and sparing. Redundancy, this is a capability that from a space sector, it's a necessity, and there's many examples where you build redundant systems. And in fact, we've heard some examples of that today. So redundancy is definitely a key thing. And we don't do this enough in the current applications that we do underground, because we kind of assume, oh, there's going to be someone with a spanner. There's going to be someone that we can go down and fix. We can pull that machine out of the hole relatively easily. But as we go deeper, we need to think about these things. So what are the redundancy characteristics? The other piece is sparing. So even for the missions that we do today, we have done today and historically with the moon and even Mars, is the sparing is typically enough to last the particular mission. We need to now think about sparing from a long duration of operation. How do we replace the spares? And so that's something that we also need to, and the number of the OEMs are designing in capability there. So that is work in progress, but it's more that we need to do. So I just want to highlight some of the things that has been designed. Once upon a time, a wheel on an F1 car was multiple wheel nuts and had to go around. And so they transitioned from a speed requirement to a single, and it doesn't matter what the attack angle is on that person with that whatever ratchet gun, I guess you call it, they will get it every time, and they will be able to get that wheel off. So that's a design change with the purpose of speed. We just need to adapt this to maintainability of machines in various environments, whether it's off-world or deep underground on-world. And I want to sort of, I'm a big Star Wars fan, always have been, but you know, one thing that every base, every sort of structure that these robots interface with, there is a standard interface that they can, so we need to be starting to talk about the standards. And I think that was talked about today around the software standards and communication. I think AWS, you mentioned about there's a real, I think you even used the word, it's a bit of a cowboy scenario at the moment. We need to get in front of that. We need to get some established standards happening. It will make everybody's life a lot easier. So this is another area that I do employ to use mining, use the resource sector as a way to test concepts out that can be then used in space. So please think about that. Because we don't want, you know, for us to think about putting a complex machine like this Jumbo, which is a cornerstone for underground mine development. As you can see, it's quite a complex machine. It's all designed for human to maintain. There's lots of components there. Now that we are getting better at being able to take a component off and doing off-board maintenance, but there's a lot more that we need to do. And you know, we're not going to have astronauts with wrenches, right? And I think there was a conversation we had the other night around the space sector has optimized the efficiency of the astronaut because they're incredibly expensive to get off world, and the cost of and the protections that we need to put around them to make them safe is incredible. And so we really do optimize what the astronaut is doing. We definitely do not want the astronaut to be maintaining pieces of equipment if we can avoid it. If we can automate the maintenance of equipment, I think that's going to be incredibly valuable. And so there's some applications for us to test here on Earth for the ultimate future that we see in space. So with that, I do want to sort of highlight one capability that we have just around the corner. And do we have anybody from University of Sydney in the room? Yay, cool. So a good big call out to ARIM, which is the Australian Robotic Inspection and Asset Management Hub. So it's adjacent to ACFR, which I see as Australian Centre for Field Robotics, which in my opinion is one of the world leading centres in robotics globally. And so this hub is really trying to address that remote inspection or robotic inspection and maintenance. And I've been pushing them hard to sort of really, with the maintenance, how do we design for robotic maintenance? Because there's been a lot of work on how do we design equipment for humans to maintain. We now need to put a lot more effort into how do we design equipment to be robotically maintained. And with that, I want to thank you. There's a lot of synergies between mining and space. So bring it on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Our final speaker for this panel is Dave Lowy, Chief Technologist at IMDEX. He leads geoscience direction, early research framing, and global engagement across exploration, mining, production, and digital ore body knowledge. Yep, and he's going to be joining us remotely. So, Dave, over to you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you beautifully. Go on.
Excellent. And you can see the presentation screen.
Go ahead.
Yes, you can. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Greg, and for inviting me to participate in this. Unfortunately, I can't get across to Sydney today. So I'm talking to you from here in Perth. And I'm not sure, Greg, if you put Andrew and I together deliberately, but I'm also a crusty old-ish geologist, been in the industry for many decades. And in fact, I've known Andrew for many decades as well. We've worked together on many projects. I think you'll find these two talks are quite, perhaps unintentionally, but nevertheless complementary. I can't talk to an audience like this without bringing up David Bowie and Space Oddity and getting the chance to show him trying to have a cigarette in outer space, which I'm sure will appeal to the physicists in the audience because you know he can't do that. Nevertheless, it's a good song. I'm going to talk to you about a terrestrial analogue of what we're trying to do around exploration and resource exploitation on the moon for other purposes. And in the process of talking about that, just reveal that a lot of the strategies and thought processes that go behind doing it on Earth are absolutely the same as what we'll need to do on the moon or elsewhere, but with some additional complications. Just need to advance this. And to do that, the terrestrial analogue I'm going to use is the blast dog, but I'll explain a little bit more about that shortly. And apologies to the cartoon First Dog on the Moon, which I've segued into supporting the blast dog on the moon concept. Some of you will know about that from the Guardian newspaper. So if you needed to summarise what we need to do for resource exploitation, and we use this just in our own company, Index, we sum it up pretty succinctly as we need to find what we're looking for, define it, you know, where is it, what are its extents, and then ultimately mine it. 3 words, very easy to say quickly, a very difficult problem to tackle on the Earth, let alone on somewhere like the moon. The way we capture that thought process on Earth, if you like, or with our conventional mining and exploration, is on a diagram like that. And so that process is actually entirely captured on that diagram. And the takeaway, I think, for this audience, a non-technical resource audience, is you start at the left with a high degree of uncertainty, and then you need to do lots and lots of work to reduce that kind of uncertainty until you eventually know that you have something, that there's enough of it, and that it's actually mineable, and then you turn it into an ore reserve. There's a terrific amount of work that goes on in that process. And I'm not saying that we get it done correctly on Earth all the time either. But if you don't go through that process, then you know, you're out of luck before we've even started trying to do what you do. Now, to give it a slightly less technical flair, this is a cartoon I found on LinkedIn that explains the process. And you can sort of segue to how we go about this on the moon, trying to find these resources we try to extract, just be it hydrogen, oxygen, or just water, or both. So we start, you know, to get our degree of confidence up, we start through a process where we describe what we're looking for as inferred. So we're hunting for it, indicating we can see it, measured. Well, we've trapped it, caught it, shot it, unfortunately. So we go through that process to give us an increasing chance or increasing degree of reliability that we're going to put some dinner on the table that night. That's one thing, but then ensuring that we get that onto the table and delivered as a proper meal, a nice tasty meal, involves a whole lot of other processes. So in the resources world on Earth, we can find something and measure it and define it. It doesn't mean that we can necessarily extract it efficiently for a whole host of reasons. Now, what does this mean? What does this practically mean? If we're going to extract something, we need to know how many tons, ounces, or kilograms there are of it. There's a very simple equation that describes that process. We need to know the volume of it times the density of it times the grade or the concentration of it within that volume. That gives us the amount of material that's there, and we'll tell if it's economic or rational or sensible to extract it. To get to that has many implications. One of them, we need to drill, we need to sense, we need to measure. To Andrew's point, if we're doing it off-world, we need to be able to do that autonomously, and we need to do it in the subsurface. So again, they are very easy to say, they are very difficult to achieve in practice, especially autonomously, although on-world, we are working towards doing that autonomously as much as possible, but we still have a way to go here, but there are certainly many lessons that can cross over. You know, and the industry is not doing nothing by any means. There are many drilling technologies being worked on world, if you like. So these are just a few I picked at random that are going on at the moment. You know, we have laser drilling, we have electric arc fracturing of rocks, of like lightning down drill rods, if you like, to fracture the rock and pre-weaken it. Even ballistic type technology, shooting projectiles into rocks to try and break them. On Earth, really a rate limiting step to the find and define step of the process is the drilling process itself. It's expensive, it's technically difficult in many cases, and it takes mainly a very long time. So on Earth, we're working trying to speed that up. That is something you would need to think about a great deal on the moon, where time is literally money. I mean, time is money on Earth. Time is a hell of a lot of money on the moon. And then just another segue to another comment of Andrew's. This is a bit of work that, well, Index is doing with the MDRU at UBC and at the University of British Columbia, I should say, in Canada, where all we've done, or one of the research students there, Carolina, took all of the geological measurements. So I said sense, baby, sense earlier. That left-hand part of that diagram are all of the input measurements that are measuring things about rocks. That very complex, almost like a circuit diagram, flows to the right. They are all of the engineering applications where that data is used across an extremely conventional open-cut copper mine on Earth. So I cannot, Andrew was talking about interfaces. I can tell you where we, to put it in Australia, come a guts or have problems, is that handover at the red line there because of a lack of systems engineering or a lack of systems thinking. One of my favorite sayings is it's all about the rocks, or the rocks speak. If you're going to exploit them, you need to get that interface between the rocks of geology and engineering completely ironed out and working very well. As I said, we often stuff that up on Earth. It's not as though we're not doing some other things which are pretty analogous to what you probably want to do on the moon. This is just a slide I've taken from SLB, or Schlumberger as they used to be known, where the on-Earth industry is looking at new ways of exploiting our resources here to extract materials like copper. Copper is going to be a problem running into the future. By doing a lot of technical and directional horizontal drilling and turning the drill holes themselves into cathodes and anodes, and then using that to electro-win copper in situ, which at the moment is just a concept. I'm sure it's not made it into commercial production at all. But there are these sorts of processes, programs, and technologies being worked on, which would most definitely have applications off-world. And these sorts of applications also involve very technical navigation, directional drilling, all those sorts of things as well, which will be required and we know something about. Now, just to finish off, I just want to talk to you briefly about our on-world analog that Index is working on. The thing called the BLASTDOG, which I mentioned earlier on. This is a combined Internet of Geosensing and Measurement system, which is semi-autonomous, which collects data and turns it into information, which can be exploited almost in real time. So it acquires data, it acquires petrophysical and physical data. We also take other data types. So another concept to think about here is, no doubt everyone in that room is thinking about different sensing systems which can be sent to the moon. It's very, very rare in on-Earth mining that we use those systems completely independently. It's important to put the data together to better inform the outcomes, so that you get a much better idea of what the material types are and where they are and how you can process them. If you're wondering what the BLASTDOG looks like, that's it in operation on Earth. It's running there semi-autonomously. It's in a mine. It's putting sensing systems into holes already drilled. They're blast holes. It's a pretty, like Andrew said, it's a pretty hideous, tough environment at the height of summer. Not quite what it's like on the moon or Mars, but geez, it's not a bad analog in some respects. But there it is, out there by itself, collecting a whole lot of data. If we go to what it looks like, if we come back to the digital world and a version of it, that's actually a mine site we're looking at there. It doesn't look a million miles away or a few 100,000 miles away. For what we're trying to achieve on the moon, you can see there on the left there, that's actually a mining pit, and they are holes or locations of holes. We start off with very poor understanding, but some understanding. So this is the find phase. So those yellow streaks over on the right-hand side would represent quite widely spaced drill holes where people have acquired data. So we know something is there, but we can't just leap into mining that. We need to know what's going on, with a much greater sense of spatial precision and also information about the materials we're going to mine as well. So the strategy here is we use other drill holes, and that was the pattern that I showed you earlier, which showed the blast holes, and we use different types of data. So with the geosensing component, I often call that the Internet of Geosensing, and then I separate that from machine condition data, the Internet of Things, or IoT. So here we're using both. So we're taking data from the drilling process itself. So this is really quite important. This is almost data for free. And if we look at data we can collect off drill rigs on Earth with things like rates of penetration, torque, pressure, and force, then mathematically you can transform that into specific energy of drilling, which is actually related to some of the rock properties. So we get that for nothing, if you like. We just need to apply a little bit of maths. And then in holes around them, we can run the blast hole in there and collect a whole lot of inferential data, a whole lot of geophysical measurements. So here we're talking about gamma conductivity, magnetic susceptibility. You don't need to worry about that too much, but they are penetrative measurements of the rock mass around the drill holes. But most importantly, if we can take the data from the drill rigs themselves, the MWD data, the measure while drilling, and the in situ measurements from the physical or petrophysical sensors and put them together, it allows us to build a very high resolution, spatially intact model of the subsurface materials before we go and dig it up. And that's the important bit here. So what we're trying to do here, what we're trying to ensure with our find, define, and mine strategy is that we've now found it, we've defined it, and we're ready to mine it, and with precision. And I think that last statement there, we sometimes, more often than you'd want, get that wrong on Earth, because we sometimes don't mine with great precision, but on the moon or elsewhere, you're going to have to mine with great precision. So I think this workflow is essential to get nailed in off-world environments. So that's all I wanted to say there. There's some more words from Space Oddity, the song. I don't believe in the last line. There's nothing, and there's nothing I can do or we can do. I think there's plenty we can do. And I think there's plenty of cross-learnings that we can use between space exploration and Earth exploration and resource exploitation. And thank you very much. And I think I hang around for the panel session now.
I'd like to invite all the speakers back to the stage once the seats are all set.
It's a bit disturbing, Andrew, seeing that giant head behind you.
Okay, so I'll start with one question from me and then I'll hand it to the audience. We've been discussing how the moon is the proving ground for Mars and beyond. And we've learned about different technologies, different infrastructure that's needed for the ongoing operations on the moon. But how do you think we'll be leveraging these technologies 30, 40, 50 years in the future when we go into Mars and beyond as well?
I'll start and then hand over. So one of the things I would like to see is that as we develop these technologies, as we prove them up with the necessity of what we need to do on Moon and beyond, is that we also leverage them here on Earth. And also, and when we get into space mining, it's very dividing, right, in the community. Some believe in it, some, and what I mean, not necessarily for in situ resource utilization where you are, but actually returned product. That's the bit that's the dividing, right? So a lot of people in the community, they go, no way, but there is actually some benefits. And I think one of the things to point out is some of the successes with the optic fiber manufacturing on the space station. You know, I think that's demonstrating that we can leverage I guess the environment of space to actually produce products that can come back to Earth. So I think that's something that I would like to see as we develop to go further out, that we are thinking about what we can do to benefit society and humanity here on Earth.
From iSpace perspective, so our vision is to create one ecosystem in the cislunar area for the time being. But for the future, for example, for the Mars exploration, For example, when we establish the architecture in the lunar surface, it can be a good station or base for the further space exploration to Mars, for example, such as like I say, refueling system using the regolith or the water resources on the moon. So we always consider such a vision for further steps for the deep space exploration.
Regard perspective, the founder of our department, he's always saying technology which was developed on Moon or Mars or in space should be brought back to Earth to solve the Earth issues. That currently we do have many environmental issues, but if you go out to space, it's a very harsh environment and you have to recycle everything and everything is in a closed loop. So we could probably leverage that technology back to Earth to serve the environmental issues that we are facing right now.
And Dave.
Yeah, I think on that time frame, I don't see a lot of differences between both environments and the mining, what's going on actually. And I think the crossovers in the technology, just like the last person, there will be extreme. We need 30 or 40 years where we're resource constrained already. The amounts of materials we'll just need for stuff on Earth just keeps going up. Everything's up and to the right, no matter what. So autonomous, low impact, recycling driven mining methods, zero entry, no humans involved, completely underground, all that sort of thing, absolute requirements what we're doing here on Earth as well. So I really, on a 30 to 40 year time frame, I struggle to see too many differences with a lot of it actually.
Okay, so any questions from the audience? Yep, I see a few hands up here.
Hi, Bill Barrett, Asia Pacific Aerospace Consultants. All of the mining techniques that we use here on Earth have been developed in Earth conditions. I'm curious about the leap that has to take place for mining things on the moon or on planetary bodies that have far less gravity, have a very different environment. Yes, there's some analogs, but it strikes me that there's a very different mental framework that's actually needed to develop things in an off-Earth environment. I'd be very curious if the panel could share their thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I've said numerous times that I think the mine that we want to build will build on Mars before we build it here on Earth, out of necessity, essentially. And so I think there's Dave mentioned zero entry, and he gave some examples of alternative ways of extracting metals. There's some of the things that are going to have to be done for zero gravity or low gravity or low zero oxygen, a whole range of parameters that exist in space. Asteroid mining, for example, there's some fantastic opportunities there. But how you actually extract the metals, by necessity, how we do that in space, we can apply that here on Earth. So if you go deep underground, there's no oxygen unless we create the space for oxygen. So I think there's opportunities to leverage. And there, to David's point, where the world needs more metals than we can actually supply. So we actually have to fundamentally change the way in which we are doing it, because the current method is not delivering the metals that we need to meet that demand. So I think there's a step change. So to your point, there is a step change that we need to think about how we actually extract. But then there's also opportunities of what we can bring back. And when I say bring back, I don't mean bring back a raw material. It's going to be a finished product or close to a finished product. So I think we've got to think differently about the source of materials and metals and how we actually extract it. And I think the opportunity with space is that you, by necessity of the environment, it forces us to think about doing things differently. And so that's why I think there's fantastic opportunities between what we do here on Earth and what we need to do in space.
Well, from me, a very similar answer, but yes, the challenge is on the difference gap between the Earth condition and the Moon condition is always what we discuss with our customers, for example, from mission 1, mission 2, and beyond. And for example, we have a 1.6 gravity or the harsh environments such as how I say, at the lunar night survival or the radiation environment and so on. So we always talk about the environment as a lander provider. So we have an interface with our customers who has their payload system. So we can discuss how we can apply the, how I said, our operation for the to fit the Moon condition very well. And yeah, for example, we had customers from our past mission, like in the Japanese company called the Takasago, and they have their water electrolyzer technology demonstration system on board. And so they have their own technology for that. And so the technology for the Moon always should be, how to say, specialized for that. But they how to say, create and develop. It's based on their expertise on Earth. So we are always trying to, how do I say, to develop the technology gap together with a one system between the lander and the payloads and all.
Dave, anything from you?
Yeah, I think the gravity is an interesting one. I think that's just, I think some of the other challenges have been, you can imagine solutions like going underground itself, if we can get to that point, off Earth, levels up a lot of the other problems or a lot of the other differences between the two environments, and so that would fix a lot of it. But gravity, yeah, I mean things obviously respond under gravity, and we use gravity a lot in our current mining processes to move materials for cheaply because it's a ready source of energy, I suppose you look at it that way. But again, the equipment would be designed differently. The rates of movement would be lower. You'd have to brace things. Look, if you took a conventional drill rig to the Moon, started drilling, it'd probably float off into space. Looking at the pressure you apply to the rocks to force the bit into the ground. But again, I don't see these things as being stoppers, right? They're just challenges. And if you went back 50 years and showed people a modern mining operation now, we're doing things that they would never, ever even conceived of 50 years ago. And I think we can compress those time spans into 5-year gaps now.
Okay, perfect. I think we've got another hand up here. Yep.
Just
We probably need another mic for that one.
yeah, thank you. Is that going? Yeah. Okay, sorry. Yeah, Alan Hazelden, National Space Society of Australia. An engineering question. A common element in all of the mining equipment, drilling rigs in particular, is the use of fluid power, of hydraulics. Now, I don't see that in an off-Earth environment being effective. It's messy. Hydraulic hoses fail consistently, but it's versatile. So, are there electromechanical devices or applications that are being considered in that environment?
Yeah, and this is another reason why I'm so passionate around the connection between space and mining. We've been working on trying to remove hydraulics out of mining operations for a long time. It creates all sorts of issues. There's maintenance, and a hydraulic injury is not a pretty injury to have. So we managed to sort of, I guess, remove high pressure air a lot, but even though there are still occasions of the need for compressed air, so that's one that we're still dealing with, but hydraulics is definitely one that, and so to answer your question, yes, there is actually some fantastic capability that's starting to come out. It's being driven by the maintainability, but also the electrification sort of, I guess, push. And so we now have electric rock breakers as opposed to hydraulic rock breakers. So it is coming. It's just slow. And if we can really highlight the opportunities, the beauty with an electric rock breaker versus a hydraulic is you can adapt it to the conditions. So and you've got a high degree of precision. On the drilling side, there is there's areas that are being worked on, and to Dave's point, that is a big focus of how can we actually drill a lot faster. And so, the coil tube drilling methodology, which has been pioneered and used with oil and gas, we've been trying to get that into the minerals industry. It has less reliance on hydraulics. It can use electrics more commonly. But the other beauty is that you actually get a lot of you can run optic fiber down the coil. You can actually have energy down the coil, and so you can have a lot more measure while drill, log while drill capability as well. So there's opportunities there to accelerate. But yeah, the last thing we want to see is a hydraulic thing on off-world, and it just won't work. So that's another opportunity of how we engineer systems to be able to operate in space. What can we coexist or bridge the gap with things here on Earth, and potentially even accelerate. Because the other thing is that the supply chain and the value chain and the commercial models on space, and everyone here and everyone in the room could probably attest to it. Yes, there's funding, usually through grants and usually through other investments, but actual revenue generation is still, slow. If you can actually make revenue here on Earth or another industry, it can help. And there's examples where companies are doing that. So I think there's opportunities that way. Dave, do you want to make a comment?
No, so all of that I agree with, and a big push right now on Earth is combining the sensing and drilling, if you want to call it logging while drilling. But if you can do the sensing and the correct and appropriate and adequate sensing while drilling, then you get to that defined phase much faster, much faster actually, and then you can go in with your precision mining efforts. But that is that's a common cause, if you like, between both.
We've got 2 hands up on this side. So do we have time for only one?
We have time for one more.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
You've twisted my arm.
One of you too.
Great, because we can, if it breaks down or if it gets dirty or whatever, we can go in and fix it. But when they're so far away, I'm curious to know, are you building that into the technologies themselves to be able to maintain themselves? Are you designing technologies in parallel that can do the maintenance for these things? What's been the approach so far to that automation so far away from Earth?
Thank you very much for the question. So yes, the remote operation is always challenging. As you might be aware, so we attempted a second time a lunar landing for mission 1 and mission 2, but unfortunately it was not 100% successful. It ended up with the hard landing due to some technical error. And yes, we did the automation and due to the time differences and the technologies gaps. So yes, it's challenging, but yes, and we have a mission control center in Tokyo, and to, like I say, minimize the gap as much as possible. And also, yes, for the lander itself and for the rover, so our Luxembourg team has developed a very just like size mini rover, and for the automation, fully automation, and also, of course, they operate from their mission control center as well. But so we are very, how can I say, always develop those technology in parallel, and also we are having a discussion with customers as well for who would like to have the rovers or other robotics with the automations. And sometimes we can connect the communication between the payloads and the landers, and we can, like I say, switch the data and send the data via the landers itself. So maybe the mobile communication or automation, it's all linked. And it's a whole architecture when we operate a lunar surface, the operation. So it's always ongoing.
Just one comment. So I think we've typically designed things, and I've seen this with space applications as well. We're still putting the human in the loop. We need to be putting the human on the loop and having adaptable and systems that can cope with the unexpected. And applying, because we've got some really bad examples of human in the loop where the operator actually switches it out of autonomous mode just for something to do, because it's really boring sitting there watching a truck go back and forth. So we got to have meaningful work for the people who are operating these things. So building problem solving, analysis, and things like that, and being able to interface with these types of systems really is one of the fundamental things we need to focus on. And so that's another reason why I think for space we've got that communication lag. The moon is to one degree, Mars is even further, right? So I think the lessons we've learned from the Mars rovers is definitely testament to a lot of learnings and things like that. So I'm really hopeful that we can actually, and even our remote operation centers, I really do believe there's a step change that we need to do with regards to how we man them, how do we operate them, how do we actually design systems in there, how do we get cross-sector adaptation so that you don't have to have so much domain knowledge. So we can be pulling people off a Qantas remote operation center or a Spark and bringing them into a mining operation center. And they could potentially be switching between different applications. We need to get to that, I think, level and thinking about meaningful work for the human in those environments.
So regarding the automation, in the future, it has to be a fully autonomous automation. But currently, yeah, we need human. But we cannot really easily send people to the moon, do fixings. So we are trying to develop some kind of technology or like predictive operation. So you predict something before it happens, and then you take a measure against that before that's happening. So that's a technology that our company is developing and research here.
Anything from you, Dave?
No, those comments were good. I think we're closer to solving these things than we think.
Okay, so with that view of our lunar future, we'll wrap up this panel. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, session 2. I did see 5 very enthusiastic hands going up for that last round. I always feel bad about cutting off the Q&A, but at the same time, this is exactly why we keep this nice and small, intimate, so you can still manage to talk to everyone here and follow up these questions you're very keen on. Before we go out to lunch, I've got a couple of announcements. I've had a few people asking why the event only goes to 5, but the calendar goes out to 10. And it's not because the Q&A goes forever, but because we've actually booked in with a bar tab session at Brewdog after this, so you can continue networking all through the night. Networking. We're not liable. Continue that out there. We'll have the location, address, and a map up on the screen towards the end to make sure you get down there. We'll send you out in groups to make sure no one gets lost. Someone does every year. We have scaled it. Some of you may have come before, and you may have come along to some of the big after parties we've thrown. We've scaled it back a little bit this year. Avalon and ASA on as well. We know the budgets are tight, so nice and calm, nice and chilled out today. We'll go down there. Start of the day, also mentioned the great views outside the room, which cannot compete with. But I want to make sure you also see the things that are inside the room. If you haven't already, there's a giant spider robot at the door. Go talk to Crest Robotics while you're around. I've got HDR over in the corner, would love to talk to you. Got Element Robotics showing for simulation on the screen there, and lots of other little presentations around. At the IT desk, we also have JGC, the Japanese Gasoline Corporation, in partnership with Komatsu and Bridgestone, showing their ISRU VR extraction facility tour experience. I did it last year. It's apparently been upgraded since. It's insane what they've got prepared and what they've designed, what they're ready to do on the moon. So all these things while you're having your lunch, networking, going to try and give you about 45 minutes. So get on it. See you later. Mitsubishi. And the Mitsubishi video will be on the screen as well.
Space to transform life on Earth. Since
広い通信機の研究開発、常に未来社会を見据えて、これまでの2倍じゃなく10倍の性能、10倍の難しさを狙った挑戦的な研究開発をしていきたいです。難しい課題ほどいろんな分野のエンジニアが集い、新たなひらめきを生み出せると思っています。
これまでお客様との橋渡し役として衛星開発に携わってきました。我々人類が直面する社会課題の解決に向けて、同じ志を持った人たちが企業の垣根を越えて協力し、社会にとっての新しい当たり前を作ることに心からの情熱を捧げていきます。
we're extending our reach to space to take on the issues we face here on Earth and create a better society. Our history gives us confidence. We are always taking on the challenges of creating a better world. Tapping the full potential of tapping the full potential of space.
作り方を確立していきます。宇宙に関するどんなビジョンも私たちが形にしていきます。
数多くの衛星システム、地上試験から打ち上げ支援までを手掛けてきました。長年のノウハウもあり、信頼性には自信があります。今後、宇宙ビジネスが発展して扱う製品がどれだけ複雑になっても、現場のプロ集団としてお客様に安心を確実にお届けすることが私たちの使命です。
総合電機メーカーとして
tapping the full potential of space to transform life on Earth. Since the days when space was a distant horizon, Mitsubishi Electric has been a space technology pioneer. Communications, observation, positioning, cargo supply. We've used technology to transform everyday life.
宇宙で動くものを作るために何百何千もの設計と解析を重ねてきました。より早くフレキシブルにこれまでの積み重ねを生かし新しい作り方を確立していきます。宇宙に関するどんなビジョンも私たちが形にしていきます。
数多くの衛星システム、地上試験から打ち上げ支援までを手掛けてきました。長年のノウハウもあり、信頼性には自信があります。今後、宇宙ビジネスが発展して扱う製品がどれだけ複雑になっても、現場のプロ集団としてお客様に安心を確実にお届けすることが私たちの使命です。
総合電機メーカーとして衛星に限らず幅広い通信機の研究開発に携わってきました。常に未来社会を見据えてこれまでの2倍じゃなく10倍の性能、10倍の難しさを狙った挑戦的な研究開発をしていきたいです。難しい課題ほどいろんな分野のエンジニアが集い、新たなひらめきを生み出せると思っています。
これまでお客様との橋渡し役として衛星開発に携わってきました。我々人類が直面する社会課題の解決に向けて、同じ志を持った人たちが企業の垣根を越えて協力し、社会にとっての新しい当たり前を作ることに心からの情熱を捧げていきます。
We're extending our reach to space to take on the issues we face here on Earth and create a better society. Our history gives us confidence. We are always taking on the challenges of creating a better world.
Round of applause, thank you.
On August 14th, 2003, a
Thank you. That was mostly just get the energy back. Oh. Check, check. I'm just playing. I'm making it fun for myself. Yeah? Oh. Make music.
and setting up the space to shelter and house equipment so they can actually last a long time on the moon. Because if we're aiming for a permanent presence on the moon, we need machines and equipment that can last a long time, that's highly autonomous and it's not going to break down. And we figured what we need for that is essentially small shelters, we figured. We need places for machines to go, to charge, to wait out some of the extreme conditions. And so that's what we started thinking about doing. Now, I was also talking to a company called Earth-Built Technologies at the time. And he was telling me about this great idea he had to automate earth bagging, right? So earth bagging is exactly what it sounds like. It's very similar to sandbagging, except we put earth in it. Now, I guess on the moon, we'd call it moon bagging. Doesn't really matter. You get the loose powder, you put it into a bag, and you compress it to form the structural layers of a building. NASA have been researching this for 30 years. There's some great papers out there. We didn't invent the technique, but we are inventing new ways to mechanize the technique, to implement the technique with technologies that are useful here on the ground, terrestrially, to build residential houses, but are also very, very relevant on the moon. So there's a couple of things we imagine when we come off the lander for the first time, and that's to start to build shelters, to start to build small roads, to take dust, put it into bags, so that wheeled and tracked platforms aren't just moving around kicking up dust. Because as you know, it's a very low gravity environment. You kick up some dust and it does take a few days for that dust to settle, right? So if you're operating lots of machinery and dust is getting everywhere, the best preventative step is to just not have it kicked up as much. But if we're just sitting there waiting for dust to settle, that's not very productive, right? So we want to try to bag it up, not create as much to begin with. And that's what we sort of see as the first steps, plus creating the shelters and verifying that technology. Now, the machines themselves, there was an interesting discussion on hydraulics and how the machines, I have a whole vision for this, which is very driven around lightweight, low volume, but high impact, very autonomous and very robust machines that are all electrically actuated. Funnily enough, hydraulics are excellent for high power stuff, right? Well, electric will never compete in that regard. But sometimes the reason we need so much power is because our machines are so big. I was talking to Andrew before, we get a 40-ton vehicle with a 15-ton, payload capacity. My sort of method of developing technology with electric actuators actually inverts that. We're developing robots that have 3 times the lifting capacity versus what they weigh, right? And this is the sort of technology we're going to need on the moon. Very, very high strength to weight ratio machines that are very dynamic, very agile. So instead of this paradigm of, you just make something really heavy and pick it up, it's kind of like how you and I use a shovel. We dynamically balance, right? And that's how you actually make things really light. You can do it with legs. Anyway, so that's some of the reason. Here's a little bit of our vision. Now, this is a draft animation. I gave my animator, he did this in about 30 minutes. We're getting this professionally done for the IAC with, much better graphics. But you see, we come off the landing vehicle, we've got a little collector that goes ahead of us, and we've got a concept I can describe to anyone who's interested. It's going to filter out rocks, shoot them out to the side because we don't want to deal with them. And then it's got a pneumatic transfer system to the robot who's going to start putting, the dirt into the bags and forming structural layers. We're also partnered with the Andy Thomas Space Research Center around designing dome structures that are self-supporting so that we can create these domed habitats, well, shelters really for equipment and for machinery that we're going to build on the moon. And so by the conference, we're planning to have that robot alive. It's going to be standing up. It's going to be moving around. So absolutely do come along if you're able. It's going to be really exciting. And then quickly after that, we're integrating the extrusion technology with the robot. And we're going to be, basically looking for partners to do live demos, come and test the techniques. So that's what we're doing. So Charlotte's got 6 legs. It's really about how do we pack the absolute largest form factor in the smallest possible space, right? So typically in 3D printing, you have to set up a gantry structure that's as big as a building, or there's other techniques where you've got huge hydraulic arms. When you ask these companies how you're going to ship that to the moon, they often say, I don't know. I thought, well, mine's going to be really compact, so it just kind of straddles the walls. And so this version is the smallest one we're ever going to build. So I'm just going to make the spiders bigger. I'm pretty sure they're going to send me to the moon eventually just to get rid of me, because I'll just be like, let's build bigger spiders better. So yeah, we're planning versions that are sort of 3 to 4 meters under the belly, right? We really want large scale structures we can build with this technology. Eventually, and my whole PhD is in climbing robots, the robots will actually climb the structure themselves and 3D print as it goes to get even taller and taller sort of domed structures. So that's what we're planning for this, and we're aiming to show really simple demos of small walls, before the end of the year is our goal. So here's you probably mute that. It's just me talking about what I'm seeing. Here's a very simple, I can't show you too much of the compaction technology because our partner EarthBuilt is still going through their IP securing process, but you can see this is a wall I got my engineers to do on site. And I, as a very good CEO, sat in a really comfortable chair noting down all the stuff they were doing. It's an extremely manual process, which is why we don't do it currently. We took probably 5 people about a full hour and a half of work to do that one wall segment. Now we're upscaling this technology and mechanizing it so that we could do the full walls of a residential house within a day. And that's both in moving the extruder around as well as developing fill delivery systems and conveying means that are high enough productivity to do so, to really move all this material where it needs to go. And all this stuff, we've kept the lunar application in mind. So, we've chosen electric actuation because we believe it's the best technology. We've looked at, pneumatic conveying, closed loop pneumatic conveying means that we've found some excellent papers from JPL that have been tested on hyperbolic flights because it's suitable in both environments, the most suitable thing for both environments, in our opinion. So here's a little look at what a lunar shelter might look like on the Earth. We've been doing earth bagging for eons. It really came out of World War I as sandbagging bunkers and that sort of stuff. It's not a new technique, like I said, but it has been used to build really highly sustainable, low carbon housing. And so we're planning to do that here on Earth. Like I said, plenty of residential. Once you render it, if you get it neat, you can make it look like a standard Australian home. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference between brick. So that's what we're trying to do, really sustainable, low carbon construction. Now, broadly, I'm just going to talk a little bit about CREST now. We have huge terrestrial capabilities. What we'd like to do is really dangerous work, dangerous repetitive work. So this is another product we're working on. It's called the EMU. Big Australian animal focus, you might know. My whole PhD, I spent 3 months in a cage in Western Sydney filming birds as they climbed up ladders, as a typical PhD student does. But it's all biology, it's all understanding biomechanics and taking lessons from nature to build technology. I like to say we do a lot of work at heights, and there's nothing higher than space, and that's our connection because it's corny enough to work. But it's it's genuine. The space environment is probably the most dangerous environment we know. And what CREST does is really try to develop tools and assistance for blue-collar workers to make them safer, make them more productive. We're also looking at things like confined entry and that sort of stuff. So we get a lot of very creepy looking robots because when you're going into small spaces, the spider form just tends to work really well. All right. Just a bit of background metrics on why we focus on safety and productivity. It's a huge problem worldwide. We can solve these problems with technology we're developing safe and apply it to the industries here, right? We have pressing needs on Earth that aren't just sustainability, that aren't just how do we dig more minerals out of the ground, which is also important. People die at work, people get injured all the time, and so that's problems we're trying to address. So zero workplace injury and a robot for every tradesperson on the planet is what we're trying to do, and hopefully a robot for every tradesperson off planet as well, because they'll be coming. I'm going to contradict Andrew a little bit because I think the first job we're going to need on the moon is actually a space mechanic. And I've convinced my intern, who's giving me the shifty eyes, that that's definitely in his future, because we're gonna need it, right, to maintain these capabilities permanently on the lunar surface. We're going to need human presence. We're going to need capability, but it has to be capability that's generated and trusted over time. So, what can you do for me? I've entertained you for 10 minutes. Look, we're looking for partners. We're looking for avenues to get this technology into the hands of the people that learn it. We tried to build a narrative when we were writing this grant about what Australia could really do, right? What's Australia really going to pin it around? And we've got great capability, as everyone has said. We're excellent at remote operations. We're excellent at resources. But we do need a narrative that the Australian voter base, the Australian public, is really going to respond to if the Australian government is gonna put a lot of money in towards this. So we came up with housing being a solution to that, because it's something we can pitch to politicians. We can try to get $1 billion out of them and say, well, it's not just a space project, it's a solution to the housing crisis, right? And so anyone that can come on that journey with me as we try to really fund the space sector a lot more, as we try to develop a narrative to sort of rally behind, I'm looking to talk to you because we're looking for all the help we can get. So thank you all very much for your time. I'll be over there near the robot if you want to ask me any questions. But yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome on stage Amanda McKinnell from L3 Harris, who's going to talk to us about supply chain.
Thank you, everyone. Hopefully. I'm so glad that people have been using movie references, because my working title for this one was, to quote from one of my favorite space movies, "In space, nobody can hear you scream," which really works well, having come from the spider robots. Thanks, Clive. I also am going to challenge, I'm going to make sure that I know how to use this as well. Nope. I'm going to challenge that nobody wants to see a movie about space mechanics, because everybody watched Apollo 13, and then we'll talk about space gardeners with The Martian. Out there in space, depending on how shiny or garam your luck is, there are no hardware stores. If it breaks, you're going to have a real problem. There's no couriers. You can't go down to Hammer Barn and also get a sausage sizzle while you're there. You are going to need to make sure that not only does it work the way it says it will in the box, which means you've got to have a great relationship with your supply chain in order for it to work and continue working, because the logistics chain, and we heard from the Japanese team, one of the reasons why the James Webb Space Telescope, which my previous employer, Northrop Grumman, was right next to, and it was my favorite thing to go and watch, it took so long, was because she was going out to Lagrange 2, and you can't fix her. It had to be right the first time. So we're not surprised if you don't know L3 Harris, because we're still actually a fairly new corporation, and we are only small at 52,000 people. But the Harris side and the comms, it's no coincidence that our headquarters in Palm Bay, which is a great place for our headquarters, is next to Canaveral. We have been embedded with the NASA launches from the beginning. And then we also went out and bought a company you might have heard of called Aerojet Rocketdyne, which goes back to the original rocket motors. So what we do is a whole lot, and I mentally joke when I say it's G.I. Joe and everything sold separately. It's very definitely the everything that's sold separately. If it makes communications go smarter, faster, better, we are designing propulsion systems for space launch vehicles and satellites. It has kept me awake now for the last 5 weeks, finding particular pieces for, is this a laser pointer? No. The rocket bells on the back end of the Saturn that then migrated into the Challenger, which are now the Artemis rocket launchers. Watch this way for a perfect demonstration, we hope, in a year of what Australian parts can do. Also, who's reading Caliban's War? I saw a copy of it at the back. Respect. I have to get another. If you haven't seen The Expanse, watch The Expanse from a human culture perspective. I've read all the books. I am a nerd. So this is what, on any given day, I am looking for. The reason why, and my doctoral studies are not as glamorous as everybody else's. I'm looking at the supply chain. How do I make it better and faster? In any given day, I am looking for something that fits into my supply chain. Raw materials. I have a shopping list for germanium. Diodes don't work if we don't have it. Gallium, antimony, tin, gold, aluminium, nickel, all of those alloys, which are here in Australia. The manufacturing and integration, I start moving up that I'm trying to say pyramid and tier at the same time. Which companies in Australia can do that integration work and provide pre-assembled modules back to the US? And this is where that Industry 4.0 comes in really well. I have rocket design teams who are sending design drawings down to Australia, and the answer comes back within 52 hours with a part. In that design for development phase, Australian companies are answering the question. And hopefully as we move for design entering to production, we get further and further up the supply chain. And it's the customer acquisition piece, how the customer shares information back to L3 Harris, and then we relate it back to our suppliers. Now, my own research, I want to stop talking supply chains and actually start talking about that relationship and talk about the covalency of supply chains, that it's not an ionic bond. I'm not just taking from you and going. I am actually building a covalent relationship because I'm putting Lockheed Martin or NASA with L3Harris, and around in that electron shell is all the other companies who can provide what we're looking for. Energy is an analog for it. But the trade-off, that quid pro quo, is that I am getting companies up into the global supply chain. I'm getting them into our international market. A little bit more about that in a second. The end of life is equally important, as well as the cultural aspect. We've heard sustainability, and last time Greg invited, well, actually the first time Greg invited me to speak, we were talking about the 17 UN factors, and this is why I love the whole Expanse series, because making sure that humans are being treated equitably in an industrialization sector. As we leave Earth and set up the next culture, we want to make sure that everyone benefits. It's very definitely one of the Schwab theories, but we want to make sure that we're not treading on others, like the Belters, in order to be able to... Everybody's seen the series? Yep. Spin the drum. We want to make sure that we do achieve it. So, as we progress, what parts of industry can contribute? And when I was putting this together, I was thinking layers, and then I had donkey in my head of, you know what else has layers? Where we could contribute in the ground launch and propulsion, satellite and spacecraft production. There are Australian companies who are coming up with CubeSats, where we can plug those in by talking to me, talking to my Aerojet Rocketdyne colleagues, and that's what I do. I find someone who's interested and I introduce you to the right socket in my company. 52,000 people, there's bound to be somebody who wants to talk to you. The launch infrastructure. L3Harris, as I said, we provide all the comms for the launch. They rely upon our backbone. Those umbilicals are the last one to go, and that first comms piece are Harris Communications. Once it's in orbit, what do we do to support? In-space manufacturing, and this starts to become the next discussion. Now, we've talked a little bit about additive manufacturing. Has anybody seen Speed 3D's cold spray metal technique? I'll pass this around. I know a couple of people. I'll start here. I'll use my big voice. I used to drive the Australian Federation Guard once upon a time in uniform. This is one of the answers to how can we manufacture in space. The cold spray idea of a needle that stays still and a robotic arm that moves. So we've got a home for you, Clive. We can produce essentially a cold forged metal part through an Australian company, and it could be in space. It's already being deployed with defense, who has the same challenges of if the logistics chain is getting really, really stretched, and anti-fragility says that we need to be able to gain in times of disruption, we need to be able to print on the spot. We need to be able to adapt and overcome. And then we're talking deep space. Be able to produce on the moon, to be able to export to Mars, to the next deep space probe. This is tomorrow's challenge. Well, what did I do? Come back. Space. So because I'm an academic as well, I've got to have my own model. And this is what I refer to as the diamond model, because I'm trying to create enduring benefit, and diamonds are forever. I also will point out that James Bond was a naval officer. Yes, I'm having flashbacks because the Navy's over there. The 4 diamonds, everybody loves to talk engagement and contracts. Everybody wants that. How much have you got? The minister wants to announce $10 million benefit given to. But what it really means is workforce. It means investment. It means what happens next for that company. But the key point, and this is where the prime, like Lockheed, Boeing, L3Harris, the development, and this is that covalent relationship. How can we mentor you? How can we have that knowledge transfer? How do we give you opportunity to a lab or connect you into someone who has been involved in space since they were brewing up the different alloys to make the space shuttle? That's how we gain by being partnered with one of the primes here in Australia. The innovation and collaboration. How many of you are from a university or are a spin out of a university? 1, 2, 3, 4. Excellent. Innovation and collaboration. We need you. Think up stuff and come and talk to a prime, please. Come and talk to us and we'll find you a grant. We will find you a home inside a company. We won't buy you, sorry, but we will connect you. It's amazing how many times I get asked that. We will connect you with a collaborative partner who can start that reaction going and put you into the next dimension. And then that becomes that future opportunity. And when I drew this model, I was really only talking about global marketplace. But by dint of engagement with Australian Space Agency, the Japanese Space Agency and the Indian Space Agency, Eurospace, defence is one customer, space becomes your next customer that I'm trying to connect you into. The Australian government is funding about 50% of my role with L3Harris, and there's somebody like me in the other 13 major primes who are absolutely looking for companies and ideas to connect into our supply chain. The earlier, the better in some cases, because the need is continually changing. So the what's next, by the way, don't ever ask an AI to create a video of Oppie repairing herself. Those of you who saw that, it's traumatic, almost as traumatic as Clive Spiders. If you've seen that documentary, Oppie was supposed to last 90 days. Oppie went on for 15 years. And they had to turn her around at one point because broken the wheel. And it was easier and more energy efficient to have her going backwards and dragging the wheel rather than pushing. But imagine a scenario with, through additive manufacturing, it's awful, could print a replacement, print that replacement bearing. And then you have a Remora type robot, thanks Clive, who can attach it and the Oppie's ready to go again. That becomes the next generation. So we can keep your spiders working, bloody spiders. We need to change what we understand as supply chains and logistics. We need to stop thinking about Earth-borne logistics and think about the operational need that can be serviced from orbit, from the moon, from the belt, and beyond. And we turn that tyranny of distance into actually a sea where data can be transmitted effectively and efficiently to support decision making and support supply chains and keep Oppie rolling. For Australia, we've got these sovereign strengths. We're already doing a lot of it. We've got people with really great ideas. We've got additive manufacturing happening. We have people who know how to make the electronics and the sensors, which is what L3Harris is looking for, those kind of people all the time. I've published 3 job pass-ons today. What can we do to increase Aerojet Rocketdyne L3Harris's access to people like you? And that is come and talk to me at any time. So, a couple of thoughts to leave you with for all of you who love the Mars rovers. We have been involved since the beginning with Spirit. We have pushed out the comms, the transceivers, some of our robotics that are being used on the T4 and T7 IED robots that were used in Kandahar, Iraq, and in London are parts of the actuators on the rovers. Every lesson that humans learn goes into space for good. And we do have to remind ourselves that it has to remain for good. Now, the quote, and I probably can't actually see it because of where my picture is, we have to utilize resources no faster than they can be replenished, and we have to produce waste no faster than they can be processed back into resources. We can't live and explore on any significant time frame if we don't live those principles. But if we do, we can achieve and sustain amazing, inspiring things like exploring other worlds. You win a caramello koala if you know who said that. I've got them right there. Rockwell. Yes. If you could read it. Oh, they took down my photo. Hang on, we'll see if I can do this. Almost. Okay. Pull and stick caramello koalas. When leaving the Mars Dune project, it's much scarier when I do them like in a bracket. So it's Angry Birds has got nothing on me with the caramello koalas. The Mars project, having the autonomous mine and saying we cannot let anything leave, we can only use what we've got, and everything has got to be returned back into use. Nothing will get wasted. What is the opportunity that we've got with what's in our hand? So worthy of thought. Again, if you want to know more, please drop me a line, find me on LinkedIn. And I'm especially looking for anybody doing in those 9 areas at the moment. I'll be back in Sydney at IndoPac. Would love to talk to people, and I will have approximately 16 different engineers and scientists in from the US, Italy, and the UK. So if you're not thinking about coming to IndoPac, think about coming and talking. Thank you.
Thank you for all these opportunities you're offering for the Australian industry and the belters of Ceres. Thank you for reminding me of that. Next, we have Nina Hopper, Director of Business Development at Interlune.
Awesome. Welcome. And thank you everyone for having me here today. I am here to talk about Prospect Moon, our upcoming commercial mission to the lunar surface. And I'm honored to be in this group. I think it's such a great lineup to what I'm talking about now. So as Aud introduced, I'm Nina. I'm the Director of Business Development at Interlune. And for those of you who haven't heard of Interlune before, here's a little summary of who we are. We're based in Seattle, Washington. I'm our only team member here in Australia. I do work remotely from Sydney. We are focused on helium-3 in the lunar regolith, which I will tell you about, but we're also looking at it on Earth. We have sales to 3 customers, including the Department of Energy, which is the US government agency that is currently the only one producing helium-3 in the Western world, and Maybell Quantum, which I'll tell you a little bit about more soon. We've raised $18 million in venture capital and brought in over $6 million in grants, including awards from NASA, Department of Energy, National Science Foundation, and just recently we announced an award from the Texas Space Commission, where we will be setting up in Texas, setting up a lunar regolith simulant center in this space park, lunar park that's going on there, because as you'll see in a second, we're really very focused on the regolith grains themselves. We have 25 full-time staff now. Again, pretty much everyone's in Seattle. We have 1 person in DC and me here in Australia. And we have a bunch of different hardware development projects and a bunch of parabolic test flights that you can see here that we've done to do some of that reduced gravity experimentation. And we have this prototype excavator up here, which I'll talk about in just a second as well. So first of all, what is helium-3? I definitely gave the specific number a couple of years ago at this conference, and helium-3 is the most valuable resource on the moon at $20 million per kilogram when converted to mass, though it is sold currently on a per litre basis right now. It's in super high demand. The current markets that are actually actively purchasing it are quantum computing. This is dominant and a growing market in this area, and national security, where helium-3 is used in radiation portal monitors because it has a large cross-section for neutron capture. So it's really good at detecting radioactive materials, and it's at borders in countries across the world, a lot of it in the US. And in the future, helium-3 has strong potential as a fuel for fusion because it's not aneutronic, but produces fewer neutrons than other methods. There's some medical imaging modalities that may emerge commercially over time that are definitely in a clinical phase right now, and future potential in-space propellants. So as I mentioned, we already have some customers. We've announced these in the last few months. One of those is the Department of Energy that has signed a purchase order contract, and Maybell Quantum. This is their dilution refrigerator that they use for their qubits. And basically helium-3 is used in a refrigerant cycle in the dilution fridges. So it's a mixture of helium-3 and helium-4, and it's the only isotope in the periodic table that allows you to get down to millikelvin temperatures, which are required to keep your qubits really, really cold. This is a property of the atomic structure, so it can't be achieved in any other way. Helium-4 gets you to a certain, about, I think, 4 Kelvin, but to go below that, you need helium-3. We also have some industry-leading partners that we've announced in the last couple of months. So one of them is Vermeer, who we've been working with to develop a prototype lunar excavator. This is the first model we're doing. We're doing another iteration soon, which will be less exposed to dust, as you might notice as space people in the room. And something that's pretty amazing about the VIA partnership is that the CEO of EMEA is actually an aerospace engineer who worked at JPL himself. And he's the third generation CEO of this company. It was his grandfather's company, who was a didn't even go to high school farmer, built this amazing kind of agricultural robotics company. Then his mum took over, and then he took over after some time in the space industry and was really excited to bring his organization of, I think, 4,000 people into the space industry from more traditional industries. We've also partnered with Astrolab, and we are going to the lunar surface at the end of this year with a hyperspectral camera that will be on this rover. So helium-3, as I said, we're really obsessed with regolith grains, and this is a very up close look at a grain itself, because the helium-3 is in all these tiny little bubbles in the outer nanometers. We've got 100 nanometer rims of the grains itself. And this is because of the way that the helium-3 is implanted, which is coming through the solar wind and basically melting the glass around the rim of the grain and getting implanted in there with the other volatiles that are being implanted from the solar wind. And so in order to liberate that helium-3, we just need to break up all those bubbles and let that gas come out. Based on the samples from Apollo, which showed presence of helium-3, and mapping that we've done since that time with correlates from orbit, we have these distribution maps of where we think the helium-3 is, and this is not from us, this is kind of been going on in research for a number of decades, but this is the kind of best understood map at this point. And you can't directly measure helium-3 from orbit because although it's much higher concentration than on Earth, it's certainly not enough to get any kind of read from orbit. So we use these correlates here: ilmenite abundance, soil maturity, and solar wind flux models. Our mission roadmap is as follows. So we have, as you can see, our theme: Crescent Moon, Prospect Moon, Harvest Moon. Crescent Moon is the one at the end of this year where we're sending that hyperspectral camera on the Astrolab flip rover, and we're going to be testing out that multispectral imager for an in situ image spectral analysis of the regolith without taking an actual sample of the soil itself on this mission. But then that same camera will be flying in 2027 with our suite of instruments that will be doing a sample and an actual in situ analysis of the resources. And then going on beyond that, we have our vision for our full architecture. So this is the 27 Prospect Moon mission. We have a lander that will be coming down. So what we'll be doing is measuring helium-3 and other volatiles in two ways. So we are going to have a crucible that heats up all the regolith and melts everything down and lets all the gases out. And then we have our own proprietary mechanical processing method to release the gases that is lower power. But because we don't have access to real lunar regolith, we don't know exactly what the efficiency of that extraction process is through that method at this point. So we're doing both of them to get a comparison of the true helium-3 and volatile measurement, the prediction models from those orbital maps that you saw before, and then our extraction technology as an efficiency metric on top of that. And that payload has a mass spectrometer, the regolith sampling, multispectral imager, and our mechanical extraction system. And we've got our candidate sites and our landing partner selected, but we haven't announced those yet. And this is a picture of what our longer term architecture looks like. It's near, so as you saw on the maps, near side equatorial region, about 1.2 kilometers harvesting area. And this is more akin to tilling an agricultural field because we ingest the regolith, sort out the grain sizes, getting rid of rocks, extract the volatiles by that method we've developed or what adaptations we need to make to it. And then with that mixture of volatile gases that we will get, we will actually be doing a separation of gases process in situ as well and only sending the helium-3 back. So that's the kind of key harvesting elements. And then obviously we need power and supporting infrastructure and things as well, which we're make-buy decisions about on a case-by-case basis. So in summary, helium-3 is the most valuable resource, and we already have customers willing for us to go and get it. We will have payload space available on our 2027 mission. So if there's something anyone is interested in collaborating with, would love to chat. And yeah, we're going to be collecting a huge amount of data, geologic and engineering data of value for other people operating in lunar environments. That's something we're also willing to have a conversation about, and generally collaboration in general. So thank you all for listening to my talk, and yeah.
Thank you, Nina. Helium-3 is fascinating, and if you follow Nina on LinkedIn, there is a lot of video where she explains very well lots of things that are very interesting on helium-3. I'm a big fan. Next, we have Takuya Yokoyama, Space Development Planner for JGC Corporation.
Good afternoon. My name is Takuya Yokoyama from JGC Corporation. JGC means Japan Gasoline Company. So today I would like to introduce our vision and recent activities for infrastructure development, especially focusing on resource utilization on the moon. Let me introduce my company. JGC is a leading engineering company headquartered in Yokohama, Japan. We have a long history of delivering complex industrial plants worldwide, especially in oil and gas and energy sectors. Our main business is EPC, engineering, procurement, and construction. We work on various fields, including LNG, hydrogen, healthcare, and space. Our strength lies in managing large, complex infrastructure projects in challenging environments. Based on that experience of more than 20,000 projects in 80 countries around the world, and plant construction such as jungles, deserts, and permafrost, our next field is the moon. This is our visual concept of Lumanity. Lumanity is a concept developed by JGC Corporation to envision a future lunar society, specifically a smart community on the moon. The name Lumanity comes from Lunar Smart Community. The Lunar ISR plant is located in the center of Lumanity. Around it, you can see other important areas such as solar panels and the lunar spaceport, a communication facility, the lunar base control room, the habitat area, and the transportation rover. So to share our vision, we've created the VR world in VR chat. It helps people imagine the lunar future in an immersive way. This is especially useful for public outreach and global collaboration. This VR world is available online, and you can explore it using a VR headset. Like Greg, can you see the headset? Yeah. That kind of headset, yeah, you can access our Lumanity. Yeah. So if you are interested, feel free to talk to me after the presentation. And in the VR, you can operate this is a Komatsu developing the lunar construction machine. You can actually operate in the VR like this. And you can walk around the lunar surface. Then you can, if some people join this world, you can talk to each other. And also you can drive a lunar rover. Yeah, this is a lunar rover. And this tire is made by Bridgestone. Bridgestone is also developing the lunar tires. Okay. And as you may know, ISRU is a key element in NASA's Artemis program. Water will be used to produce hydrogen and oxygen as propellant, reducing the need to transport them from Earth. Sorry. Recent missions have confirmed the presence of water ice on the moon, especially near the South Pole. This provides a realistic foundation for in-situ resource utilization. This diagram shows the ISRU process. At first, collect regolith and extract water, electrolyze it, and store as LH2 and LX, liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen for rocket fuel. It's similar to what we do on Earth, but under lunar conditions. Together with JAXA, we have been studying lunar ISRU plants since 2021. We completed the conceptual studies and are now working on terrestrial power plant design and testing. Komatsu is developing lunar construction machines. They simulate autonomous operation, excavation, and regolith handling. Such equipment is essential for ISRU and base construction. We also collaborate with Yokogawa to develop ultra-remote control systems. Communication delay between Earth and Moon is a major challenge. We aim to establish reliable operation frameworks. So we are part of MAHU. MAHU is the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries. We are part of MAHU's Status Program, a strategic project for resource recycling food supply systems for long-term lunar missions. This supports a self-sufficient base beyond just fuel production. We also support JAXA's collaboration with Toyota on the pressurized rover. This vehicle enables safe and extended exploration on the lunar surface. JGC, our company, provides technical management support. Bridgestone is developing special metal tires for lunar rovers. They are designed to endure extreme terrain and temperature, unlike rover tires. Mobility is another key for lunar logistics. Here is a summary of our key collaborations with JAXA for ISRU and rover development, with Komatsu, Yokogawa, and MAF, and Bridgestone. We aim to build integrated infrastructure by working with cross-industry partners. This is our roadmap towards 2040, following the Artemis and JAXA missions. We plan to start FS feasibility study and FEED in 2026, construction in 2035, and launch lunar ISR plant operations by 2040. And we are core member of Lunar Industrial Vision Council in Japan, a government industry academia initiative formed in 2021. We submitted a policy proposal to Japanese government and host annual forum to promote collaborations. This is our vision for future lunar base as integrated smart community with circular infrastructure, a place where humanity can sustainably live and work on the moon. Thank you for your attention. Please feel free to reach to me via email or LinkedIn. Let's explore possibilities for collaboration together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we can play with your worlds. Yeah. Reminds me of a Ready Player One, but moon version. And last but not least, we have, where is he? Johan Barthelemy from NVIDIA. He is the Senior Developer Relation Manager there. I'm very happy to have NVIDIA talking. Everything leads to space. I told you, Johan.
Right. Oh, that's a bit high. Cool. Thanks, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here. And before I start, I'd like to answer the questions I got asked the most during the break. Yes, I actually work for NVIDIA. I didn't get my jumper from the gift shop. True. I didn't fly from overseas to come here, right? I just took the train from Wollongong. That's where I got my accent. And no, IT cannot fix it. I'm sorry. Thank you. So you might be wondering, what is NVIDIA doing at a space conference? We are not really a space hardware company. We are building GPUs and AI accelerators and network equipment and basically any type of equipment you need to build your AI data center. That's what people think, but actually we are more of an accelerated computing company. So on top of those beautiful pieces of hardware that everyone should have, by the way, we build hundreds of different types of solutions, SDKs, and models that can accelerate every domain, right? So we've got stuff to accelerate your engineering simulation. We've got things to accelerate signal processing from your IoT of geoscience. We've got things to accelerate robotics, to accelerate drug discovery or the development of new material. So if you work in some field, come and talk to me. I can find a solution for you. Now, we love space, right? Space basically can use a lot of the tools I mentioned before. We've been part of the founding member with NASA and Intel back in 2016 for the Frontier Development Labs. So we've got big relationships with the space organization. And my boss, I mean, the big boss, is a bit of a geek. Our headquarters are named after Endeavour and Voyager, right? So every day we go to work, we go into a spaceship. All our meeting rooms also have some kind of Star Trek and Star Wars vibe. So sometimes you have a meeting at the dark side force of the room. So it's a bit scary there. But today, I would like to focus on one particular topic, physical AI. Why? Because we believe it's the next wave of AI. After the perception AI, after the ChatGPT, stuff like LLMs, physical AI is what is going to bring artificial intelligence into the real world. That's what you're going to interact with, right? So it's basically any type of model that can convert some inputs, can be text, can be sensors, can be images, and convert that into some action into the world of the agent, whether the world is a simulation or it's the actual physical world. So very useful for robots. To cope with that challenge, we believe you need three types of computers. The first one, to train your traditional AI model, right? To train the computer vision, to train the LLMs, VLMs, those kind of things. You also need a special kind of computer for the simulation. So where you bring your model of the robot and you have it can play with the world and learn new policies. And finally, you need to be able to deploy the good work you've been doing. And that's what we have in the Jetson. And we've got some good examples of the Jetson here, but more about that later. So as I mentioned, we have worked a lot to build models and provide that to the community. So most of the things we do, people can download and start developing with it and put that into the commercial application or in the research for that matter. So here just a few models for robotics like foundation pose, large language models like Llama 3, those kind of things, but you can download that and you can play with it. But the main challenge people have when it comes to physical AI is data. Okay, if you play with robots, you know it's very expensive to run experiments and it's very costly. Every time your robot trips, it's thousands of dollars that you have to pay to fix the parts, the technician needs to be there, etc. Also, if you're building autonomous vehicles, I would not want to put my kid in front of the car coming just to try it. Oh, goddamn honey, sorry. So to address that gap, we strongly believe that physical AI is born into the data from the data center, right? So you need tools and solutions to build photorealistic and physically accurate simulations. And that's part of our Isaac Sim platform. If you want an example of Isaac Sim, you should have a look at Elements Robotics over there. They did a fantastic digital twin of the moon using Isaac Sim. Isaac Sim is built on top of our Omniverse platform, and Omniverse is an ecosystem of tools and connectors that allows you to build digital twins. And having a digital twin, it's really, really important if you want to be efficient, right? You can play with it to try different types of layouts for your lunar station, for instance. You can use it to optimize the assembly chain. You can train robots into the digital twin. You can do many, many different things there. And again, it's free, so download it and play with it. Now, you still need data to populate that digital twin. So you could ask your 3D artist and build 3D models, then import that into Omniverse. It's fine, but it takes a bit of time. So we've been working with researchers to develop world foundation models. And we put that into Cosmos. So world foundation models, the type of stuff we've developed comes into 3 flavors. The first one, predict. Basically, we take an input like a text or an image, and we generate the frames after that, right? So you can ask it what if scenarios, and you can see on the right side, the frames looks like the actual world. You can use transfer. Basically, you've got a ground truth, a 3D model you have animated somewhere, and then you can ask a model to change the context, change the luminosity, change the weather, any kind of environments. And finally, you've got reason. So you've got your robots there, you can look at what it's doing, and then you can ask the model, hey, why did you take that decision, right? So if you think at autonomous vehicles, hey, how come you did not overtake the bus, for instance? And it tells you, I detected a kid there, so I have to stop. So it's good for explainability. Now that's a better example of transfer. You can see that you can quickly play with different types of background, luminosity, etc. So it saves a lot of time to generate those experiments on the fly. We love robots. We love humanoid robots, probably not the most useful for space exploration, but still, it's one of the most complex problems that we can solve, right? So we are building a foundation model called Groot. Yeah, we like movies too. And that model basically is to train any type of humanoid. Right? It comes from action models, but it comes also with different types of tools and methods to curate your training data set, to train it at scale. So you could have hundreds or thousands of robots interacting with each other. And it's fully customizable, right? It works also with cross embedment. So it's not for one particular robot, but for everything that's being developed by your industry partners. And it takes advantage of our Tor computer. So Tor is our next generation of embedded computer. And you've got a beautiful pictures of what the Tor systems look like at the bottom. I wish I had one to show you here, but my boss says it was too expensive. And he knows it would disappear. So if you are wondering, hey, can I take the Tor into space to use it to process a lot of sensors, doing some AIs over there? Yes, you can. Actually, a startup called Spiral Blue, based in Sydney, did that for the last few years. I think last year they still put 3 new Jetsons into space. Other than that Australian company, we've been working with more than 200 organizations to help them putting their satellites out there using AI, whether or not it's Jetson. Other examples, actually, that you can find in the room, there, Chris Robotics. I was super happy when I came into the room and saw that. Well done, guys. And I want to say that those 2 companies are part of the Inception program. So that's a program we have at NVIDIA to support the startups. So we provide technical guidance, we help them to get access to some compute, and we want to help them grow and finding investment as well. Another company that I'm super happy to see, and I mentioned before, that's Elements Robotics and their Lunar Sim project based on Isaac Sim. Again, awesome. And I wanted to summarize what I just said with a nice video, so you don't have to cope with my beautiful French accent. Hopefully it works. Yes. Yeah, that's cool, right? Awesome. Thank you. I just want to finish by saying, if you wanted to try some of the tools there, you can go on build.nvidia.com. It's a nice way to spend an afternoon. I know I did lost a few of my hours there. Don't tell my boss. And you can get access to a lot of simulation tools, generative AI models, and for instance, I asked it to generate a picture of kittens in a space rocket, and yeah, that's cute, right? That's my new background when I have got a Teams meeting. And yeah, thanks a lot for listening to me, and hopefully we can catch up more. Thank you.
Thank you. While we're putting the stairs up there, I'm coming from the old space generation, and space was hardware and a little bit of software. Today, I think space is 90% software. My experience in space failure, and it's okay to talk about failures. A lot of people are saying, you know, it's 90% success. Okay to fail. I don't know why we are always afraid of talking about failure. I think today it's 90% of software, but in my experience, all the space mission that have failed is either because of a valve or because of software. So I hope we are verifying all that very well. Can I invite everybody to come on the stage for taking some question? And while we're doing that, Omar Pimentel from DIU last week advised some reading, so I'm sure I share that with you. Escaping Gravity from Laurie Garver. I guess you have read that. Unit X, Supply Chain, very good book. Reentry is a good book too from Eric Berger, and Liftoff and Space to Grow. They're very good book for anyone who's doing space. Oh, I'm not sitting. Okay. Any question from the ground? Yeah. There's one over there.
Hello. This was a wonderful panel, and you've actually made my day today. And Amanda, thank you for this caramel cola. It was yummy. I had one. So this is Silk. I'm heading a global space mission where we're empowering 12,000 girls from 108 countries across the world. We will be launching our satellite in October next year. And hearing each one of you speak, I really want to connect with each one of you to see, you know, what we could send to the moon, like what data we could get back, and with you as well, Ode, because this is brilliant. And I love Charlotte. Actually, one of the main reasons I came here was Charlotte. And you know, that's brilliant. So one question to you is, to all the 12,000 girls that I'm working with from across 108 countries, what message would you like me to take out for them? Because I'm really going to, you know, do a broadcast and share to them. So what would you like to say to them? I'm sorry, I didn't want to put you on. Yes.
I have a couple of thoughts on this one, and I went to 9 different schools in 12 years and actually didn't get kicked out of any. But I did get asked back to Canberra Girls Grammar to talk about issues similar to this, being an all-girls school. And I did encourage them to not read the teenager girl magazines of the time and go and get some male magazines, because they'll actually answer your questions in life a lot better. But what I would say is, for a lot of girls, and this was a challenge, and it's one of the reasons that I didn't follow a career path that I think I probably should have, is it's okay to be smart. A lot of girls are brought up not to be curious, not to try and be too smart. I've been told off recently for, oh, you're always too clever. You make us feel bad. So I'd say to any young girl, it is very much okay to be curious, to be informed, and to bring everybody else along with you. Don't knock other women down just to try and make yourself look taller. It's a bad habit that women do have. So bring people along with you for the journey of curiosity. It's great to have friends with you when you succeed.
As the other woman on the panel, I guess I'll answer that as well. I have 2 pieces of advice, I guess, for younger people. One of them is a little bit more gendered. One of them is really not at all. The one that is not gender specific, I got from an astronaut. It's the only day of high school that I ever wagged. Rex Walheim, he did a talk at Federation Square in Melbourne, so I took the afternoon off to go watch him talk. And his advice to me, which I said to someone else earlier today, is when you're young, go to the place where the people are the best at the thing that you want to do. Because while you're young, enthusiasm will get you in the door, and then you will immediately be around the people that are working at the frontier and you leapfrog. When you're older, it's a lot harder to like convince someone to get you into the room. So lean on passion and enthusiasm, and you can stand out a lot at 18, 20. The slightly more gendered thing I would say is in high school, I went to an all-girls school as well. And I got bullied a lot. I didn't really have any friends for the last 2 years of high school. And whatever the concerns I had at the time about whatever social issues were going on, I had the last laugh, and like I don't feel any shame for being a nerd anymore. And you have to just get through it, because whatever those priorities of that moment in your life are not going to be priorities at the end of the day. And I get to do work that I love every day, and I'm not in a miserable job that I don't like, and you know, I'm doing the thing that I care about. And so whatever those things that seemed important we're not, because I followed the thing that I cared about. Yeah.
And if I can add something that I've observed is, I think women, we've always think that we're not good enough to apply for that job or to do this, when usually male counterparts will say, oh yeah, I can do that. And we have to fight this. I have that even now. When I see job there, it's not for me. Of course I can do it. And of course you can give it a try. That's probably the first. And the other funny thing, when I built the city office at the agency, I got in trouble because I kept recruiting women, and I even didn't realize that, oh yeah, that's true, it's 5 women, and I had a diversity problem, and that was a nice problem to have. So give it a go and look around you. There are more and more women doing great things, and I think having example helps. So any other input from, yeah?
I'll be the first male to speak then. We have a big, narrative at Crest Robotics in terms of what we're trying to achieve with our technology, especially in sectors like construction that are heavily male dominated. I always like to say anyone can operate a robot. It's an equalizing sort of technology. Like there's a stereotype, if we change what work happens, we take a lot of the brawn out of these industries and replace that with machines. Anyone can operate a robot, and we need you. We need the whole workforce available because we have labor crises and we can't be picky. We shouldn't be. So we need you, and we can't wait to meet you.
John?
Yeah, it's not very gender specific, sorry, but I would say.
Our next mission is Boys for Mars.
Nice.
Keep it much.
Well, if you're young, don't hesitate to break stuff, right? It's okay to fail, to destroy stuff, and then to fix it. It's when you fix things that you learn the most, I would say. And the second one would be, don't hesitate to go outside of your comfort zone. Say yes to opportunities that sometimes you would think twice about it. I know that if I didn't say yes to every opportunity, I would still be stuck in Belgium, probably, and not here in front of this wonderful audience. So yeah, experiment.
Any other question? There is one over there. And then it's you. Oh, you wanted to add something. Sorry, say, Diego.
Okay. So for young people, we have a school trip by using a VR headset, and they are very interested, not only boys but also girls also. And they say, I can imagine working on moon, and also they experience for moon jumping. Then they understand what is 1/6 gravity also. That is a starting point to interest to the space and moon. So that's, I think, important not only boys and girls.
Question over there.
All right, thank you so much for that. So I'm really impressed about all the speeches, especially like farming on the moon and the Crest, which is building a robot, with able to work in the field. And thank you, Johan, for bring the open robot platform, which align with myself because I'm specialized in developing on-device AI. And I really want to try the expand my vision, which able to collaborate with the robots or the devices and leverage NVIDIA's open robot platforms. So my question is how I'm able to build software and solutions, but initially ultimately I need to integrate with the hardware, for example, put into the Crest robots. So where can what's the best approach for people like us, which is passionate about automating things and building the AI solution into the robot area, which can work in remote areas such as farming on the moon and make that work. So where can we get those boards which can test our programs, leveraging the open robot platform? Thank you.
First, but then you should take it. I would say start with simulation. Okay, you can find a lot of digital twins of many robotics platforms out there. And once you're ready, once you're happy with your simulation, then you can think about putting it or transferring it into the real platform. And to do that, we have a lot of tools and bridges. So we want to work with the industry. We want to follow industry standards. So whenever you pick a platform, make sure it's something that is widely used by other people. Ross is probably the best example when it comes to deployment. And we work with them to make sure you can use it very quickly and deploy on whatever tools you are using. So yeah, follow the community, and we will follow it as well.
Let a woman fix it.
Testing. Yep, great. My big clumsy hands. Man. So the one thing I always appreciate my software engineers doing is going and studying a little bit of physics, because the real world is unforgiving in physics, and everyone in the space community will know this because physics is the thing we're overcoming to do things like landing on the moon, right? It doesn't care that our simulation said it would work. It's just gonna do what it's naturally going to do. So there's a couple of things to understand. You can't make software do anything to any robot, right? So you go back and sort of learn. The other thing with a lot of the reinforcement learning stuff that's a problem in the big robotic space and is an issue with a lot of implementation is that reinforcement learning don't have any assurances, right? So we're doing some robots that, you know, we're planning to build these large 35-meter tall robots that are going to go and touch live power lines, right? We can't just reinforcement learn those models because if something goes wrong, we're talking about taking out an entire city of power, right? We need assurances. We need aerospace level assurances in these control systems to make sure they're actually going to work. So there's a big issue. So if you want to sort of, if I was listening for a software engineer that was coming and sort of pitching to my company, I would be saying, well, how are you solving that problem for me? How are you going to sort of make sure that these interface problems are going to be solved? Because that's one that's kind of open both in the research. It's still open in the research, to be frank.
Nothing to add? Okay, I think that was our last question. Unfortunately, I've been given a big stare. Come back for the session on international, because space is not only technology, it's international collaboration after the break. So
Everyone can say thank you to all, and thank you so much to the panelists as well. I'm always so sorry to have to cut these off. But we've been really enjoying the day, and we've been pushed ourselves back a little bit here. So because of that as well, we're going to go to afternoon tea in a second. Don't stand up just yet. Going to aim to get back at 4:20 if we can really push to be back on that time. But the spider robot over there is going to be being moved out as well as we move into afternoon tea. It's not walking out, running out, whatever, but it's still very fragile. So if you see them moving it out there, just see if we can get out before they start moving or give them some space. Thanks so much. Go grab some afternoon tea. Network. Thank you.
Hello all, just a heads up that we will be starting soon, so if you could make your way inwards and towards your seats, will be appreciated.
Hey everyone. Well, as soon as that spider is out the door, we're going to try and get started. So if we start taking our seats again. Thank you, everyone. So, it's been a big day so far. And for everyone who's been here before, you know, most of the days go like what we've seen so far. Today, we want to have a very special session to bring some of this space industry out of the just space. It's always just us space people at these events. We want to be opening up. We've been having mining here today. We've had a few other industries, but we want to be contextualizing what we're doing. We keep talking about international collaboration, but then why is it just Aussies in the room half the time? So this afternoon, we've got a handful of embassies that I'll get to be introduced as they are. But to start off with, I'm going to introduce for our global collaboration session launch with the UNAA, We have Dr. Patricia Jenkins, the president of the United Nations Association of New South Wales. Welcome.
Hello. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and pay my respects to their past, elders, and emerging. What has proven to be no ordinary summit. And I say that in looking forward and shaping a better future for all. On my way here today, though, in fact, I was reflecting upon the scope of today's summit, and the old saying came to mind. Shoot for the moon, even if you miss, you'll land among the stars. The idea here is that by aiming high, one will still achieve something significant, even if not quite the set ambitious goals. However, it's the afternoon and I have a positive for you because you didn't miss out. As a key driver today was achieving far-reaching goals, and that came with the unique moulding of the expertise and diverse perspectives of those in attendance and speaking, and from the wide range of backgrounds that are evident here today to help drive positive and transformational change. There has also been further focus on cross-collaboration and in relation to the exploration and use of outer space, which could be considered pivotal in forward planning and in working together and in building a prosperous future for all of humanity and for future generations, so they can not only survive but thrive in a new world. This could be considered most significant as our world today has become more fragile and we live in an age of uncertainty. Clearly then, today shows and has proved what can be done to overcome problems that we are facing at the moment, and in building a new horizon to ensure positive growth and make a real difference, in this instance, in expanding civilization. In this regard, the United Nations is playing a role in helping advance space exploration in a variety of ways, which you've heard on, we'll hear more about in the future. And these include, special to me, fostering international cooperation and also achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals to create a better and more sustainable for all by 1930, and specifically leaving no one behind. Today's summit is also timely, as this year marks it marks 80 years since the establishment of the United Nations, and I'm delighted to share with you that the UNAA New South Wales is hosting a landmark national conference entitled, seems to follow on from today, UN at 80, Shaping Our Future Together, which will be held at the Sheraton Grand Hotel on Wednesday, the 24th of October next, followed by a very special gala dinner. All are welcome to join us when we bring together business leaders, diplomats, academics, experts, government officials, community leaders, importantly youth and professionals, to reflect upon the UN's impact over the past 80 years and explore how the UN can be made stronger and remain effective in a changing world environment. And as I like to put it, in helping create a better world for all in the wonderful spirit of humanitarian mateship. It is now my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Professor Stephen Freeland, Chair, Space Resource Activities Working Group at United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space. Professor Freeland.
Thank you, Patricia, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying around. You know, I'm sure you looked at the program with the wonderful speakers that follow me and preceded me and all of the amazing things this morning, but then thought, oh my God, do I really have to listen to the international lawyer talking about the UN system? Well, you do. I'm sorry. So the doors are locked. So no one can. What is it in the UN? No one can hear you scream. Is that what they say? I'm yes. I'm here in a number of capacities, but my brief has been to talk to you briefly about UN COPOS, the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Some of you know about it. You can perhaps send your emails. A lot of you will not. What I think I should be talking about a bit more is I have the privilege of chairing all of the discussions and writing the future rules for what we call space resource activities. And I've noticed today the theme very much was about space resource activities in a broad form. So I'm happy to make reference to that, but I'll follow my brief because I think it's important that you realize that the UN is an integral part of enabling all of these incredible things that we've heard about to possibly happen in the future and much more. So bear with me on this. How am I doing? So far, so good. Okay, well, is someone able to do this for me if I can't? Doesn't matter. The first slide will tell you, well, how many people think there's a law governing outer space? How many people think there's not law governing outer space? Okay, the door's unlocked. You can, the golden rule, you can take anything away from what I say, notwithstanding what we hear about the wild, wild west, yeah? Notwithstanding what we hear about obsolete instruments of way back when, notwithstanding what we hear about anyone can do what they want to do. Are we going to have the slides? I'm not sure. There's a lot of law, and that takes the form of these treaties. I won't bore you with the details, but suffice to say that Australia is a party to all of these treaties. We are with the Netherlands, that's represented here, not France, although it's a signatory to the 5th treaty. I'm still working on Switzerland to sign the 5th treaty. But Australia is one of the relatively few countries in the world that's party to all of these treaties, and we are a good international citizen, as are all the incredible countries that are represented by the people who are going to speak after me. So there's a lot of law. All of these treaties, I won't bore you with the detail, have gone through a process of consensus. They've been drafted by consensus through this Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. I'll talk about COPOS in a minute. So there's a lot of law. A lot of law, and that law has served us brilliantly well. Space has worked, notwithstanding the incredible changes since, let us say, Sputnik 1957. Yeah, and I'm a Sputnik baby, so I'm qualified to talk about what happened that year. Space has worked largely because of this framework, notwithstanding all the difficulties. Next slide, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. There's lots of other instruments all through COPOS. We've got instruments, again, I won't bore you with the detail, that deal with so many different aspects of space, and it's growing and it's growing and it's growing. And if, you know, inshallah, if the working group that I lead, which is all of the countries, if we can reach agreement in 2027, there'll be another set of instruments there, which will be initial recommended principles for space resource activities. So it's all of this has gone through COPOS and been developed there, again by consensus. Next slide, thank you. So what is COPOS? and pardon my indulgence, I had to show you a photo of me chairing because otherwise you wouldn't believe me, right? Copos is the size of a football field now. You know, it's extraordinary. It's now 107 countries, member states. Next year it'll be 113 because 6 more have applied. It has grown and grown and grown. I've had the privilege of being part of the Australian delegation for about 12, well, no longer now, 13 or 14 years. And in that relatively short period, 13 or 14 years, the membership's grown by 50%, from about 70 something or other to current, and it's just growing all the time. We have this conference in 3 years' time, it'll be 120 plus countries and growing. All the major spacefaring countries, of course, are parties, but many others that are parties have no space capability whatsoever. And yet they're part of this conversation, part of this multilateralism that produces, in the end, consensus undertakings, understandings, arrangements. Now, I'm not an employee of, in fact, I'm independent, right? I'm not an employee of the UN, so I'm not selling it to you. There are many problems, but it's been extraordinarily productive, notwithstanding. Australia has been there right from the very beginning. So immediately in response to Sputnik, UN COPOS was set up firstly in 58 as an ad hoc committee with 18 member states. I'm proud to say Australia was one of them, as was France. It's now, as I say, 107. So Australia has been there right from the beginning, has been involved in all of these conversations, has been involved in all of the discussions that have led to those instruments that I pointed out. So we should be very proud of that, but it's important that we're there. It's important that every country on the planet is represented, and we will ultimately get there. Even small countries, which of course their foreign affairs departments are stretched, space can't be a priority for them. Even they are now joining. You know, next year we'll have the Gambia and Zimbabwe and the Maldives will be member states. You know, relatively small countries with, as you can imagine, relatively small capabilities in their foreign affairs, and yet space is a priority for them as well, as it should be for everyone. You know, space touches every person on the planet. So that's COPOS, and it works by consensus. Again, I won't bore you with the details because I don't want to take too much time. Next slide, please. But just to show you the depth of the discussions. Again, I'm not selling it to you. There are many problems with multilateralism. There are, of course, incredible problems with consensus building. My job as the chair is to bring Russia and the United States and China and Israel and Iran and Azerbaijan and Armenia and Turkey and Greece and Thailand and Cambodia, you know, countries that clearly in today's world are not actually the best of friends. My job is to make sure that they can all agree as we move forward. And that is the importance of this process of multilateralism, that everybody in the room has the opportunity to speak. Because if you do reach consensus, it's tough. It's bloody tough, right? And of course, everything's a compromise, but everything's a compromise just even on a bilateral basis. Yeah, look at our relationship with some of our friends. Everything is a compromise on that. But if you can bring that together, then everybody has a part ownership in that instrument, in that understanding, in that agreement. And that will help us move forward in a way that, and my mantra always is, maximizes the benefits, minimizes the risks. Of course, countries will act in their own self-interest, but if you can have consensus-based rules, we are a long way down the track to having that in a relatively orderly way. Nothing is perfect. So there's 2 committees in the scientific sphere of COPOS. Look at the different types of topics. They're all discussed in different ways. And ultimately, over time, if the member states want to, they'll come up with instruments that help move that forward. Space weather, nuclear power sources, you know, large constellations and what that does, you know, incredible things. And then, next slide, thank you. In the other committee, which is the one I'm mainly involved with, the legal subcommittee, again, you know, a mulligatawny soup variety of incredibly important topics. From, again, small constellations to the perennial question about where does space begin. Really, that's on the sidelines now because we just will not reach agreement between the developed and the developing countries. And that's a political issue. It's not a legal issue. You could say it's 100 kilometers above mean sea level tomorrow, but there's no international agreement on that for political reasons. But again, I won't go into that now. One of the things is potential legal models for activities in the exploration, exploitation, and utilization of space resources, about halfway down. The way COPOS works is by consensus, they agree these items, these are the agenda items, so you might think of them as quote unquote discussion items. And countries come, our friends will tell us, prepared statements, prepared views, prepared positions on those issues, and we talk and talk and talk. And then when COPOS decides they want to move from a, if you like, discussion item to an action item, they establish what's called a working group. Now, a working group is not 3 people. A working group is the 107 countries. Yeah, it's just the, if you like, the modus operandi of the way COPOS works. That the member states agree a mandate. So the working group that I have the privilege of chairing, I've got a 5-year mandate. In fact, it worked out to be 6 years for reasons that are not important. 6-year mandate with clear outcomes, including, amongst other things, a set of initial recommended principles for space resource activities. That work has already begun. Where my mandate finishes in 2027. Last year, the member states asked me, which was amazing, to prepare the first draft of these principles, which I did. I've delivered that to the member states in March. We've had in Vienna in May 10 face-to-face meetings, so about 14 hours of meetings, negotiating, and that will continue until 2027. I've got lots of intersessional online meetings, and then we meet in Vienna for 2 weeks next April, and it goes on. The principles, if you are interested, it's a public document. You can find the work that is done through the United Nations, UNOOSA, which is the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs, the Secretariat of COPOS, again based in Vienna. Through its website, you can find all of this, or you can contact me. But that's action. I'm not saying it's dynamic in that, we're jumping up and down and, having Red Bulls all the time, but it's an incredible movement forwards. Of course, multilateralism is slow and ponderous and frustrating and geopolitical. We have all of that in the room as well. But the interesting thing about this is we still are able to move forward because, by and large, states recognize that it's in their interests to find these common rules. Of course, they're going to compete with each other. They all want to be, or in their alliances, they want to be the biggest and the best and the brightest, of course. But it is so much better that we have a common set of rules. Imagine, for example, we saw earlier today talking about water deposits on the moon. Imagine a scenario where most people think that the major water deposits are in the outer polar regions in relatively small areas. Imagine if you had 3 different groups of countries and their corporates doing the same thing, by and large, trying to access, prospect, what was the word? You find, you define, then you mine. I hate the word mine, but anyway, I apologize to the miners in the room. But imagine if you had 3 different groups doing the same thing in hazardous conditions in a close geographic area. That is the stuff of misunderstandings and operating under different rules in their mind's eye. That is the stuff of misunderstandings and worse, and conflict. And remember, virtually every war on Earth has been about resources. It's been mirrored for other reasons as well, but it's been about resources or territory that contains resources. So now that we're talking about resources in this area that is by and large, we all have a stake in, that adds dimensions. And as I said, we've always got to maximize benefit, minimize risks. So COPOS is working and moving forward. Next slide, please. just to show you, I'm not lying, have a look here. These are all the member states, right? The ones in brackets are the ones who will be subject to a General Assembly meeting later in the year, who will be member states as from the 1st of January next year. So you can see in Zimbabwe, Myanmar, So every one of these essentially has a right of veto on any decision. Yeah, isn't that extraordinary? I've got to stop now, so I will. But you can see the diversity. And my last slide was just to say that, next slide, thank you. There are lots of issues, right? Again, how do you achieve consensus? How do we develop more industry involvement? Because that's one of the issues. This is very government driven. We do have international observer organizations that are also members, but they can contribute, but they can't decide. But these are things like the European Union, the European Space Agency, etc., etc. But there are many issues, many problems, but without wishing to spruik it to you, if we didn't have this body, and if the Australian government wasn't there at the table, we would be so much worse off. So with that last slide, just to say thank you. Thank you for your attention. I'll now put on the other hat and introduce our speakers. Now, we've got speakers from 4 countries that are proud members of this organisation. We have people from France, who's been a member, as I said, since 1958, like Australia, from United Arab Emirates, who've been member state but very active since 2015, from Switzerland, member state since 2007, also extremely active, and then from the Netherlands, who again, extremely active, been a member state since 1977. So I will throw the floor open to them. They can, I think, show you what's happening in their country, but you can also see synergies. Each one of these countries is incredibly active in the multilateral collaborative process. So with that, I have great pleasure, Ines, in welcoming you to the platform. Ines Abderrahmane from the Embassy of France. Ines, you have the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, before I begin, I just wanted to thank the teams from the National Space Society of Australia for giving me a space to talk today and to represent my country, France. Thanks also for the great discussions we already had today. For us, these moments are really more than formalities. They are truly opportunities to understand each other's capacities, priorities, and so to find a common ground where cooperation becomes not only possible, but really obvious. So I'd like to start my presentation with a quick trip back in time. So as you can see here, in 1965, France became the third nation in the world to launch its own satellite into orbit. It was called Asterix, and it weighed 42 kilos. It was launched from Algeria on a rocket that was designed and built in France. And well, that day, France joined a small group of nations able to access space on their own terms. Since then, I believe that we never left orbit. And almost 60 years later, France is driving a new space revolution powered by innovation, led by bold entrepreneurs and also strong international partnerships. I have to say that France's journey in space is really steady and deliberate. We really invest in design, in building, in launching, and in operating complex systems. But we also invest to turn our technical skills into real-world solutions. Our satellites, they secure communications, they guide aircraft, ships, they monitor oceans, forests, but they also track climate change. And they give us data to act before crisis become a disaster? Well, today, I have to say that, I'm sorry, it's not now. Today, I have to say that our space ecosystem is one of the most complete in the world because we have more than 1,000 companies operating in the sector in the country. And so we can count on industrial leaders, you may know them, like Ariane Group and Thales Alenia Space, but also hundreds of SMEs and research labs. We also have the CNES, or space agency, which is today the most important in Europe. And now we have also a fast-growing generation of new space startups. Well, now, I want to say that the French government supports all of them, and these are some examples. Well, the first one is that thanks to French 2030 program, 400 million euros were given to 4 launcher startups. Their name Hyperspace, Latitude, Maya Space, and Sirius Space. Secondly, we also supported Dassault Aviation Vortex reusable space plane. It was shown during the Bourget event in June in Paris. We also invested over 700 million euros in Eutelsat because we really want to position satellite connectivity as a strategic tool for our digital and sovereignty. And so finally, I want also to mention the launch story of the project Bono, joining Airbus, Leonardo, and Thales to create a European satellite manufacturing champion. Well, now, let me take you, to a quick journey to France to see what's happening on the grounds on the new space area. In Bordeaux, for example, we have Hyperspace, which is a company developing the Baguette 1, a hybrid propulsion launcher aiming for a launch from France in 2026. Can't wait to test it. Then we have also in Toulouse, U-Space, a great company which is creating a new generation of nanosatellites. We have also in Paris and Reims, Skynopy, for example, which raised 15 million euros for a global ground station network. And actually, we can easily complete this list because we have a lot of other innovative companies like ExoTrail, ISP, for example, Lookup Space or Kineis, and they cover key areas such as in-orbit propulsion, space safety, or Earth observation. And these companies, they really show one thing, is that France is not only following the new space revolution, but we are really helping to lead it. So why should everything I have just said matter for Australia? Because in France, we believe that our ecosystems are complementary. France brings satellites, expertise in Earth observation, space safety, launch services, and optical communication. And Australia brings unique southern hemisphere testbeds, a fast-growing station network, and new launch capacity from Cape York to Bowen. And we must say that we already have good results together. I wanted to mention, for example, the MOU that we signed between the CNES and the Australian Space Agency in 2024. Another example is Kineis, as you can see in the picture. They operate a ground station in Alice Springs. And we have also the CNRS and ANU, who run joint PhD and optical communication trials between Perth and Toulouse. But now, if we look ahead and if we reflect a bit more, I want to say that we need to reinforce our collaboration. And I'm not even an expert in the space sector, I have to admit, but here are some ideas. For example, on Earth observation, we could co-develop tools to monitor climate impacts in the Pacific. We could also launch wildfire detection challenges using AI. In the defense sector, there is a lot to do also to cooperate. We could also, on talent and investment, organize, for example, joint career in space events. And on research, we could work on cleaner materials for space, because I have to admit that durability in space is also today a burning issue. Well, I won't be longer. Just as a conclusion, I just want to recall that France enters the decade with a quite clear vision. First, we want to stay a sovereign, innovative, and trusted space power. And then, of course, we want to build partnerships that multiply our impact. So I'm keen, with my colleagues here from the French Embassy and the ambassador himself, to explore this further with you during the IAC summit taking place at the end of September. And then we will bring a strong French delegation of French companies, of course, led by Business France, our trade commission, but also a group from the CNES agency. So companies like Axon Connect, Lookup Space, Safran AI, USpace will be there. And I want to explore partnerships with you and build strong link with Australian space sector. We will have a great agenda. I'm really keen to share it with you if you like. So I hope this will be the moment to discuss really new projects, concrete one, and to show that between France and Australia, sky is not the limit, but maybe just the starting point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ines, for that wonderful presentation. I now have great pleasure in welcoming to the platform Noah Al-Hamadi, the Deputy Head of Mission from the Embassy of the United Arab Emirates. Noah, you have the floor.
Good evening. Still awake? I'll try not to be long, inshallah. Because I have a flight to catch, so bear with me. First of all, I want to thank Greg and the team. Doing a great job, and I should thank you for inviting us in this STEAM event. My name is Noah Hamadi. I'm the Deputy Ambassador for UAE to Australia. Is it working or not now? Sorry? Oh, okay. Very good. To give you a sense of the UAE's ambitions in space, I want to highlight the Mars by 2117 project. On the 14th of February 2017, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid, the Vice President and the Prime Minister of the UAE, announced an initiative called the Mars 2117 project. A project that aims to establish the first inhabitable settlement on Mars by the year 2117. Very ambitious, but if we think about it, we have to start from now. The project is initially focusing on achieving scientific breakthroughs to facilitate the arrival of humans to Mars over the next decades. It will start, or started already, with an Emirati scientific team and will be extended to include international scientists and researchers. I would like to take you through the history of the UAE, since we started with a vision, which is a very brief history of the UAE's space program. Country is relatively young, and the space program is obviously younger. And I want to show you the institutional and technological capacity that we have been developing to make space exploration a reality for the UAE. So the UAE's journey into space is deeply rooted in the vision of His Highness Sheikh Zayed, the founder of the UAE. Before actually seeing this slide, I want to ask a question. I should have asked earlier, actually. Who among you, just raise your hand if you heard about UAE's space program before this event. Oh, I'm glad. I thought maybe less. Very good. I think we're doing very good job then. But very few people know how it started. The UAE was founded in 1971, which is during the time of the moon landing, around the same time. So my second question is, how many times did human land in the moon? Okay, very good. I'm among the experts now, so yeah. The first one was in 19, of course, 69. And the last one was 1972. Exactly. So UAE came in the middle, 1971. So I'm putting that Grand Mosque. This is the Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque. I don't know if somebody visited Abu Dhabi. But there are plenty of pictures and some videos about UAE space program. But there are pictures of our late Sheikh Zayed meeting with Apollo team in UAE. And one of the visits, when they came to visit, because they came to UAE several times, one of the visits, they took the UAE's flag, newborn country, very ambitious. They took the flag, and that flag went with the last man landing on the moon. And it was 1972. And then actually, very few people know this, but they came back again afterward and they gave Sheikh Zayed the flag, and it's in one of the museums in UAE now. So yeah. So as I said, so far, the space sector is a key pillar of the UAE's vision, driving innovation and advancing technological development. We have over 25 active satellites in orbit, I think around 30 now, and more coming. And over 200 companies in the UAE space ecosystem. There is investment, obviously, in space-related industries have surpassed 40 billion dirhams, which is around 17 billion Australian dollars. The UAE recently ranked 10th globally for investment in space exploration, according to the Global Soft Power Index 2025. And we have over 30 MOUs and agreements signed with international space agencies. We talked about the vision and how it started, but literally the first big step, the first major space, a big step or major step towards having that dream achieved is establishment of the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center in 2006. Before that, actually, establishment of the center, there were engineers, or Emirati engineers, sent to study in Korea. Anyone from South Korea here? No one from South Korea? Okay, maybe next time. Because we're grateful to the colleagues and fellows from South Korea, because the first seed of Emirati, let's say, space engineers were actually sent to South Korea, and they studied there, and actually they worked with the Koreans engineers in developing the first Dubai sat. So as I said, it was established in 2006, and today the MBR Space Center provides three main services, which is satellite imagery, analysis and studies, and ground station services. The MBR Space Center also has a satellite development program, which I just talked about. It was in collaboration with our South Korean friends, and manages the UAE astronaut program and other space programs. Talking about DubaiSat, it was the UAE's first Earth observation satellite and played a crucial role in the development of the UAE's first, as I said, generation of space specialized engineers who were trained in South Korea. I know some of them actually, some of them are friends. And once they graduated, they thought they're going for a couple of years to South Korea. But I know some of them came back after 7 years and was challenging at the beginning because of language barrier. But they came back with, many of them actually, with skills in speaking Korean fluently. And some of them even got married to Korean lady. Was interesting. So it was not only about space, but also about cultural exchange. It was launched in 2009 from Kazakhstan. DubaiSat-1 provided mid-resolution imagery to support sustainable development, urban planning, environmental monitoring, and disaster relief efforts. It notably contributed to projects such as Palm Jumeirah, if you're familiar with Dubai and Palm Islands, and Al Maktoum Airport, and aided in disaster response, including the 2011 earthquake and tsunami in Japan. Following the success of DubaiSat-1, the development of DubaiSat-2 began immediately, predominantly Emirati engineering team, working with South Korean experts, played a key role in the satellite's creation. It was launched in 2013 from Russia and improved on its predecessor with advanced technical specifications such as enhanced maneuverability, speed, and the ability to store up to 17,000 kilometers of image data. TarifaSat was launched in 2018 from Japan. It's one of the most advanced Earth observation satellites globally and the first 100% designed and manufactured in the UAE. TarifaSat has high-quality images, supports international governments and organizations in environmental monitoring and urban planning, and of course, as well, disaster response. Last but not least, it's the MBZ-SAT, which was launched in actually this year, earlier this year in January, from Air Force Base in California. And it is the most advanced satellite in the region that provides high-resolution Earth observation images and data to users worldwide. It is 4 times faster in data transfer speeds and produces 10 times more images than its predecessors. That's one of my favorite slides. UAE's astronaut program. It was initiated in 2017 by a tweet of the Prime Minister when it was called Twitter at that time, and asking for young Emiratis to nominate themselves if they want to be astronauts. So it was a straightforward invitation to everybody. And the number was really beyond expectation. More than 4,000 applicants. If someone knows UAE, we are very small. We are a minority in our country, so 10%. So of the UAE population are Emiratis. So it is the first of its kind in the Arab world. The program provides the necessary training, expertise, and qualification for Emirati cadres to represent the UAE in future space missions and to conduct scientific experiments that support the global space exploration process. In 2018, astronaut Hazza al-Mansouri and Dr. Sultan Al-Niyadi were selected from a pool of these 4,000 applicants. And Hazza al-Mansouri, the gentleman on the right side, is the first Emirati to launch into the space, participating, and he was also the first Arab to be in the International Space Station in 2019, and he spent 8 days there. And secondly, the Dr. Sultan Niadi, the gentleman next to him, made history as the first Arab to participate in a 6-month mission aboard the ISS, and it was in 2023. And by the way, Dr. Sultan Ali got his PhD from Australia. So he usually comes to visit for many reasons, obviously. And he's coming next month, yeah. And he became a Minister of Youth now in UAE. Just last year, I think, he was appointed as a Minister for Youth. In 2021, the second batch of the UAE astronaut program was selected from 4,300 applicants. The first female Arab astronaut, Noor al-Matroushi, along with her colleague, Mohammed al-Mullah. These two astronauts graduated from the NASA astronaut candidate class in 2024 as part of a joint strategic agreement between the UAE and the US to train them at NASA's Johnson Space Center. We've been talking about Artemis, NASA's project. So the Gateway Space Station, UAE is taking a role in that one as well, which is central to the NASA-led Artemis missions to return to the moon for scientific discovery and to chart a path for the first human missions to Mars. The small space station will be the first in history to orbit the moon and be a multi-purpose outpost supporting lunar service missions, science in lunar orbit, and further space exploration. Launch for the mission is currently expected in 2027. The UAE will be at the forefront of the Gateway project, developing and operating the Emirates airlock, the crew and science airlock model. This critical component will allow astronauts to perform spacewalks, transfer research and crew to and from the station, and serve as additional docking port for spacecraft. These are all projects or initiatives under the MBR Space Center, of course, along with this one as well, the Emirates Lunar Mission. The aim for the Emirates Lunar Mission is to develop a series of rovers to explore the surface of the moon in different locations with different scientific objectives. Here you can see this image is of the Rashid 2 rover. Rashid 2 is the second rover from the Emirates Lunar Program that is designed, developed, and built by MBR Space Center. With Rashid 2, scientists will be able to study different aspects of the lunar surface, such as the geological and thermal properties of the surface, and study the effectiveness and behavior of different materials when interacting with the lunar surface. The UAE Space Agency, it's a younger entity. It was established in 2017, actually 14, sorry. And it's the space agency of the UAE government responsible for developing and regulating the space sector in the UAE. The space is charged with the growth of the sector through partnerships, academic programs, and investments in R&D, commercial initiatives, and driving space science research and exploration. The agency is involved in directing, investing in, and promoting a number of initiatives, including, but not only, the National Space Science and Technology Center, the Emirates Mars mission, which is called the Hope probe, if you heard about it, and the Emirates mission to the asteroid belt. Why is it called Hope? Does anyone know? Why was it named Hope? No? Was actually a vote in social media as well. There are several names, and most people in the around the Arab world chose Hope. And it's very interesting because one of the reasons it was named Hope because a lot of young Arabs were that time and maybe still were disappointed and hopeless. They lost hope in their future and maybe around the world now. Young people are very ambitious, but there is not much space for their ambitions. And of course, the region going through a lot of conflict and a lot of disasters still. So the UAE wanted to send a message that there is hope. You can reach the Mars even. Don't pay attention to the noise. Just focus on your dreams. Either you are a young person or if you are a young country or whatever. If UAE can do it, then anybody can do it. If Noura, if Sultan can do it, then anybody can do it. So the Emirates Mars mission, EMM, is the UAE's first mission to Mars. EMM is an uncrewed space exploration mission designed to orbit Mars and study the dynamics in the Martian atmosphere on a global scale. The Hope probe was launched in July 2020. And you remember that time, the whole world was struggling actually during COVID. Everybody were locked down, and many people started doubting that the launch of the Hope probe is not going to happen. But we continued, although with the challenges of the COVID restrictions. It reached March on 9 February 2021. In May 2023, the UAE launched the Emirates project to explore the asteroid belt. The EMA comprises a 13-year mission, a 6-year spacecraft development phase, followed by a 7-year flight to the main asteroid belt beyond Mars, and a series of close flybys to conduct unique observations of 7 main belt asteroids. It takes a generation. The Arab satellite 813. Why is it called 813? Does anyone know? No? Not that one. It's not very interesting to vote for. I mean, any Arab speaker here? No? Sam? Why? Should know a little bit. It's a year. It's a special year in Arab history. Have you heard about House of Wisdom in Baghdad? Okay, nobody heard about it. Okay, you heard about algebra? That's where it was, but House of Wisdom. And that was the year. I mean, you heard about, I don't know if anybody read astronomy history, you know that a lot of Arabs were pioneering in the astronomy, and a lot of stars actually named in Arabic. And during that time, the year 813 in House of Wisdom. So it was initiated in 2019, which represents the first collaborative space project among Arab nations led by the United Arab Emirates. So satellite 813 marks a new era of joint Arab cooperation in space, inspired by the legacy of the House of Wisdom. It unites Arab nations to advance regional capabilities in space, science, and environmental sustainability. The mission provides a platform for young Arab engineers and scientists to gain hands-on experience in advanced satellite technology, fostering careers in space science and boosting regional expertise. Aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, Satellite 813 provides vital environmental and climate data as a joint initiative of the Arab Space Cooperation Group. It strengthens the region's collective ability to address sustainability challenges through space-based solutions. All members of Arab Space Cooperation Group will be provided with free access to the Arab satellite imagery. And the Arab Satellites 813 is set to be launched in this year, Q3. With that one, I'm fine. I'm finishing. Thank you very much. So this is the last slide. These are areas that we can consider for cooperation. We signed an agreement actually anyway with Australian Space Agency, but we look for more. This I'll leave you with it to think. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Noah. Wow, what an amazing story. Delighted now to welcome from Switzerland, Tristan Piget from the Embassy of Switzerland in Canberra. Tristan, you have the floor. Thank you. Welcome.
So I believe we're running a bit late, which for a Swiss is unbearable. Obviously. Dear colleagues, chers collègues francophones, notice a few French in the room. I come from the French-speaking part of Switzerland, obviously, but I happen to be a Swazi. Swazis are Swiss Australians. That's how we call people like me. Yes, absolutely. And then when I was chatting with my wife about coming to Australia, I told her, hey, it's going to be wonderful. It's going to be hot weather. There's going to be beaches, and there's going to be the sea. And we ended up in Canberra. There you go. So I need a clicker, I believe. I don't see any clicker. Oh, it's on the ground. There you go. Okay, so quick show of hands. Who has been to Switzerland here? A bunch of you, I guess. Multilateralism, International Geneva. Thanks for this talk on that, very important. And mountains. So this morning we had a very interesting introduction about closing your eyes 2 seconds and picturing the landscape outside before the creation of cities. Now try and picture a few 4,000-meter high mountains out there. That's where I live. That's what I see when I'm in Switzerland, right? So of course you look up and look to the stars, right? And we have quite a long tradition of working in astrophysics and in space in Switzerland. I'll be telling you that story quickly. I'll try. So how does this work? There you go. Okay. So one part of the story begins in the 60s. And in 1969, during Apollo 11, Buzz Aldrin stepped on the moon and before even planting the American flag, set up a Swiss experiment from the University of Bern. It was called the Solar Wind Composition Experiment, and its job was to catch particles from the sun for scientists back home to study. So it was actually named the Swiss flag on the moon, so technically it's planted before the American flag, just say. Any Americans in the room? Yes, guys. Okay, there we go. Okay, fast forward more than 50 years. Switzerland has been part of countless space missions. We've been with the International Space Station partnership from day one. As a basic principle, we follow a bottom-up approach. We empower universities and research institutes to initiate projects, often in partnership with the industry. Now, on those slides, you can see some of the highlights of the different international projects. We've had a role. We are currently playing a role. I'll just highlight 3 examples here. One of them is the fact that we contribute to Bepi Colombo with instruments, electronics, and thermal control components that are developed by our universities and industry. So the aim here is to help study Mercury when the spacecraft arrives in late 2025. CHEOPS, down there, is the first ESA mission under Swiss scientific leadership. It was launched in 2019, and it builds on the Nobel Prize-winning discovery of the first exoplanet by the Swiss astronomers Michael Mayor and Didier Queloz, by precisely measuring the size of such planets to reveal their composition. Interesting name, JUICE. I don't know why they choose that, but it's the Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer. It was launched in 2023, and it's now on a scenic route through the solar system with flybys on the Moon, Earth, and Venus before reaching Jupiter in 2031. So we contribute to JUICE with quite a big series of scientific expertise and instruments like the University of Bern's NIM mass spectrometer and industry-built spacecraft components. Okay, so through the European Space Agency, ESA, Switzerland is part of NASA's Artemis program, so the international effort to return humans to the lunar surface. Our company is actually building high-precision components for the European Service Module, which is part of the Orion spacecraft, and the Gateway, a small space station that will orbit the Moon and serve as a staging point for future missions. Now we have a series of international collaborations that will require expertise in robotics, for example, the Argonaut project, advanced material project, precision engineering, motors. I was actually quite fan to see the NVIDIA presentation a bit earlier from our NVIDIA colleague. He showcased quite a few Swiss robots in there. ABB was there, obviously. Animbotics with their walking platform also. So it was pretty fun of seeing them there as well. I hope you can send Animal on the moon, by the way, one day. Yeah, okay. Okay, so who's behind all this? So in Switzerland, we have over 250 players. So multinational companies, industry, startups, SMEs. We have a lot of SMEs that are active in the space sector. Maybe you know some of the names like Beyond Gravity, Maxon, Swiss Space Systems, ABB, Astrocast, ClearSpace. They centralized mostly around EPFL, it's one of our major technical schools around Lausanne, and around ETH Zurich up there. We have a bunch of activities also around the watchmaking sectors, around Bern, Neuchâtel, Fribourg, and some activities also in the Italian-speaking part of Switzerland around Ticino, mostly focusing on AI and AI embodiment. So Switzerland has been ranked the most innovative country for the last 14 years, according to most of the indicators out there. We owe this to a bunch of factors, notably the fact that we have an enormous amount of R&D centers in Switzerland, part of multinationals, part of SMEs, things like that. We invest a lot of our GDP also in R&D. Maybe an interesting fact for Australia. Just want to mention that. Yeah. I know there's an R&D review these days, so maybe you want to push on that, huh? Do what you want. But essentially, we also have a bunch of talents. We attract, retain, and train a lot of people. We owe this also to the VET system, the vocational professional training. So we are actually really focusing on generating the next generation of mechanical engineers, electronic technicians, mechatronic operators, and so on. The image down there, I put it there because it's an example of a student project, which is called the Gruyère Space Program. Okay, yeah. So like the French with the baguette program, we can't resist. We have to put a lot of Gruyère in our things here. Now, this is one of the first student hopper rocket hoppers that was developed actually in Europe. So I just want to talk about a very few areas of expertise. So we usually excel in very high-end components and instruments, basically. So we would focus on precision engineering, advanced instrumentation, materials and satellite technology that usually contribute to other space missions and research. So atomic clocks, it will not surprise you, the watches, right? Well, we're pretty good in that sector here. These are, of course, essential for navigation systems and deep space missions. We excel also in developing satellite structures and launcher payload fairings. Typically beyond the gravity is one of the key companies doing that in Switzerland. We focus a lot on space debris removal. That's a topic. Stephen mentioned sustainability a bit earlier. I think that's a topic in which Switzerland really wants to engage a bit more. And ClearSpace is one of those companies that is mandated to work with ESA on this type of topics. But we also have expertise in optical detection of debris in daylight and the construction of advanced antennas, for example, or microwave components that enable reliable, high-performance connectivity for space and terrestrial applications. Quick word about the fact that we are one of the founding members of the European Space Agency, and we actively contribute expertise in satellite technology, Earth observation, space science, and precision instrumentation. So the Space Office is based there, as you can see down there. We don't have an agency, we have an office, that's the name we actually, but we don't launch payloads into space ourselves, but we contribute to most of them with very this high-tech precision type of technology that we develop. So typically with ESA, we literally are active in all of the main research or activity domains. I'm not going to focus too much on that. I think it's pretty clear. And maybe just a final milestone is that quite recently, in 2024, on the 15th of April, our Federal Councillor Guy Parmelin signed the Artemis Accords on behalf of Switzerland. I don't need to talk about these accords, I believe, but for us, this is a continuation of our belief that space is best explored together, and that innovation, cooperation, and trust are the real fuel for any great mission. So I guess that summarizes all. We're looking forward to being here with the delegation at the IAC. Yes, that's our objective now, of course, to be able to produce some cheese on the moon, maybe, who knows, one day, yes. But more seriously, we'll be here at the IAC 25 with a big Swiss delegation. If any of you is interested in meeting the people from this delegation, be it from the government or from the industry, please, my name is down there. You can stand up and look at it, take a picture, whatever. I can do a card also. But very happy to help organize those meetings with the delegation coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tristan. We now turn the floor to the Netherlands. So great honor for me to introduce Hugo Klein. Hugo, you have the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it works, the microphone. I was bending over all the time. The last speaker, the daunting capacity. Thank you for having me, and thank you for your stamina to be still in this room on a Friday afternoon. As you can imagine, for a very small country like the Netherlands, space is even a bigger issue for us than for most of you. I think even if you stretch out, Switzerland is way bigger than the Netherlands. So it has been on our radar screen for a long time. By the way, we also have a delegation participating in the IAC. We will be posting on LinkedIn prior to the event. So if you want to team up and get in touch, then please do. I'll give your eyes some rest. I don't have any slides coming up, so either you look at me or you, George. Oh no, the view is gone. Wherever you want to look. I'll briefly elaborate on a space agenda that the Dutch government has formulated recently. It primarily involves about satellite technology. That agenda identifies 6 missions. We're talking space after all, so that's why they put 6 missions under the remit of this agenda. And I'll just briefly walk you through these elements. It is about security these days. You know, satellites have been labeled part of our critical infrastructure, and that touches on national and allied and international security, as you can imagine, certainly these days, as it in the meantime has become a security issue as well within EU and NATO. But it's also about the environment. Space is a beautiful thing, but it gets even more beautiful if we can use it to fix issues on planet Earth.
So satellite data used, in the realm of climate adaptation, water management issues, sustainable food production, and what have you, closely aligning to the UN's SDGs, all 16 of them. There's also a research and development mission on this agenda. If you're involved in space and space technology, you play Champions League. So it's good for your ecosystems. It's also good for your economy. It can contribute to your GDP. And it has all kinds of spin-offs. The Netherlands has been involved in various missions and enterprises. One of the arms on James Webb. I think the solar panel system on the Artemis Orion spacecraft, the Sentinel, European Space Agency satellite, and the upcoming Tango satellites that will be able to measure sort of greenhouse gas emissions at the source level. It's all very useful stuff to do. For things that are going on Earth. In 23, we joined the Artemis Accords that has been addressed a couple of times. All kinds of satellite data being used to address societal issues, also on a national basis, urban planning, transport issues, disaster relief, what have you. Economic contributions. The Netherlands hosts if you will, the technological headquarters of the European Space Agency, Noordwijk. And connected to that is the Dutch Space Lab, which serves as a kind of a launching pad for companies and draws talent to the Netherlands in close coordination with our academia and research institutions. And the sixth mission under this agenda, and I'm glad, Stephen, you touched upon the incredibly important, but often tedious and cumbersome and not so sexy multilateral work of consensus building. As a diplomat, I have been involved both in Brussels and Vienna in multilateral diplomacy. It's not easy to explain at a birthday party what has happened in the room. I've been involved in arms control, what have you, talking with Americans and Russians about arms control, you can imagine. And those were the good times. But it's terribly important, this multilateral world, and I commend you for your services in this regard. The Netherlands, as a small trading nation, always has been into multilateralism. We sort of started with defining the laws of the high seas and everything. And space as well has a significant body of regulation and legislation, but obviously it needs to be updated and discussed. And that's it's a difficult job. International collaboration is important, but it's sometimes you think a scarce commodity these days in the world. I just learned that in Geneva the UN didn't manage to forge a treaty on plastics. That attempt failed, so it's getting tougher, but it's incredibly important. So I'm glad you sort of celebrated this often the unsung heroes of the multilateral world. So these are the sort of elements of this national agenda that has been laid out. It needs to be implemented. The Netherlands has a significant ecosystem in this realm. We tend to be fairly good at getting government, knowledge institutions, companies, and end users in one room. Has to do with the makeup of the Netherlands. You know, the polders are very Dutch, and poldering, that's become a verb that's getting everybody in the room. Multi-stakeholderism, it's also being referred to. Sometimes extremely boring, but then again, the end result obviously is often better than if you all go your own way. What do we need to do in the Netherlands in the future? We need to invest more. You may have heard of the Draghi report on EU competitiveness. Draghi, the former European central banker and Italian prime minister, and we need to invest. There's a race going on. There's also a space race going on. I'm old enough to have witnessed the outcome of the first space race, if you will, not Sputnik, not Gagarin. I'm not that old, but I certainly, as a 7-year-old kid, witnessed the Apollo 11 landing on the moon. It's funny, this morning someone said that landing on the moon is so extremely difficult. So sometimes you wonder how they managed in 96. Maybe it was a studio after all. But yeah, it's a contested space, you know, and technology is a great thing, but very often people are not to be trusted with technology. So there's always the various aspects involved there. So we will need to invest more also in a framework of strategic autonomy of the EU. Not all of your dependencies are good, and sometimes you need to de-risk some of your dependencies and remain capable as you are. Looking forward to the IAC and thanking for all those involved in this warm-up event, if you will, for this. And then again, Stephen, thank you for elaborating on the multilateral diplomacy aspect involved here. So thank you all.
If we just get one last round of applause for our international speakers. I think I've got the last of the slides. Only 30 or so. It's yeah, we're good. Can I get my slides? Cool. I'd like to start with thanking the sponsors that made this possible. I think some of them have actually already had to leave. As we saw from Sam earlier, he's off to Mexico to build a mansion somewhere. But yeah, HDR Rose, thank you so much for getting this going. Forward, Sam, I think there's some others around from HDR. Thanks for making this work. We've got QR codes down the bottom there to links to their websites as well if you'd like to get in touch with them. Amazingly, thank you to Deloitte. Jason, Geraldine, thank you so much. Unfortunately, I've missed the sunset from here, got the last lights, and as soon as I'm finished talking, we're going to bring them up, so hopefully if you can go run and get that going, thank you. Just get that last bit of light, get the view for all of you. For those who have been before, we love to host this event. We always love to host it in partnership with groups like Deloitte, in an amazing room like this, small crowd, so you can all get to know each other very well. And we need the support to get it going. So if you've got a venue in mind, you'd like to sponsor, you'd like to be involved, please put that QR code, let us know, and we'll start organising straight away for next year. Before I get to this, I'm just going to do my other thank yous, and thank you to each and every one of you, especially those of you that are remaining. Thank you for your time, your endurance, and your contributions. As we said at the start, yes, there's amazing speakers on stage, but we did our best to choose everyone based on what you can contribute, both on stage and off, in the conversations that are happening around, and the collaborations that you can get going from the conversations that have been had. Collaborations that we would really, really hope get started from these conversations. It might not be tomorrow, it might not be the day after, that's still the weekend, but on Monday, we want to see these collaborations going. And now there's been a lot of talking. I think we've all been counting the time down, but it's finally here. You got to come help us drink the bar tab. Let's get down to Brewdog. Those of you who can make it, understand if you can't, you got commitments, but we're going to have a bit of a blow off some steam together, get to know each other, loosen the tires, and yeah, just have a chat. Scan the QR code there if you're not sure how to get there, but grab a group of friends, head on down. Thanks, everyone.
If anyone would like photos with that background, please go up. Otherwise, I will change it in a few minutes.